All right. Work this weekend too. It's gonna be a short weekend, but need the bread. Need the bread. I can use the bread. All right. All right. Shares going. Get these shares going. Yes, this is what we talk about. So the center of this topic is basically all these smart, unhealed people. They know all this information, but don't know how to heal. This is what we about to talk about today. I could tell you everything about what the election's talking about. I can tell you what it is to find a woman and a man. I can tell you all these things, but I can't tell you how to heal. I don't know how to heal my own self, and yet I got an attitude every last second. So how you don't got information for that? Oh boy, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Got all this information, smart, all these degrees, but you ain't got the information to heal. How about look a book up on that? How do I forgive people? Let's look that up on Google, whatever we get our information from. Let's go ahead and look into these. Let's get a degree on healing. That'd be something. Let's talk about that. We look up all the wrong things, man. I can look up. I look up information. I know how to be high vibrational. Look up how to be high vibrational. But I hold up real quick. But I'm low vibrational when I get around certain things. Ain't that something? Yeah. Cigarettes ain't gonna save you. You being mad in the morning because you don't have your coffee, that's not gonna save you. We have internal stress that we have in our life and we just don't know how to deal with it. We blame it on because I didn't have my cigarette today. I couldn't take a drink today. I couldn't smoke. I missed my smoke break. You know, stuff like that. That's what we rather do nowadays than deal with these problems that we have. That's what I had to figure out one time. Like, if I go without, right? Certain things, if I go without, why am I stressing over these things that I go without? You know, and I had to realize, you know, the center thing, there's always reasons for majority of things that happen. We never question that thing, question things, you know. I remember back then, right? They used to be like, oh, if you don't get no buns, you're gonna be all the way stressed out. I had to think about it as I got older. Because people are like, oh, you gonna be built up and mad at the world and strong and all this other stuff. And I'm like, all right, why is that? You know what I'm saying? We mention on things like these are stress relievers, but we never mention what is the cause of the stress. How do I prevent, you know, these certain things or stresses or whatever. You know, how to prevent it. Most of the time we with people that's stressing us out. Why you sticking around with that? You know, but we gonna get into this, man. We gonna get a little deep on this situation though. What's good? Chilling, good looks on the flower. The flower power. Yeah. These things, people seeking drama. People addicted to drama and stuff. That's why they love going to them things. That's another way they use to cope. Find somebody that's about as bad as they life or worse, and they gonna keep on, and they get this little adrenaline rush. People even like find a way to let they stress out by looking and purposely looking for argument. That's what they do. They purposely look for that. You know, to cope with whatever thing that's going on with you. That's what they do, man. It's, right. stress reliever. Got the gubby. Oh boy. But yeah. Yeah, this is what we in. This the day and age we living in, man. We'd rather cope. We'd rather cope with a situation than deal with it. That's just what we do. But act like we smoke it away, but you only feel good today, but you still thinking about your same issue you had yesterday. You still thinking about it after it's done. After you get back sober, life still gonna feel like it's over. Just thought about that. Oh my goodness, I gotta unfollow this guy. I realized some things, man. Some people you just can't win over. Everybody's gonna be attracted to who they attracted to. You know, I think balance is one of the main things that people just refuse, man. It's always one side or the other with people. It's either that or that. Two people can't be right. You know, coffee does nothing for those who have ADHD. It don't. I really, I, I don't. The coffee ain't the problem. It's just, I mean, coffee is not the reason why people grumpy. It's because people lack sleep. They just don't go to sleep on time. They don't make time for sleep. You can't, we blame it on coffee. Anybody gonna be grumpy if you ain't get enough sleep. That's just what happens. You can't make your body fight off what it needs. You know, sometimes you might need an afternoon snooze or something or whatever. But them things like that. That's what I'm getting to. Things like that. It was meant to be to depend on, and I think people grew up depending on it. That they feel like it's their life. I need this. I got to make sure I have this coffee maker on the side. I got to make sure I got my cigarette on every break and all that stuff. And it's like it made it a lifestyle. We make things like that a lifestyle, but we don't make working out a lifestyle. We don't make praying a lifestyle. We don't make we do all the things that make us feel good. And then we wonder why we stressing out on here, why we looking for drama, why we mad at everybody, why we refuse to hear each other out, all type of stuff, man. Because we keep coping. You can't cope that. Can't cope that. But then after you done, or what argument, I need to take a cigarette. You made me smoke. You made yourself smoke. Let me go ahead and get these shares out. Shares out real quick. Oh man, shoot, I gotta get that. I thought look at that video. Give me a second, y'all. All right, shares out. I ain't shared to nobody yet. Got a whole thing. What it is? I done unfollowed so many people and stuff. I had to go through my list and just. I even blocked some people. Like, let me go ahead and. Some people just really don't add to nothing. They do is trigger people on purpose. So I just, I was doing it for a minute, but I'm looking like, man. It's no point, man. Instead of throwing everybody off, I did bring people like that to, to try to see how people handle certain situations. But some people be too much for people, so I'm like, yeah, I just went on just block some people, man. Block some people, unfollow some people that really don't. What I noticed is that they only kind of mess with me if I'm only speaking how they want me to speak, and if I don't, you know. And I be noticing that too, because I notice when they change and they act like, oh no, if I talk about something or I try to make balance or I talk about something that might be towards them, then they acting like I'm speaking a whole nother language. But you were just liking the language I was speaking when I was speaking on things you like to hear. But I ain't trying to deal with people like that anyways, though. So that's why I just unfollow. I unfollow people because my thing is why I did it recently because I think it took me to get blocked by this one person. I was like, you know what? Why am I trying to be balanced with people that really don't want to be balanced? That's one thing I noticed. Because it's people that I try to give chances to, and I'm like, all right, if I stay in the middle, don't try to trigger them sometimes or whatever. Maybe I can win them over or something like that, or maybe get them to see the light. But I see that like even you see some people that still be the same way no matter what, and I'm like, you know what? And I'm glad that person did block me because it opened my eyes. That's why I went on a little list, and I just like, you know what, this person don't really support me. I don't see them in here. I'm not, I'm not, I'm not gonna block them. But I'm just saying like some people I just, I need to follow the people that I'm connected with and the people that's really, that support me and all the other stuff. 'Cause it's like otherwise, shoot, I'm gonna see you now and then. I can be saving my little followers. What the heck? That way I can follow people. And if I follow them in different rooms, because most times some people would be in rooms that I might mess with. I add more cool people, more people that can add value to what we all on. That's how I look at it. That's how I do. But yeah, the thing I guess it took for that to happen to me because I'm looking like dang. When you try to sometimes your sense you can make sense in one room, the next room you literally you can be an alien. That's what I notice on here. And I'm like, you hear like in here, you got one room like, hey, preach, you do your thing, that's cold, you know what I'm saying? Ooh, that's nice, agree, whatever, right? You go in another room, they be like, huh? What are you talking about? They acting like you is straight up. That just, I'm like, bro. But that's what it is though. What I realized that's like sense. What makes sense to you don't make sense to everybody. That's for everybody. Even recently. That's why I realized, like, even with some situation, even with my own peoples, I'm like, I'm not about to, because it's gonna be things that we all going to, we might stand strong on that we may not never understand from one another, but that's cool though, right? Because we all got a mind of our own and stuff, and it's just like no point of arguing, what our own differences. Because I mean, at the end of the day, it's gonna be like, okay, you think this way, I think this way, and it's cool. Let it work. If it works for you, then it works for you. Work for me, it work for me. So that's how I look at it. If this is my point of view, if I feel that's gonna make the world better, that's your point of view, then shoot. But if it counters, I don't know how that's gonna work though. But shoot, you do it your way on your platform, and I do it my way on mine. You know what I'm saying? And I'm always open to, if it might be another angle, then why not add to it? I think it is many ways, but some stuff it do counters. It counters. Like if I'm saying, hey, I'm for marriage, then you talking about, hey, single life, you have to be, be single, or oh no, they talking about like what they say, uh like the free dating life or something. I'm not for that. That's like kind of countering what I believe in or what I'm for. So I wouldn't. That's like two opposites that'll never connect. That just wouldn't. So I just wouldn't probably want to. That's somebody I would agree to disagree in my room, but I still will fight against it in my own. I wouldn't unfollow. I mean, not be friends with them or be cool with them. But it's just like, I what I stand on, and I preach something a little different in here. You know what I'm saying? So that's just how I look at it. But I just noticed it's like, yeah, we just all. I mean, we different, man, and that's cool. That's cool though. But it's just like we can't have counter messages though. That's one thing. You know. Oh, let me see. I keep forgetting. I'm trying to fight people at the same time. The and people I ain't seeing here for a long time, I just unfollow them. People that really, I just, cause yeah, I'm just more on like a quality thing, man, for real. And I can tell, look, that's why I talk about every last thing, cause I can just tell who kind of fell off, not fell off, but who really don't mess with me for real, or cause they change. Like as soon as you talk about something right, that might hit them from an angle that they didn't like or whatever, they just, they start like kind of like waiting on you to be wrong and all this other stuff or whatever. And I'm like, dang, what the heck? That's all it took. That's all it took, man. Dang. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, I'm not doing that trying to be friends with everybody. That's one thing. I've been telling people that for the couple years when I've been on this thing. I'm not trying to be friends with everybody. I'm pushing out what I believe in, just and whatever add on to it, what everybody else think. That's how I'm looking at it. I'm not. I'm gonna talk about any and everything for what I feel, and I would try to my best to bag it up to why I feel is right. You know what I'm saying? I don't just speak on something without having nothing to try to kind of bag it up. Some things I have, but I'm willing to correct myself. But most of the time, I'm bagging up most of the stuff that I talk about. And it is with good intentions. I guess that's what they call it. But it's with good intentions. So. And it's up to a person to see it or not. Everybody got their own way, but it's just, I'm not trying to want to sound right to everybody. That's what I noticed. A lot of people want to go off of what sounds good to them, but or what feels good. If it don't feel good, it can't be right. That's not true all the time. That's not true. I don't know who people told you that. I think that's that tuition stuff that people be talking about. It's my intuition and all that stuff that don't feel right. No, just take some time, put that little tuition to the side so you can hear exactly what I'm saying instead of you telling me what I'm saying and stuff. I'm explaining it to you, but you can't go past your tuition of what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? You can't go past that, but people just, man, that's why I said a lot of people, they can't see past what they already believe in. They just can't. But that's just, it's not I don't believe there's no one route to this world. It's just not. It's not no one route. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got their own ways to believe, but it's many routes. That's why so many different people. What you think? Everybody's supposed to be was here to do things in one way. Some stuff gonna resonate. Some stuff might connect the same way, but a little differently. All of us almost want the same thing, but I'm just saying it's just like, but it's just different, many different ways. Just like marriage, it's not gonna be the same exact way all the time. And then when people do give that advice, this is more of like when they go off stats and stuff, what's most likely to work, why certain things might have roles or something like that. That's what people, that's what they do. Otherwise, I don't understand why people get mad at people that say different things, because they're not forcing you to do anything. It's either you want to do it or not. But it's like, what are you doing to help your own life? I never understood that. That's one thing I just didn't. I don't get that. It's like you mad at people that's pushing these type of messages, which ain't hurting nobody. And they proven that some of these things are right, or is more likely to work. Then you come in here mad. What do you mean by that and all that stuff? You know what I mean. You done heard it most of the time. A lot of us heard these things multiple times and come up with this "what do you mean" thing. We done heard it a bunch of times, and they play like. But it's like I said, some people, some people listen to understand. Some people listen to respond. Some people just listen to get triggered. To go back to that, I think, and that's what that listener get triggered. That's one of them. That's kind of tying into this topic itself, because like a lot of people just like they look for drama and stuff. That's their form of, because they didn't find a way to heal, so their way to basically express it is just look for an argument. And I can admit it. I can admit it back. I can understand it because I probably was in people. Not that bad, but I know the feeling when you can snap on somebody and win and put somebody in their place. I know that feeling though. But then I have to realize, is that right? You know what I'm saying? Is it right? Because it's like, would I want that to happen to me? And what I like to be basically on the other end of that person, somebody snapping on me, and then you make it. put me in my place. Nobody don't like that feeling. So it's like I had to realize like some of them things is wrong. Like as much as this energy y'all put out, people be putting out on here, or I like drama and stuff, but you don't want the drama to happen to you though. That's why I said people just be like hypocrites. That's just what it is. People just be straight up hypocrites. I can do this, but you can't. I can control. I can not control my emotions, but I need you to. You need to watch your mouth and wait till you to and wait and speak. But I get to say what I want off the way I feel. You know what I'm saying? All of us, a lot of us be doing that straight up hypocrite stuff. You know what I'm saying? We preach on one thing and show and then counter it right with the next. We just counter it. I don't gotta do it. I got an excuse when I do it, right? But when you do it, I'm not giving you no excuse. No excuses is allowed. And this is the world we live in. It's one sided is my show type people. The day that people start actually learning to put themselves in other people's shoes, no matter the different color, no matter the different lifestyles, no matter if people might be mentally whatever, you know what I'm saying? Put yourself in other people's shoes. Realize if you might be in, some people might be in a worse position that you are in. You know what I'm saying? I think everybody that's above water, above the ground, shoot, they in one of the best positions. You know what I'm saying? You got a chance to try to do better. Unless you're just suffering or something like that, then I can understand that some people might want to, but I just say a lot of prayer on that situation, though, especially if it's just excruciating pain, what they say or whatever. But otherwise, every day you get a chance. And until you get back to that ground again, But it's just like, why not enjoy every moment? People always, they they gotta wait for like a special time to enjoy their time. Like literally every day, me myself, I try to enjoy every moment, even if I go to work, everything. I try my best to keep a smile. It's like it's no kind of point of complaining. No, it's nothing promised. Like we don't, why not? Why not enjoy every last moment, even if you work? And sometimes I make a game out of some of my jobs I do or whatever, because I do forklift and stuff. I might, make a little challenge in my mind. Let me see how fast I can, just to make fun out of it. You know what I'm saying? That's what you're supposed to do in life, even relationships. If things start to get boring or drop, try to make something special out of it. That don't necessarily mean you have to leave the house or something like that. Just basically change your perspective on how you see it and come at it from a different angle. Do it by yourself sometimes. You don't have to you don't have to be with your partner all the time. Let them breathe sometimes. Let them miss you a little bit. Have fun. Learn a way to have a hobby or something and enjoy something. You gotta literally enjoy every last moment. Like people be just sitting here mad at the world, you know, finding every last thing you hear what this person said and stuff. What type of life is that? Sitting here waiting on people. Let's tell their business on TikTok and show how conniving they is, and so you heard the dirt that she slept with this, and what the heck? Talking about you heard the dirt, but some of y'all the dirtiest people y'all selves. Talking about you heard the dirt. What? People just boy, and that's misery in different forms, man. People sound like they can speak out loud about how healed they is and how good I am, and but it's like you could tell a lot about the person what most of their time what they spend most of their time in, or the areas they spend their time in, or what they love talking about. They spend their whole life gossiping, or you can just tell. Especially when you grew from a lot of things, you could see the things that you might have healed in, you could see where people didn't. That's just how that works. People be saying, "Oh, you can't vet right and all that stuff," but it's just like, so you got to vet yourself first. Vet yourself first and see what triggers you, what things you have done that might have went south, because it is like a trial and error sometimes, unless you learn from somebody else. Trial and error situation, but you look at that, then look at the next human as the same way. Okay, sometimes this might make a person mad if I talk this way, or sometimes because I know that it make me mad, but it's just so much. It's so much, man. We gotta get on this healing thing, man. Like I said, this topic itself, what this getting to is just everybody, we the smartest unhealed people I done seen on this earth, man. got 1,000 degrees, know every scripture in the Bible, know, done went to pro this and all that, but you still you don't know how to forgive. You got an attitude by every last little thing. You always talking about I had a bad day and all this other stuff. Like you don't even know how to motivate yourself. How about look on information about that? Get a degree in that, right? How to motivate yourself. Get degrees in that. Read those parts that's in the Bible, right? I never, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's good to know these things, and it's kind of tying back to my other topic I had some days ago. You know all these things, but when you gonna start applying it to your life? But you gonna tell everybody else. That's one thing I never understood is like how people always got the key to tell everybody else certain things. This is how you heal. This is how you do that. But then the next moment what the heck? Next moment you doing the same thing that you telling another person to heal from. It just don't make sense. These fake healed people, man. Well, okay, I can feel it. They're gonna be like, well, life hits you sometimes, but that ain't gonna hit you every last moment that you got a short fuse about every last little thing. If you really trying, you wouldn't make an excuse about the things you trying about. You know what I'm saying? That's how I look at it. If you trying, people make you when you not trying, you gonna make excuses. When you are, you're gonna be like, you know what? I need to check myself. Just like one time when I had when I think I snapped, not even really snapped that. I wasn't that bad, but it was out of what I usually do. So I ended up telling this one person to shut up and all that, but I let I let the person get to me. You know what I'm saying? So things like that. And that's why I say that's another I need to make a topic about that is like people when you feel good that you snap back that at somebody and put them in a place that shows a lot, right? But if you feel bad that you did that, that's when you know that you trying your best to heal, and it's not part of your character that you want to be. You know what I'm saying? You can't say you want to be better, but then you always looking for that smoke. It just don't work like that. It just don't work like that, man. I just can't help but laugh sometimes because it's sad. It's not even it's just a laugh of disappointment. That's why you most of the time if you do see, I'm laughing a lot because that's just my way of like, man, it's just so many things. Because I can understand it. I can understand it at the same time too, but it's just so many things that we just as a whole need to work on for real. We do. But that's why I try to put my energy on this sometimes, man. Maybe you get a somebody that and wake somebody up. Shoot, I had to get woke up one day. It was about another. It came from another mouth. It was me listening to these audio books. Like we got so much information to heal now. You know what I'm saying? Listen to some motivational videos and internalize these things. You know what I'm saying? Really, don't listen to it just for you could feel so you can feel good. Nah, these things that you listen to, start applying it to your life. That's the whole thing. Apply it to your life. See where because it's not gonna feel good. A lot of these things that people say, it's not gonna feel good. It's gonna come off as weird language or something like that. But sometimes you gotta change you being you. That's just what that is. You gotta change you being you. People are always so quick that this just me. This how I am. No, this how you choose to be. This how you choose to stay. That's you. That's what you choose to do. People make me nice. People make me when it's the opposite way. But people can't make you be the positive part. Like people pick and choose with this make me stuff. People make me then, but it's just me. But it ain't. It's just me when you do something wrong and you choose the wrong person and freaking all these things, right? When you snap on somebody, when you all these things, not you don't use it's just me. It's somebody else's fault when it's that though. But oh my, this selective stuff that we do, man. That's why I'm so big on this accountability thing, man. That's why I'm so big on it. It's just me. It's just me then. But it's somebody else's fault Why I can't? This is hilarious, man. This is hilarious. People selective, man. Stick with that. It's just me all your life, man. Do that then. Then you'll become better. You become better when you use it's just me at the right time. Use it's just me when you get out of character. You know what I'm saying? It's just me. I gotta become better. You know what I'm saying? Not this person made me. Let me see something real quick. Who else I can invite in here? She who else I can invite up in here, huh? That is up in there. What the hell? It's wrong thing. Take the brown thing. Yeah, man. Oh my, it's so much, so much, so much, so much, man. All because we don't want to heal, man. We use therapy as an insult rather than really do it. The main people that talking about you need therapy be the ones that need it. Hypocrites, hypocrites, man. Practice what you preach. Psych, psych. When it come to me, nah, nah. I ain't practice what you preach now. Oh my. It ain't practice what you preach now. It's just me. You know me. You know me sometimes. Nah, nah. Do you know you? Do you know you? Everybody gonna find every excuse not to be a better me. Well, I can't help it. I can't help it. I can't help it. Hold up, trying to invite some more people. Give me a second, y'all. Give me a second. I gotta follow some more people on this. I think I sent. Shoot. Everybody gonna probably wanna know what that is. I gotta find it. Say to everybody. I think that everybody. That is. Add your picture. Know what that was. Looking through this thing like, why am I friends with these people? Think everybody it, man. Like they put my live on the pause. Trying to kick me out. It just done kick me out. All right, we good now. I know what I learned. We gotta get back on that, man. Talk about this, man. This is most definitely because like I said, why I came up with this topic itself, I literally hear too many people, and like I said, this kind of ties into the other topic I had about the people flexing with with the knowledge that they know. I hear too many ego-driven people, all this stuff. They say so much stuff like, "I did this, I accomplished that, I was a pro this, I was a master at this, and all this stuff." But dang, is you not a master at healing and reacting and not reacting to things so quick? And is you a master of listening to understand? You a master of taking care of your kid? You're not a master and don't got no degrees in that stuff, but But the thing is, the reason why I don't have I ain't gonna say sympathy or I'll say grace, patience. I'm just say that then with people that we supposed to, people just want you to feel sad with them, but it's just like we have the internet now. We have the internet. We got YouTube. We got so many things. Because like I said, it was a SoundCloud. So what was it? SoundCloud, right? That helped change my life, right? I was listening to a motivational video on SoundCloud. Made so much sense. My mind, my heart, everything was open to willing to listen to, different things. I wanted to hear something different. Instead of hearing drama and stuff, I said, let me listen to some motivational things. Let me listen to some stuff that, influence, some stuff that might help me grow. It was so much stuff I took my time to listen to. And that's why I said I just can't have no patience with some of these people that be like, I can't go through it. I can't find the information and all this other stuff. But you went out your way to get in depth, to get these degrees that you got. You went it. But a lot of these things is free. People say, I'm not going to therapy because it costs money, but your therapy is literally on the internet, but I keep catching you in rooms that don't talk about nothing. You know what I'm saying? They're just talking about, uh, this girl did that against that man, and that man did this to this girl, and men are bad, and women are bad. That's all we gonna catch ourselves is in. And yet, most of us is the bad people that's in there. You know what I'm saying? That we talking about. You know what I'm saying? Can't, ain't fine. Oh my goodness, man. This nugget, it is wild. But like I said, I can't really have. I don't want to say sympathy or whatever towards people that's like that. I mean, a lot of us is like that though. But we keep wanting to find things in the way we want it, and that be the problem. And it just don't work like that. You can't always. If you got some stuff that you seriously need to work on, it's not gonna come in the way that you want it all the time. It just won't. It just won't, man. Like I said, we have all this information. People want to look up conspiracy theories and all this stuff. If you look up the vibrational thing of this, and if you put this anatomy energy to that, they can stick their chest out and tell you on that, but they can't stick they can't stick their chest out and tell you what's the information on how to be healthy. What's the information on try to control my emotions? That's one of my biggest things. What's the information to holding myself accountable? You know what I'm saying? They don't look up information on that, and they have plenty of stuff out there. Wonder why wonder why you terrible people. Why we terrible people, man? I'm a terrible person because you chose to from this point. From this point, a lot of us just choose to. But we make up every excuse why act like we not. If you got time, like even this, right? A lot of us have time to get on this app and yell our freaking lungs out at people that we disagree with or tear down and want to, say all the worst things that we can to strangers for the most part. We got plenty of time for that, but then we can tell ourselves, I don't have time to work out. I don't have time to read this book. You spending hours on here. How do you not have time? Like that don't make sense at all. Well, this is my spare time. Well, then use your spare time on this things you said you don't have time. Like I said, people make up every last freaking excuse they can. They make up every last excuse. That's why it's always gonna be like this, man. Accountability for real, and that's the real thing. People, they get so mad at this word now. No, not that word again. You know what I'm saying? Yes, that word. It's always gonna be that word. All of us need it. All of us need to be aware of these things that we do so we can make this change that we want the whole world to do. You know what I'm saying? We got to change ourselves first. Everybody quick to say that. Everybody quick to say that. But that's true. It's most definitely true. But the person that be, most of the people that be saying that need to be the ones that doing it themselves. They adding to it. They added to this horrible world. The heck, everybody else got to change but myself. It's the world we in, man. It's the world we in. Oh my, that's just so funny, dog. What's the deal, Sean, in the building? Get my little pre-session in, man, because it's some funny stuff. It's so funny stuff, man. That's so much thing I'm just thinking about. It's so much stuff we have to work on, man. It's so freaking much. Yeah. I'm learning so much on this app, man. I learned like some stuff just not even worth arguing with anymore. Some stuff is just not, even people, man. Like Sean, I was telling I was saying this earlier that I even I just went on because after I got into it with this, and I had to realize this about myself. I got into it. I'm not really getting into it with, but it's just like I realized that why do I have people? Why do I thought I let you up. Bad, brother. I'm like, why do I have people that's in my circle that really is not trying to change? You know what I'm saying? That's what I had to realize. Because I literally went on I was saying earlier, I went on an unfollow spree. I unfollowed a lot of people. Cause I'm like, I don't see them that much in my room like that. So what's the point? And then for the most part, some people that I do let in my room, they just want to cause havoc. Yeah, I blocked Tansy. I actually just went through because I was, I had my reasons why I was doing it, but I'm like, you know what? I have to realize, like, if people come in and I realize everybody not built like me, so I got to stop doing it. I said because I do care about a lot of people, and I do put certain people in here just to see where they at. But I realize some people are just on a whole nother level, and they can't keep up. Like I realized that she got to me, I'm like, man, what the heck? She did get to me one time, but I had to realize, like, dang, you know what? Some people just really don't, and I'm seeing that, like, when I even had her up, it was just people just leaving her, not today and all that stuff. And I got to realize everybody is at their own, no matter how much I want to motivate some people, they at their own levels in life when it's come to certain things, especially back to the topic on things that we are not healed from. And I understand it, though. Some people just can't take so much. And I was like, you know what? If I can't, I need to start bringing people in following people that's just like on the same thing as me, on some type of form of growth. You know what I'm saying? Even if it comes from a different angles, as long as we trying to grow, as long as we know what accountability is, as long as we know, all the things that I talk about all the time, putting your ego to the side, knowing when things ain't working, ain't trying to snap, know how to control, control your all those things, man. And that's what I'm like, you know what? That's why I just went on, like, it's people that I knew that didn't like me, right? Because I had to walk on eggshells of what I talk about. If I say, and that's why I realized, that's why I talk about literally every last thing on here. I talk about everything just to see. One thing is to see, because this is how I feel about certain things, right? And it's also to see, like, if I don't hold my tongue, is these people gonna be still around? You know what I'm saying? Or are they only around because like I said, when I say good things or the things that they want to hear? And I'm not about to do that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, if I feel something kind of funny, I don't follow a big handful of people, man. I want to say a few of their names, but I'm not. Some of these people host their own lives. I don't follow them too, because I'm like, I don't see you. Only time I see you in here is most people I see that come in here, they just to push their own little message. They're not really listening to me. I need some people that I'm trying to converse with. That's a new word that's in the dictionary I found out. People that I can make exchange with, even if we think different. You know what I'm saying? It's just about hearing each other out. But I realize it's just some people that just feel like they better than other people. It's some people that's just like, and it's only using this app just to for a cope. Back to this topic itself, the cope. I need to see how much people can validate the lifestyle that I'm living now. That's just what it is. I'm not with it. I'm not worried about people validating my lifestyle. You know, the things that I talk about, that stuff is, and I got it's hard. It is hard. It ain't hard to me now because I practiced it at years ago, right? It was hard at the beginning, but I really wanted to focus on being a better person. So it's like, you know what? When it came to especially the accountability, that stuff burned. I ain't gonna lie. So you mean to tell me I can't tell somebody that reason why I acted this way was because of them? I can't do that? That felt weird. But as I took the first burn, right? The first couple burns, like, dang, this is what it takes to be positive. You know, I gotta stop doing, after that first burn, it became easier, right? Just like when we hit the gym and stuff, because I would go to the gym all like crazy or whatever. All these things, it's gonna burn at the beginning. These things are literally like gym. They literally like gym. Everything. It's just making a habit out of it. And as you do it, it's going to become easier. People that say they got a problem with anger issues, day by day. It ain't no just a cold turkey thing, day by day. People that have a problem with sleeping in the bed all the time, day by day, make a habit out of it. Adjust your mentality. People have a problem with hearing other people out. It's, day by day, just make a habit out of it. It's not going to be easy at the beginning, but if you're going to keep on telling yourself, and that's why I had to be like more on that no excuses type thing. If you're going to keep making an excuse of why you can't become better, you won't become better. You just don't work like that. It just won't. So that's what, like I said, it's going to burn at the beginning, but some people just can't take that little burn at the beginning. They just can't. They rather, as soon as they feel that little piece of burn, they rather attack your whole character. They rather say, but my thing is like, and that's where that thing come in at, and once you know better, you do better or whatever. I realized, like, why do I have to go to a low level just like them? If they talked about my mom and all that stuff, why do I have to do that? I don't have to do that. If I know that this person is at a terrible place in their life that they had to go to, because that's when you won the argument. They got to start talking about your mama. Or you have a shrimp or weird stuff. They just come with out of nowhere. That means they at a whole different level of their life. And not to say that nobody's better than the next. I'm not trying to put it that way, but I'm just saying that basically, don't stoop to their level. If I used to be that, if I was doing what they did or whatever, I was at a low level in my life. I guess that's the way to say it. I was at a low level in my life that I felt like that I had to do these things or I had to put somebody in place or whatever. But it's just like, why do it? If I know better, I can't make no excuse. Well, and then be like, well, I know he snapped. I got to teach them a lesson. It's not about teaching them a lesson all the time. That's just your ego. It's just your ego, and you trying to feel good for that whatever. But I had to realize, like, I feel bad now. I feel bad going back and putting somebody in I just feel bad about that. Even though it'd be sometimes, sometimes I might, but most of the time, if I am offending somebody, I'm offending them with what's true. It's not no made up stuff. It's some stuff I'm literally, and they get offended by some, the things, except I deliver it different to make it hurt. I guess I deliver it a different way that make them hurt. But, it's just, I would do it. Ain't no bad. It wouldn't be bashing. It's literally me telling the truth about my observation about you, and I will explain why I said it. Right? That's okay, Kev. You just got a good appreciate you. I appreciate you. But yeah, and the thing is, it's just like I try my best. And the thing, I keep saying the thing is.
Hey, I want to when you get a chance, I want to speak on that part. When I want to speak on that part with Asaya, right? What I seen, what happened yesterday, and how these women that be talking about, they all about women empowerment. I seen.
I
seen.
Yeah, my boy Sean was on it today, boy. He wasn't letting it play. He looking in our visual now. You see the little double standard stuff. That's gonna be real. That's why people get mad at me now, because I be like, nah, man. If it ain't fair on the other end, y'all talk about it now.
He must have got a phone call.
My boy Sean about to talk now. That's crazy. He get a phone call.
Yeah. Well, hey, I don't know if Asai's still in here. I'm gonna apologize to her here, and then also whenever we get back in the other space where it happened. But I think where Sean was going with it, I'm gonna let him rock out on that. But I personally did something that me and Shauna talked about where we don't like it, where like using labels and names and like trying to paint people in as a certain certain type of person or whatever. So, Zaya, I don't know if you're still in here, but that was my bad. How you doing today, man?
I'm good, my brother. How you feeling, man?
Man, one more hop, I'll be on top, man. You know how it go.
Hey, I feel you on that, though.
You got to go through it to get through it. So what's the topic today?
It's basically so the angle I'm coming with this is that I hear people, and it kind of tied to like that one topic I had about people always flexing with the knowledge that they know instead of bettering themselves. So the angle I'm coming at with this one is just like we have all this knowledge and conspiracy. I don't know if you got an echo or something. Your stuff echoing like crazy.
And I was adjusting my phone. My bad.
Okay, you good? Oh. But I was about to say, basically with this, right, is people that have all these degrees, people, even we can talk about Bible, they know all the Bible scriptures, they conspiracy things, they look these things up, they know about what's going on in the wars and all this stuff, they know politics, they know all this, so book smart and all this stuff. Well, and choose to look this stuff up, have a lifestyle, they're interested in it, but you're not interested in how to heal, right? You're not interested in like how you don't have the knowledge on that. It's like, so that's why the name of this room is basically the smartest hurt people, or I forgot how I worded this, but it's just like when it comes to us always have to snap on somebody, right? Can't control our emotions, don't know how to forgive. We don't look at information on that, but we get information on like how to put ourselves in debt to get a lawyer degree or something like that. You know, how you gonna be a hurt lawyer? How you gonna be? I mean, it's just so much stuff that we got. And the thing is, I can't say sympathy. I can say that I have no sympathy or patience or with people that's like that because we have internet now. And I really like, you know what? You can choose what type of character you want to be, but you just choose not to because you want to go to the things that make you feel good. You know what I'm saying? But you don't want to uplift your internal. You want to uplift like, oh, I want to make more money. You got all this money, but you still a boo-boo person. That don't make sense. You got all this money, but you won't hear yelling at everybody on this app about different things and stuff. So something is you putting your money in the wrong thing. You know what I'm saying? Even though these things can be free.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, bro. I think part of the problem was twofold. One is you can have a grievance about something. You can be hurt, like you said, or like have a particular, trauma that you're working through, and people will validate your response to your trauma, right, more readily than they will try to help you. So what that looks like is like people will get on here and start snapping on other people, and and it's all coming from a place of trauma, which I understand. That gets the likes, that gets the views. Like the messy stuff gets, that gets the attention. But the minute you start talking about, I gotta take this call. The minute you start talking about trying to heal something, the views go down. But I'm gonna come back up, bro. I gotta take this call.
Oh yeah, for sure, brother. Yeah. What the heck is that? Oh, something there. Oh. But yeah, we gonna talk about this. Everybody gonna try to come in when I gotta go to bed. It'd be like that. Got a few more hours on this thing. A few more hours on that thing. But yeah, we gotta talk about this for sure, man. We do. Yeah, I had to clear some stuff out. Because it's like, I mean, I was even clearing out like some of these lives that I know I shouldn't be in. And like I said, I was doing only really to test myself. But as I realized, it's like people, it gets to a point that it's people that literally have their mind made up. And I look at it that if you have to walk on eggshells with anybody, them are people that you don't need to be around. That's just what it is. And I had to realize that I was doing that in some rooms. I'm looking like, you know what? Let me not say it this way because this is going to make this person mad. Or let me not. So I had to, you know what? I don't need to be friends around people that's like that. You know what I'm saying? Just because I might want their support. Nah, I'm good on that. You know what I'm saying? Because we gonna support each other or not, no matter the situation. All of us literally don't think the same way. But we shouldn't have to walk on eggshells with one another. You see what I'm saying? For sure, Sean, I already know. What's the deal? Lovely in the building. But yeah, boy. That's what I'm gonna tell people for real, man. If you gotta walk on eggshells with your partner or eggshells with your friends or whoever you mess with, them not the people. That's not who you want to be around with. That's a hectic type life. And then is that you really being you? You shouldn't have to walk on eggshells with nobody, man. I got cut off a whole group because I didn't respond. Whatever. That group wasn't meant for you. That's what I'm saying. Like, I got blocked. You know, so I got blocked by some people, but they weren't for me. You know what I'm saying? If people is really like on edge, that's what I mean about it. You know, they on edge that you say a couple things and they just wait for you. Rather than, speaking of this little thing called defend, rather than trying to take up for you and they waiting for you to say something wrong just to cut you off, and that's all it took was one thing, then that's cool. That did something for you. That showed you that probably another group you was walking on eggshells because you had to say the right things around them just to win them over. Who wanted to do that? You know what I'm saying? Be around people that's going to defend you or try to take up for you that know what you stand on. A lot of us, you know, I can understand a lot of us might not know each other or whatever, but we know enough. You know, if a person is like really trying their best, you know, that's why I said, because I was looking at this one thing and I seen how many people, and I'm not saying they have to defend me, right? But I guess this one dude so-called claimed to break my video down or something like that, and I seen how many people was on his nuts. It was like, ooh, he got you and all this other stuff. And I'm like, dang, you know, some of these people, I'm like, dang, I thought y'all kind of support me or something like that. What the heck? I mean, you usually know if I'm speaking on something, I'm coming, it's a good reason. I'm not saying these things for no reason, especially if people that knew me, right? Some people, I guess they don't know me like they said he is. But it's just like, if you've been waiting all this time for somebody to dissect what I say or something like that, what the heck you even around me for? You know what I'm saying? Because I wouldn't do that to, not, but everybody ain't, I'm not telling everybody to be me. But my thing is, if I support somebody, I'll rock what they say. I'm 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna flat out just say, you know what, they might not mean it that way. They might not, you know, because I know what they stand on, so they couldn't have meant it that way, or they might not know the wording, or this, you know, something like that. Or this is, you know, and I might understand the angle that they might come from, but people not like that no more. You know what I'm saying? People quick to jump on that bandwagon real quick. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I appreciate it. But it's just like, and that's what I'm just meaning though. It's like, you should never have to defend yourself, you know, around, you shouldn't have to. It's either people gonna understand you or not. That's why even when I come around and go around this app, I'm gonna speak on what I speak on. People that understand me gonna understand me, but it's just like if I trigger you, if I make you feel a way, if you wanna label me, then I can't help that. I really can't. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be with you, whatever you gonna make me to be, and I'm not about to change. I'm not about to change your mind on what you already perceive me as. That's crazy. You're not that important in my life. I gotta make sure I'm all right first. I'm not sitting here trying to put on an image. That's my thing. I mean, I work more on character than anything. That's why I tell people that. I'm not putting on an image to make you feel good. I don't care who you are. You know what I'm saying? Only person I gotta make sure feel good is God. That's the only one I gotta please in this world, because every human being is not gonna be pleased. That's one thing I had to notice. Who the heck is you? Who the heck is y'all just like me? Y'all going through pain just like I am. Maybe worse. Everybody want to be the worst. Then be the worst. I'm not about to fight that. I'm trying to be better. People be fighting and challenging the silliest things nowadays. No, we have it worse. I have it worse than you. Cool, congratulations. What type of cookie you gonna get for saying I have it worse? I never understood that. You want to stay at the bottom, let you say, I want to be better. Let's start talking about how I become better. I learned how to handle my emotions better. You know, we keep talking about worse instead of better. We got things all, you know, I'm the toughest, cool, right? What do you get for that? I can, you know, we brag about the silliest things. This gonna go back to that topic I literally had last week, right? We brag about the silliest things. I have a mouth on me, cool, right? But what that mouth been doing for you? You're still single. Nobody can't be friends with you. But then they brag about stuff like that. I can't keep friends. Oh, I wonder why. You know what I'm saying? It's everybody else but me. I got people in my family that's literally like that. Get into it with everybody, including animals, but don't see that they the problem. Ain't that something? That's some stress. Oh, I'm stressing. Well, you stressing because of your own self. You're stressing your own self out because of your situation and your refusal of trying to change. That's you. You know what I'm saying? It's everybody else that's stressing you out about you. You choose these areas to get stressed out. My job stressed me. Then pick another job. But we always got this thing in it. We got this thing in us where we think that we can change. We can change these people around. I'm gonna make this person change because I'm so mad. I'm gonna make this supervisor kiss my butt when I'm the one that needs the job. What? Like, what world is these people living in? I've never understood this. People got it all backwards nowadays. I'm the boss, and yet I'm the one that had to sit there and make sure I take this test and cross my fingers I even get the job, but now I'm the boss. How you a boss and you just filled out an application for the job? This is so like people be that's and it goes back to the entitlement thing. That was the fourth thing I had to add on. That's damaging us, right? Entitlement. This entitlement mentality. This thing that where we think that the world revolves around us. I can understand, and I had spoken. I can understand this, right? We do live in our own world. We can choose to live in our own type of world, but the thing is, you can live in your own world, but then in reality, the world don't revolve around you. You can't, and what I'm meaning by that is that you can look at the world from whatever perspective you want to look at it. I say look at a perspective that help better your life. Some people look at a perspective to make it worse, right? But I'm saying that no matter what your perspective is, because it could be true and it could be false, or it could be true in your world, right? But the world, you still have to adjust to the world the way the world is, because the world is not going to look at it the same way you're looking at it. Sometimes I do be trying to get people to look at things from my lens sometimes just to help them feel better, but I realize that they're not going to do that, but that's their choice. You know what I'm saying? But I still have to be on guard because it's going to be people that still look at things in a negative way. It's my choice to be kind of around them or not. You know what I'm saying? I can be around them or not, but I can't have them dim my light. You know what I'm saying? That's where everybody say that too. I can't let them dim my light. But dog, I got so many things I can talk about. People that even talk like that. I'm not going to dim my light, but you going every last live that purposely dim your light. I'm not going to stoop to this low vibrational energy, but you going every last low vibrational live just to show your low vibrations. Like this. People is funny. It's irritating me because I'm getting so hyped up to think about this silly stuff that people put themselves in. This is so crazy. Oh, people love saying things that they not living. This is some funny stuff. It's either you high vibrational or not. If you so high vibrational, why is you always worrying about spilling tea and cussing people out and all this other stuff? If you so high, what's your definition of that then? Right? Why you so low, high vibrational, right? Have you learned how to forgive yet? Have you? This is crazy, bro.
Kev, I'm so glad. I love coming into your lives because you speak on the same knowledge. And you brought this up. The same knowledge that a lot of our spirits are like thinking about. It's like, well, how did you do that? Why did you do that? Why do you go into different lives and then complain about the lives that you go into? You know, and then it's like, come on, like, please help me. And you know what you're reminding me of? It's like some people aren't even competing with other people. They're competing with themselves.
Yes, exactly.
They're competing with themselves. And I was like, wait a minute. So
because of the lifestyle they chose. You chose this lifestyle.
Yeah, because they choosed it, choiced it, challenged it. And I was like, man, you are competing with your own self. And now here you are out here. And we've talked about this before, even in many of your lives, where it's like, now you're in a victim mentality mindset. Well, poor me. No, I don't want to cuss. I'm not going to cuss. I'm going to be nice. You put yourself there.
Right.
I just had to. It's like, man, you're gonna complain about putting yourself somewhere else, and then you want to blame other people for how they treat you, or how they respond to you, or how they react to you. But you aren't even reacting or responding or loving people or being kind into them in that same way. So come on.
That's that's just like me, right? That's like me knowing I'll go on lives that's quick to say they got the yo mama on trigger, right? They got it right there on their hip. They can't wait to say it. Yo mama, you weak, you a weak man, sassy. Okay, I know what type of room. I knew I was gonna go in a sassy, you're a sassy room and all that stuff. That's like me getting mad, and I knew what type of room I was in. Okay, I knew it was coming. Well, I'm gonna get mad as soon as I see that coming. I knew I was going in there, so what the heck? Who should I be mad at? Myself.
Right.
Myself. How can I get mad at them? Because I knew what they was about. That's like me just sitting there walking up to some dudes that's gambling and something like that, and just like I know I wasn't gonna get jumped. That's stupid. Like a lot of us put it on ourselves, and we gonna put it, and then we gonna say that, nah, you wasn't supposed to say that. That's what they doing there. That's what they do. They say yo mama. They say you weak. They're you know what I'm saying. So get mad at myself. That's why I'm like, I gotta stop. That's why I was mentioning earlier before that I was doing it. I was going, and every now and then I might do it, but I just like, you know what? I'm not gonna really follow some of these things because it's like some of the people you just can't talk to. They got their whole group. They got their minds made up, and just to find one or two people is like, I'm not about to keep stupid low to everybody else just to find one or two people to save and stuff because most of the time they got all their people is in there that they want or support. So I'm like, I'm not going to go in there just so they can be their example or their laughing stock or something like that. I'm like, yeah, man. Yeah, that's why I don't follow so many people like recently, man. I don't follow a bunch of people. I blocked some people. Yeah, we ain't gonna see Tansy in here no more. We not gonna see Jerome. All these people. I'm like, I just like it's just pointless because they're not trying to learn anything, and I've been through this. So why I need to put them around? I mean, I don't need numbers that bad. Just to, I'm like, so it's just so many things I'm just trying to grow from now, and I had to realize that the other day when I got blocked by Crown, and I was thinking about that, like, she the same type of woman. She been the same exact way all this time, and every now and then, the only time if I say something sweet to her, that's the only time she, or if I talk about myself or how bad I was and all that stuff, that's you grow. She told me, are you growing up and stuff? No, I always did it. You just don't be around. So the only time you like to be in my life is when I talk about myself or say how bad man is or something like that. I don't need nobody in my life like that, and I don't need to be sitting here trying to please or make you feel good. This I know make you feel good live, and people know that about me, or some people don't realize that about me. My stuff I talk about is not to feel for nobody to feel good. If I know I ain't felt good when I talked about it or when I lived it, I ain't felt good when I had to give Punani up for all these years I did or whatever. Ain't like I was going crazy with it, but I'm just saying, like, of course I know it, but I realized I feel good now, right? Because there was so many internal things that I had to realize or I was blocking or not seeing because I mean, I didn't want to not feel good for that moment, but I had to make a lifestyle out of these things and realize where I can grow it. It helped expand my mind. It helped me talk to many people. That's why I met so many of y'all and all that stuff. It helped me expand my mind and learn more things. Realize there's so much information out here. So it's like,
well, you had to make a decision, Kevin. Last week I got cut off, not just from a TikTok thing, but what turned into a WhatsApp thing, and they cut me off, and they just said, "Nope, you're no longer welcome here." But nobody called me to tell me why I wasn't welcome there. But I knew my discernment, my spirit was not wanting to be there anyway. So it was just like, wait a minute, like we have to make our own decisions,
you're
our own
always
choices.
welcome home.
I know.
I know there's everybody that left off on me that got cut off by others. Like, nah. I was teasing the main thing about that. She done got blocked by this one live that she usually she used to go to their lives and stuff. I'm like, look at that. I'm always here. Dang, I'm about to get booted.
Always.
I'm about to get booted.
Like man, you have to know how to welcome people. Like there was a live that I was in earlier, and then like a lot of people don't know how to say no, and they don't know how to hear the word no. So sometimes you just need to leave because maybe you aren't welcome there. Maybe it's because of you should not be there. So you have to.
This nigga kicked me out yet?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm about to get kicked out, but this thing ain't kicked me out yet. I can tell I'm about to get kicked out. It just ain't kicked me out yet. Oh, let me swipe out real quick. Hold up.
Are you
Good. How are you? Hashtag.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I was listening to y'all. I was just waiting for an opportunity to get in. Kev, you back? Okay. At least let us know you back. Okay, there you go. Yeah.
What you got for me? Hashtag. What's up, brother? You been alright?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, man. I'm pleased. I'm just getting out of work right now. I was listening to you when you were talking about the vibrations and all that stuff. The good. The vibrations or whatever, right? You know what I've learned being in these TikTok streets? That there's low vibration, there's high vibration, and then there's live vibrations. Right?
They that vibration of the air in your thing. I can't even hear you.
Yeah. Oh, my bad. I said there's low. Yeah, there's low vibrations, there's high vibrations, and then there's live vibrations. And those live vibrations, the live vibrations is the ones that are very comfortable. They just want to, you could tell them right away because they want to be comfortable in everything. So anything completely uncomfortable, they can't handle even the conversation, right? And you could be having a very civil conversation, and it's like it goes to the point to where it kind of goes on both sides, right? So let's imagine if you go into a place and you got good intentions and you want to talk or whatever, you see the topic is up or whatever, right? And then someone invites you to have a conversation. They invite you up, everything is cool. Like this has happened to me a few times. And then you're trying to have a civil conversation with somebody, but because your point of view is making them uncomfortable, they don't want to talk to you. Right. Immediately, they don't want to talk to you. They're like, Cap, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Like they go crazy on you, and they try to ridicule you. They try to create narratives. They try to put you in a box. They do all the sign stuff, the shame, the insult, all that stuff, right? The guilt and the need to be right and all that stuff. And they want to like put you in a box. That's one way. The other way is when you are the person that's having a civil conversation. You're having a civil live. Everything is cool. Everything's fine. And then somebody comes in and it comes around to where it's their time to actually talk. And they do. And then someone disagrees. But they don't, and they can even disagree in a very respectful way. Like they wait their turn, they're patient. I don't agree with Kev. You know what I'm saying? And what Kev said, and this is what I didn't agree with. And the person just cannot keep it together. They just immediately kick the door back open and get on the hinge. It's like, rah, what do you mean you disagree with me? Rah. Like I've seen that happen too, right? And that's when it's the live. Like both of those situations are the live vibration to me. They're not actually there to have a conversation. They're not actually there to hear points of view. They're not actually there to hear people agree or disagree with who they say they are or how they live or their experience. They're there because they think conversations are for confirmation, and conversations are not for confirmation. And I think that's a really big mishaps in people's brains. They think that the reason why you converse with somebody is because you just need somebody to help you rehearse the lie you've been telling yourself or your point of view if there's no lie, right? And that's not what conversations are about. And it's just amazing how many times I've seen that happen on this app, man.
Right. Right. I look at it. That's what I've been learning lately, though. Boy, more I keep thinking about it. I just follow a lot of people though that have been sticking around for a minute. But it's just like what I learned is like a lot of these people was only sticking around because they view me as balanced or something like that. Even though I feel like I'm balanced though. But I realized that if I want to start or talk about one thing over the other, right, right. Then I just start seeing like they snout go up or whatever, but just like dang, or they just start acting different or whatever. It's like dang, so you only like it when I. It's like you, but you can't tell me either what I'm saying is not true. Just weird. It's just like they rather just boy. It's just I don't know. It's crazy. It is crazy though. I'm like, you know what? That's the only way I can keep friends or whatever, or keep a mutuals or whatever. Y'all just never was it. That's the same tip I'm on. Like with that, with like what Lovely said. Like she said she done got kicked out of group or whatever. It's like whatever. You know what I'm saying? People just like I said, they wasn't with you for you. It was for what you were saying. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I look at it. So
it was a trip. I was in a live the other day. I'm gonna cut you off, man. I did. But
say it again.
I was in a live the other day. It was crazy, right?
I can't hear you.
Oh my bad. I was in a live the other day, and I'm in a live, and these people are in there, and they're talking about like Dominican culture and Caribbean culture and all this type of stuff, and why and they're like making this narrative, or creating this narrative that the biggest people who have problems with quote unquote Dominicans are black people. And I'm listening, right? And so it's my turn to speak. The guy invites me up or whatever, and I just tell him, I'm like, that's not my experience, man. And they was like, so are you Dominican? I was like, yeah, my dad's Dominican. You know, I was like, my mom is from the other side of the island, but yeah. And so they begin to like try to verify their experiences through me, not validate, but verify. So, my Spanish ain't 100%, right? My French is a lot better than my Spanish. And so they begin to like all try to speak Spanish to me at the same time. And they're speaking slang Dominican words that some I recognize and some I don't. And I'm like, dude, hold on. Like, what are we talking about? Like, what are we doing? I was like, I came up for the conversation, and all I'm getting is invalidation from my point of view. And I'm telling them that, like, what was my experience? Like, what's my experience being, where I'm from, being raised in Chicago and everything. And they're like, no, that's not real. That's not real. I'm like, what? Like, how are you telling me that what I have experienced in my life is not a real thing? I'm just telling you my experience, And then it got to the point to where I began to, I just backed down from that POV, and I said, well, let's just talk about, let's make a distinction between race and nationality. And the minute I said that, and I tried to create the distinction or make them recognize the distinction, and make them also recognize that, Spanish is not Dominican, right? Spanish is the colonizer's language of the Dominican Republic. I'm trying to like give them some stuff. I'm like, that wasn't the first, it's called Spanish, not Dominican. Like, languages are typically named after the people who have taken over, or what, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what happens, And I was trying to explain that to them, and they was like, what are you talking about? This is why you ain't Dominican. And I'm like, oh my God. The dude like immediately dropped me. And it was so crazy.
Yeah, I don't get the point of those topics, man.
For a hot second, I was offended for a hot second. But I was only offended, and this I didn't show them my offense, but I was for a hot second, I was offended when I got dropped. And it was only because the reason that I seen myself for being dropped was because I was giving them indisputable things. Like, there is a difference from a nationality and a race. A race is about phenotypes. Nationality is about citizenship and what you identify from. You know what I'm saying? So I was like trying to make them see something, but they couldn't see it. And I was like, damn. And I was like, but I had to. Oh, go ahead.
Do you know how many times that I've done that before? Even coming from a white woman, and how I've actually been able to break down phenotypes. And I actually follow a lot of lives that they actually welcome me. But there are some people that they're not welcoming into that, understanding the historical construct of racism, classism, because I even broke down this word, the isms, all the isms. Ism is just a social movement. So it's believe me, hashtag, I've been there. I've been there.
So you know what I'm talking about. It's like the guy who was the head of the panel or whatever, or the host. He was probably the most ignorant person I've ever spoken to, but he was putting himself out there to be well informed about what he was talking about. And it was a bunch of people just like, yeah, and it was very cultish. And I was like, man, I cannot. But you know what? What I realized, and I like a while back, I wrote a paper about leadership and the factors that make people want to call people leaders, right? And there was a bunch of research that I did about what are the main factors that make people want to follow people and call them their leaders, right? And you know that competence wasn't the main thing. Did you know that? Like, competence didn't attract as much it didn't attract as many people. Like, studies show that competence doesn't attract as many people as charisma. You know what I'm saying? So a person could be very knowledgeable about a subject, but that won't attract as many people as charisma. Like, you could show me your report card or whatever, and it could say all A's in all the things that are relevant to that subject, but I'm going to follow the person who makes me laugh. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And that's how most people do. It's charisma over competence. Like, it's crazy how that works. And then second, like, I don't even like charisma, like competence is like the third or fourth thing that makes people want to follow people. And I said, man, if this is, go ahead.
If you look at charisma, it actually comes back into the characteristics of a person. The charisma comes from the characteristics. So how are they acting? How are they, what's the word? Responding to other people. A lot of people don't even want to look at the words of what this means. So if we look at charisma and then we look at characteristics, just like what Kev was talking about earlier, it's like, look, we go into all these different lives. We have to bring our own charisma. We have to bring our own characteristics. Not everybody is going to accept it.
Absolutely. I mean, it's good to be both charismatic and competent and whatever. Don't just talk out of your neck. But it was amazing when I was doing that study. I only brought that up to like prove something. Like, I think a lot of people blindly follow and don't question and don't actually listen to what people are saying. They're just like, yeah, because that guy makes me laugh, or yeah, because that girl's pretty, or yeah, because she says I'm a handsome guy every now and again, or yeah, she receives gifts from me. And that's like what happens more often than we recognize.
I so agree with you on that hashtag, and I think even Kevin has talked about this. A lot of people don't listen. They don't even sit back in the comments, or sit back and observe, or sit back and actually understand what the conversation is really being about before they actually step in to speak.
That's the
They
truth.
don't want to.
That's the truth. Like
A lot of people
the
just want to
crazy
push
thing
their
about
agenda.
the crazy thing about listening, right? Because I wasn't always a good listener, you know. But the crazy thing about listening is that people think that their opinions or their responses or whatever are gonna lose power when they don't jump off the cliff as soon as they feel an emotional charge. Like you're like if whatever you have to say is actually powerful, it doesn't lose power because you don't emotionally charge it. Does that make sense what I just said? Like if what you're saying is actually powerful, it doesn't lose power because you are not full of that emotion that that you think was necessary for you to project that idea. Like if Kev said something and I thought of like a funny punchline, like or whatever, and then I just threw it out there, like yeah, it was good for that, but power is really like a long lasting thing. Like when real power is present, when real power is present, you remember it way after it's done. That's how you know something is really powerful because it'll last years. People will be talking about it for a long time. You know what I'm saying? Like that's when you know something got real energy. But
I
people
agree.
feel so charged to say and do whatever they want to do in certain moments because they think that what they're saying is going to lose power.
Right, because if you think that it's going to lose power, then you're not even trusting yourself.
Oh man, you said a mouthful right
Right.
there. I don't think most people trust themselves to
They
like
don't.
like Kev, do you think most people feel that they're powerful? Like, dude, you think
No.
people actually believe? And this kind of brings back to your point, bro. Like
Confidence.
you said, most people don't even believe nothing that they saying. They just saying shit.
They just saying it. Yep. The majority is, man. Why everybody want to flex so bad? They look for validation from outside sources and all that stuff. Who can compliment? Who can give me that hand clap for what I'm saying and see if I'm right? Just like kids. That's just what it is. Kids just to be sitting there waiting. Am I doing this right? Let me say that. You know what I'm saying? And then wait for validation from other people. There you go. You go ahead. Do your thing. Go ahead. You a good boy. You a good boy. You know. That's just what it is, man.
Cook.
I had that conversation with somebody earlier today, and I was like, look, like when you're a kid, it's like man, we have to, we develop all these emotions and all these different findings and everything from our parents. But at what point do we actually start to make the choices for ourselves and start putting ourselves first? Because not even just putting yourself first, but putting yourself into a position that is actually gonna present you with some good. A lot of people want to look at all the bad, but hello, we can put ourselves into a good position too.
Yeah, most definitely.
Like most people wouldn't know it, or like they wouldn't know it if I didn't tell them. But I stuttered until I was like in the third grade, right? And I had stuttered bad. It was a terrible stutter, like the kind where I couldn't finish a sentence. I was like, it was a whole bunch of stuff simply because I had so much fusion of languages. You know what I'm saying? Spanish, English, French. Going to my dad's house once they separated and speaking Spanish over there, and then going to my mom's house, and then my mom still dealing with French and English and everything. So it was like I stuttered a lot because I had a lot of thoughts in my head. I had to get the had to unpuzzle whatever it was sometimes. But I learned that. And it was something I taught my son. I taught my son something my dad taught me. I said to him, I said, what you have to say is important, but it has to be important to you first. And if you feel like what you have to say is important, then you're gonna want to get it out there and get it out there clear. So when I learned to do that, just to slow down and to believe the power in my own voice, then it was like overnight that I just didn't stutter no more. I just didn't. It was like, it just happened like a light switch, But I think a lot of people, although they may not stammer like I did or like we know people do, I think a lot of people are stammering with their personalities. I seen a play once. It was a guy, and he was I guess this was like a colloquialism or like a metaphor for how the guy was changing identities and personalities, whatever, right? But it was also for like mental health and stuff, right? And so what was happening was the person had a gang of clothes on. A gang of clothes on, and it was people behind them. Like every time somebody walked by him, they pulled off a shirt, they pulled off a hat, and he had like more and more and more and more, and more shit on, right? And none of the clothes was the same. Everybody got somebody different. You know what I'm saying? It was crazy as hell. And it was like, when he finally got to like his bare bones, he was pulling back, like don't pull me, like don't, like that's when he got vulnerable enough to be like, don't pull, don't show who, don't get these clothes off. And it was kind of funny. And it was funny because it was like a little Asian thing or something. I wish I had the link, but it was funny, and it really made me laugh because it was all these subtitles and stuff, underneath it. Like everybody gets a different person. Who are you really? Hi, sir. Like, and he's like, I'm not a sir, I'm a ma'am. And then they pulled the wig off. You know what I'm saying? It was like crazy. And I think that's what we get on this app. We get this app where people they get to wear all these clothes. You know what I'm saying? And they get to go to all these different rooms. And people are just snatching their clothes off. And then when they find themselves in Kev's live or something, then they ain't got no more clothes. He'd be like, oh no, I see who you really are. And they'd be like, ah. You know what I'm saying? It's funny as hell. Because I've seen people come in here and we get to put, like, some of these questions get to pulling the layers off people. Sometimes 2 at a time, 3 at a time. And then they have to come to, they have to have moments of admission. They got to be like, damn, I got to admit that because there ain't no way out. Like, oh, man. I don't know if you remember, Kev, but a few months back, it was a guy that came up in here. And we was talking about his girlfriend or something like that and all that. And we was asking him a whole bunch of questions. And slowly but surely, everything about his quote-unquote dominant behavior, it became obvious that he was just putting it on, that wasn't really who he was in his relationship. He was like, oh, At first it was like, I tell her what to do. Then he was like, no, I let her do whatever she wanted to. Like by the end of it, he's like, yeah, man, she be running me. You know what I'm saying? Like it was so funny, man. I never forget that live because it was a bunch of people in here was like, dude, what did you just say? But I mean, I appreciate your lives do that to people. It slowly but surely peels their ass back like onions. And you know what I'm saying?
The crazy part is that they happen when I jump in their lives, just like because I'll be so used to talking about what I talk about. They get mad at me. That's when I get the boot. They can't boot me on my own live. But yeah, like I said, yeah, and I mean that's the whole point, man. This live ain't meant for nobody to feel comfortable. Like I said a bunch of times. Sometimes I'll be having to not even feel comfortable about my own things I talk about. Sometimes I have to be just get put in my own place. Sometimes some people put me in my place, whatever. That's one thing. People scared to do that. Everybody got to win all the time. That's their thing. Why they don't never grow. That's all they know is what they know, and they stick what they stick with. You know, there's a lot of people just rather teach. Rather teach. They don't want to learn. They just want to teach. There used to be such things behind that. It can be even. I even ran into some situations like that. And they even with that, I think they had unhealed situations within that. I gotta be the smartest. I gotta win this. This is my way of escaping. It's so many things. Get that little check mark. Yes, I just took one down. Put them in. I don't mind. I don't mind low key. I just don't. There's plenty of times, and even through like when I first started doing this app, man, it's plenty of times. It was heavy at first, but now it's like, shoot. I realized, shoot, all of us just searching at the end of the day. It was back when even my cousin, I wish my cousin Warren was in here, but he the one kind of helped me realize like this, like, a lot of us really don't know. We just really guessing. We look at a bunch of experiences and then we tell people ours what the experience things that we experienced and then just say, this might be the route or this is, whatever. Some people make, like I said when I was mentioning earlier, some people make justifications to fit their lifestyle. Some people make justifications for what they feel better is for their community. But you could tell. That's why I talk about some stuff because, like, I talk about some things or stuff, whatever, just because I. But people kind of quick to like, man, that worked for you. Stuff like that or whatever. But okay, tell me what's working for you. You know what I'm saying? Why you so mad about what works for you? You still, whatever you doing, is not working for you. So you might have to look at something different. You still mad. You still don't know how to forgive.
I'll be asking people. I ask people, how has that been working for you? And it's funny because like the minute you ask a question like, hey, what's your intention? Or how has that been working for you? Then at that point, they have to admit that either it's not working or that they're not getting what they want out of it.
Exactly.
It's like the intention is, like the intention just don't work. Like I'm not getting, so then, but that's like the cat, like you really just building a bridge for them to say, I want to change or I want to grow or whatever. But people are, I'm telling you, people don't, man, I stopped trying to usher people to the grow line or to the change line. I stopped trying to do it. I just open the door and say, it's over there. Or I just point them in the direction and then I leave them alone. Like I stopped grabbing people's hands in these conversations and say, hey man, this is the grow line over, walk with me over to the grow line. It sounds like you need some little growth and whatever. Like I had a thing one time and I asked what your relationship style, right? What do you typically walk into relationships doing? Are you more attached to the growth or the change of people? And a lot of people by the end of that live, or actually like the bulk of it, they was confused about the distinction between the two. And I said, let's just be layman about it. Growth is the extension of something that's already there. So if it's not there, it can't grow. Okay, let's just say that. There's no way that something that's not there can grow. I've never seen something that isn't there grow. But so it has to be there in order for it to grow. Let's just admit that. Let's come to that conclusion. Then I say, okay, change is attitude nowadays. Yeah, man. I mean, and so people don't want to admit that whatever it is, and then I tell them, I said, okay, change is whatever is there. It's not gonna be the same anymore. Like it's a sudden existence of something that wasn't there before. Let's just say that. That's change. Like whatever, however it ends up, it's not like it was in the beginning. Nothing like it. It doesn't do the same thing. You can't use it the same way. And when I try to break it down just as simple as that, a lot of people don't, like, so many people in that live did not want to admit that they were more attached to changing people than they were growing people. Like they got into the relationship, they're like, oh, I'm going to change her, or I'm going to change him, And that's just, I mean, if you walk in saying you're going to change somebody and thinking that you're going to change them, then you don't really like them.
That's true.
Because you're walking in saying, I want to change. I want to put something here that ain't here. But if you say, well, I like everything that's here, I want to make it get bigger or longer or, this. And then I asked them, I said, is there I asked them one time, I said, is manipulation ever good? Right? And it seemed like the hardest question in the world for some people. I was like, just yes or no. Is manipulation ever good? And it was like, huh? What you talking about? Manipulation ain't never good. I said, have you ever used the butter knife to screw something in that was a flathead? Like a screw in? Have you ever done that before?
Improvising.
Have you ever used have you ever used a card to clean under your nails? You know what I'm saying? Like nobody say, you know what, I'm gonna make some business cards. You know what they're gonna do with them? Somebody gonna get this card and they're gonna clean under their nails. You know what I'm saying? Like how many things do we manipulate in the world? Like we manipulate so many things to please us. We manipulate things. I was like, is it ever good?
We do sometimes. I guess
we do manipulate so many things.
I don't think manipulation ever been a good thing. I think it's more of because I was talking to what's his name, Dub, about that. Dub, got his full name, Dub Broco. Yeah. And I think the word we end up figuring out is more of persuasion. Manipulation will be more of a selfish type thing or whatever. But even with that, I think what you're talking about is more of improvising. I would say repurposing. Yeah, I would say that, especially if you ain't got none. Just like people ain't got no cereal bowl, they might eat out of a pot. I wouldn't call it manipulation, but
yeah, you might. I mean, it ain't for cereal. It ain't for cereal. So you're using it for what you want to use it for. If you don't have a cereal bowl and you want that cereal, you about to grab a pot. You about to grab a cup. How many times I know people who eat? I didn't eat a whole bunch of cereal out of cups before. Nobody ever. You don't go to the store right now. Nobody goes to the store. You see cereal cups. You know what I'm saying? Like they're not for sale. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody says that.
Hey, well, we freestyling right quick, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Let me get some stuff off, right? Okay. One thing I noticed, and I've been in these TikTok streets, man. A lot of these groups are fake. And I come to realize that, like, imagine I said that I'm all about men being happy in marriages, right? And a man come on a panel and say, hey, I cater to my wife. Anything my wife wants and needs, I give it to her. Even if I believe he sounds like a simp, I'm going to be happy for him because he's happy, right? But if I'm truly not happy, if I'm preaching that I want men to be happy in marriages, right? And the man is happy, but I don't like the way he's happy, then I'm gonna voice my opinion. That means that I'm genuinely not concerned about men being happy. I want you to be happy the way I want you to be happy in your relationship, right? Same way when I come to some of these women that they be saying how they want women to have autonomy, they want women to this, they want women to stop being slaves in relationships, and men, they want women to be happy. And then the moment that a woman get on a panel and say, even if you disagree, even if a woman say, I'm submissive to my husband, he's the head, he's the leader, and I'm happy, women would be like, oh, you a pick me, oh, you a slave. And I'm like, hold on. I thought y'all was about women empowerment. As long as this woman is happy, that should be the only thing that matter. But it comes across as if she's not happy the way that you think a woman should be happy, then you start labeling her names. And one thing I noticed in a mutual friend that I follow his live, right? These people always talk about, like, if I see if Saul get on a panel and start bashing women, I see a certain group of women be like, oh, he wrong for calling women big back and this and that. He's a misogynistic. But it's a certain woman that be on a certain dude live that all women do not like her because they call her a pick me. The moment she speak up, all women attack her. Men, women attack her. They don't stand up for her because she don't have the same views as they do. So I realized that you only protected and they only like you as a woman if you have the same views as them. If you don't have the same views as them, they're gonna throw you to the wolves and be like, you know what, we're gonna let the men deal with you. And I find that to be like that's a hypocrite, and you're really not true in your stance as far as what you truly believe. So I pay attention to. I don't like to put people in a box, but once you put yourself in the box and you say you standing on this box, now I'm gonna hold you to that standard that you put out there. Now, that a lot of times I just see that they really don't. They're not happy for women being happy in marriages the way. Like if a woman says she just submissive, whatever, I think some of those words are just trigger words and it just gets under people's skin. But if that woman is truly happy and she says she's happy and you all about women empowerment and women being happy and picking themselves, why would you be upset with a woman being happy the way that she wants to be happy instead of you want her to be happy the way you want to be happy?
And it's like we want men to be happy too. So if men are happy,
that's kind of I'm gonna say I believe men should be happy, right? But if I'm just being honest, I've noticed that a lot of times, and people be like, "What the hell are he talking about?" Like I don't like statistics. Let me tell you why. Because when you bring up statistics, right? If they say that a certain men or women, it could be men or women, but I'm gonna speak on the men. If they say 30% of men are such and such, or the DV to women, right? The study is on a certain amount of men, and what they do is not majority of men. It is a small amount of men, and what they do is they would take that study that was on a small amount of men and apply that to all men. Same way with women.
Right.
Give a small study on women and give you that study and apply it to all percent of people. And I don't like studies. I don't like it, especially if it's not read right, if it's not used the right way.
I'm the same way, Sean. I'm the same way. I don't like statistics on that because even if you look at statistics and you look at censuses and you look at who was included in that, who got to make up that makeup.
I think I said a while ago. I don't think people. It'd be nice if people know how to. And I say it all the time. It's okay to disagree with me because I'm not always right. I could say some stuff that's off the wall. I might say some stuff off the wall because you triggered me and you got under my skin, right? But you don't have to throw insults. And one thing I've noticed is if people don't know how to, I feel like people vocabulary or they have a comprehension problem, that the moment you disagree with someone or they proved you wrong and you don't have a comeback, the first thing you do is throw insults. So I don't believe it's they just want to throw insults. I believe that they ran out of shit to say and they can't defend their talking point.
Good.
That's a fact.
That's good. That's good.
I completely agree because a 34-year-old acting like a 14-year-old is sad as fuck.
That's true. That's true. That's true. Yeah, that's a good one, though.
I like how you
Yeah,
said that, Sean.
I just got out of that issue with people acting like that.
Hey, I'm gonna say one more thing, and I'm gonna mute up for a second. And I hear a lot of times, and I be agreeing on some of these topics, right? That a lot of women are DVs, right? I'm not gonna ever dispute that, right? And a lot of times I hear people say, well, that's only the numbers that's reported. A lot of women a lot of women don't like coming forth a lot of times because people won't believe them. I believe that also, right? So I'm standing on that, right? But on the other end, I hear them say, well, men don't know if they really being abused because they don't really know, or they don't really know if they being abused, and a lot of men don't come forward. And I'm like, okay, hold on. So that let me know that once again, the statistics is all wrong, because I believe that is true in a sense, right? I believe that as little boys, however you want to slice it and dice it, we've all been told that men or boys not supposed to hit girls, men not supposed to hit women. In my mind, you are teaching little boys to accept abuse from women, and when you go into these relationships, most men just take it. Most men just take it because we've been taught just to take it. I don't believe. I wouldn't tell my daughter to. I tell my daughter, don't put your hand on no one, right? You put your hands on someone, no telling who they are, they might just consider them defending themselves. So to teach a boy that he shouldn't hit a woman, but you never really hear like the teaching of don't put your hands on a man. But it's always been taught to us to don't put our hands on women. And in return, a lot of men are being abused physically and emotional abuse. And a lot of men don't even know it because all you've been taught is to accept it from women.
And may I say that's based
I
on
agree,
tradition
Sean.
as well.
And Sean, you should have been in a live that we were talking about. I think it's a new case, and I know not everybody's going to bring this up because nobody wants to talk about it, where a woman was the violator, the one that was putting her hands on the man, and how the police actually had to. I don't like to bring like government into it, but you know, a lot of women don't understand. This is where privilege comes in. This is where privilege or entitlement comes in. Is like, look, just because you are a woman does not mean that you can treat a man in a certain type of way. And I think a lot of women are not. They're using their entitlement. They're using their privilege, and they're taking advantage of it. This is why we can't even allow our men to do what they need to do in order to protect us. So if you as a woman are trying to, attack a man, well, what are you going to do when a man is trying to attack you? A lot of women are not even seeing it from that perspective.
If I may, back in the time when a man, the whole entire aspect of, you shouldn't hit a woman and things of that nature, that's tradition, and that's also tradition stemming back to when women were actually ladies and they weren't hitting men, they weren't abusing men as they are today. I believe that the stance does have to change only because the environment in which women are not perceiving or treating themselves as ladies or treating others as if they are ladies. That's why that needs to change. It's not a bad concept, but it's only a good concept if women are actually ladies. And trust me, there's a difference between women and ladies.
Oh yeah, yesterday I had a live, right? Yesterday I had a live, and the topic was who are the real deadbeats, right? And I wanted to define what a deadbeat was, and I wanted to go into the statistics of deadbeat parents, deadbeat friends, all that type of stuff. I had to, I allowed the panel to create a whole pie chart of like what they think just from where they are in the world, their own POV, what they think men and women do, right? And who are the real deadbeats. And when we came down to it, after all of that, I said, now let me give you some statistics. And the statistics from 2022 were that only 10% of non-custodial men are more than 3 months late on child support or just don't pay child support at all. While non-custodial women are 43% of non-custodial women don't pay child support or are more than 3 months late on child support, right? And then I said, well, why do you think this is, and why don't we ever talk about this? And let me tell you also that the reason why I believe that men are still given the overbearing shadow of being deadbeats when we can see the numbers and where they are is because of the impact that that most households go through. So if you said, like, if there was, like, it's a lot different to look at a household if there's 1 million households that are non-custodial men and only 1,000 households that are non-custodial women. The impact of those two people that are, of that 53% or that 43% is way less than that 10%, simply because there's way more households that are not non-custodial men. You know what I'm saying? So that it was like, although the statistics tell you that women are doing a worse job at parenting when they're not custodial parents, the impact is still heavier on the men's side because there's way more missing men in homes than there is women. Does that make sense what I just said? And that's why, like, men still get the dark shadow, because 1% of men is still 100,000 households. You understand what I'm saying?
And I guess I'm gonna give a little pushback, right? Statistics and reality in my mind, in my own little world, it doesn't align. And what I mean by that is, I believe that some of the things that's been said about us as men, if you just look out in the communities, if you take your own individual life, and I'm gonna take mine for an example. I didn't grow up in a lot of house homes to where my friends had their dad in the household. Didn't see it. It was damn near, I got jealous when I seen other boys that have their fathers, right? And then when you look out into like when you see all of these celebrities and all these people who make it big and they start doing good in life, the first thing and the first person they think is always women. It's going to be their grandmother. It's going to be their mom. You rarely hear any people say, I want to thank my dad. I want to thank my grandpa. You don't hear these things. So if I'm just sitting back looking and like what I see day to day, and as far as like some of the things they say, I have to admit that it is true in a sense, because when you just look out into our communities, if you have like when people say, when I hear the word so-called black on black crime, just when I hear it, I don't hear black people on black people. I hear black men on black men, because we are the ones that's unaliving each other at a high rate. Women are not out there doing it. Black women are not doing it the way that we are doing it. So we have a problem with our emotions, how to handle our emotions. Boys get trigger happy. We have a problem with dealing with feelings and emotions, and we just fly off the handle. So to me, just looking in the world, as far as that's why I put myself Sean's world, because everybody don't have the same views as me. I'm in my own little world, and what I see and what my eyes perceive, everybody probably not see that, and everybody have different views, and I respect that. But from what I've seen, even on when people make it in life, what I see in my own communities, I have a nonprofit organization where we have like 40 kids. None of their fathers is around. So I'm constantly saying that these fathers are not around. And when I mean not around, I don't mean that they paying child support and they get their kids every other weekend. I'm saying that these men are literally gone, like nowhere to be found. Like these kids don't know who their dad is.
I mean, I'll say, Mr. Sean, that I think
when we really look at the numbers, right?
Can I say
When we
something
really
on
look,
that?
go ahead, please.
I just wanted to speak on that too, because I think where Sean is coming from is so passionate, because especially with the field that I work in, and I've experienced this so much, is that a lot of it is the women discounting the men, or not allowing the men to be there, or not I'm trying to say this nicely, because a lot of women will not like me for saying this. So we don't want to use the government as our new daddy, if that makes sense. So now we're discounting our men. Now these men are nowhere to be found because the government or the society has told them that you're not allowed to be here. And this is what I always say with women. Look, I'm going to let my dad see my kids this way. No, those are his kids too. Those are his kids too. So what gave you the authority? And this is where I always tell women, we have to give our men authority. We have to allow them to be that man that they're supposed to be in order to help us raise our children, and stop being the victim mindset to say, well, because I'm a single woman. Well, you're single because you actually chose to say, I don't want the man around because
Can
you
I
want to be in control.
let me speak
So
on
I
that
don't
for
know if I'm,
let me
maybe
let me
I'm
answer that.
speaking it the wrong way.
Can I speak?
Give me 1 second, Chad. Let me speak on that because my wife worked for the state and she deal with a lot with women coming in and getting assistance. And I've also been to child support court for 9 months straight fighting for my daughter, right? So I could give you what I seen in the court system and I could give you what my wife see day to day. I don't believe that there are a certain group of women that will pick the system over the man, no matter what the man is doing. But for the majority, I would not say, like, I believe that a lot of men, when I was going to court for those 9 months, I literally seen not men in there fighting for their kids. I seen men in there behind on child support. I seen men willing to go to jail because they didn't want to pay their child support. I didn't see men in there fighting. Out of 9 months I was in court, I seen maybe 2 or 3 men coming to court with their lawyers trying to see their kids. And one thing I was always taught that was not correct is the court is against us. I think that is the biggest lie that keep men from going even to court, even to fight for their kids, because you already feel defeated. Now, let me put it in perspective. I'm a black man, and my first child mother is a YT woman. I was already told that when you go to court, you're not going to get what you want. The court is going to F you over. She a YT woman. They're going to do whatever. I didn't listen to that, right? I started watching goddamn child support court on YouTube to get my ducks in a row. Like, okay, I'm going to go win. I'm going to see if this system, if it's actually true what they say about the court is set up against men. I went into court. Everybody, if you're on child support, you should know that the standard is the first, third, and the fifth weekend that you get your child. That's the standard. I was able to tell the judge to give me the second and the fourth weekend because my wife have 2 older kids and they go with their dad on the first, third, and fifth. If I get my daughter on the first, third, and fifth, my daughter will never have a relationship with my stepkids because they be with their dad. So the judge granted me that. She also wanted supervised visitations because she was being petty. I wasn't in my emotions. I just stated facts. I brought my proof. The judge dropped that. She also wanted $5,000 in arrears because for 8 or 9 months, she didn't allow me to see my child, right? Or well, to get her for the weekend. I seen her, but I couldn't get her for the weekend. I
Got you.
had proof that she tried to get 5,000. The judge say no. I'm not gonna give you anything because he had paperwork showing that you went out of your way to keep him away from his child. So here it is. I've been told that the court system is against us as men, but I was able to go in court and win against a YT woman with a YT judge. So I believe we've been told lies about the court system and we don't even go and fight. So I don't believe that no woman could keep you from your child if you're willing to go to court. Even just not even a lawyer, just go to I'd recommend every man this. Put yourself on child support and give yourself some rights and a fighting chance. Once you put yourself on child support, she has to follow those guidelines. If she don't, she would be held in contempt and she would go to jail. But most men don't want to pay child support. They don't want to put themselves on child support and be held responsible for it.
And thank you, Sean, for bringing that up, because a lot of people, I'm doing a podcast right now,
After you go, love
and part of my podcast is called Fathers Alliance, and it's actually bringing like the fathers and also mothers. It's how you use the government. It's how you use the government. You can go to the government. Look, some of it is gonna work for you, but sometimes you have to fight. And I'm with you on that, Sean. I'm with you on that.
Yeah, he enlightened me on that one. I ain't know about that one though.
Please join my podcast.
Hold on real quick, Hash, because I gotta let Chad in and then let you go.
My bad.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying that like this shit is real weak. It's real weak. Like at the end of the day, like the man was never kicked. The government can't kick you out of no shit that's yours. He didn't have a fucking house to put his baby mama in. If he had his own fucking apartment in his own fucking name, if he had a house in his own fucking name, since when can the government kick you out of some shit that belonged to you? That's yours. That's yours. If your lease on your name on that lease, the government never kicked the man. He did not have a place to provide. So the woman had to go to the government to find a place to live, or else she would have been on the street in a cardboard box. So then the government, since it's not his house, it's not her house, it's Uncle Sam's house, Uncle Sam's going to make those fucking rules. And Uncle Sam's going to say, based on your income, you got to follow these rules. And if you don't want to fucking follow the fucking rules, because the man could live there. He could live there married and on him. He could live there married and everything. You just have to marry her. Didn't want to marry her. You know what I'm saying? Don't want to report your income. Don't want to do none of these things. So you got to follow the rules when the shit ain't yours. Ain't nobody kick nothing out. Like, I don't get where y'all come up with that shit. Like, that is it's just weak as fuck. Y'all make men sound like they so fucking weak. Can't no woman keep no man from nothing that he fucking want. Like, the nigga don't give kids because he don't fucking want your fucking kids. It's simple as that. I used to be a finance manager at a car dealership. I've seen what it looked like for a man to want something. If I told that nigga, you gonna need 10,000 things to get this 2013 fucking 7 Series that's smoking in the back, guess what that motherfucker gonna come with? All of that shit. He gonna get all of that shit. A woman can't keep a man from nothing that he won't. Just accept it. He don't want your fucking kids. That's it. Like, y'all make men sound like they so fucking weak. It's disgusting when I hear it. Especially to hear a woman making all these fucking these sympathy rants about men. Like, my man don't need your help. You can't do nothing that a man can't do. You can't stop a man from doing nothing. I don't know where y'all get that from. It's just like so backwards, and it's like y'all make men sound like that. That's why. Who the fuck gonna respect somebody when that woman's stronger than him? When a woman can keep you from something? Like, that don't even make no fucking sense. It don't make sense. I'm done.
I'm so glad you brought
That's funny though, Sean. Even though you said you like, I actually met Chad. I met Chad because it's funny because you have because I met Chad before you because he just like you and me, Sean. Me and him disagree on a lot of stuff too though, but it's some stuff we just respectful. We still respect each other and stuff. But I said I knew he was gonna like what he said. But y'all actually I'm listening to y'all though. So I mean I'm hearing the other end on things though, and that's why, because I asked so many questions and stuff. So, I mean, as I'm hearing y'all talk about this, it kind of makes sense, though. But I see people just always just run with things or something like that. And the fact that you saying that, I can't say that. I don't think that they is trying as hard. Because people even be acting weak now on this app, acting like they, man, I can't do this and all that stuff. Dang, did you even try? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. We so quick to put it on something else rather than... So I can see that happening with the court thing and all that stuff, because I was just going off of people they fight it and all that stuff, but I don't think they're trying to fight it though. I can't see that. They don't even try to put the energy to change their own life, so why would they put the energy to, you know what I'm saying? So I can see somebody going with that. So have you ever heard of this though? You ever heard of this? They'll be like,
hold on. They'll be like, well, why should I have to fight? Right? I heard all this stuff before I went to court.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Why should a man have to fight? This is where it'll piss me off in a sense at the same time.
She fighting?
Yeah, they'll be like fighting. Okay, you wanting to see your child. If anything that you want to fight for in this life, it should be that, right? And on the other end, they be like, well, a man shouldn't have. They say the dumbest thing I hear is child support is for absent fathers, not failed relationships. That's to me, that let me know you shouldn't even be a father in the first place when you say some dumb stuff like that, because. If you're not in a household with your child, that's more like, and also it's only reimbursement. Whatever I pay child support every 2 weeks. Whatever she spend in between that time, she's pretty much spending her money. When she get child support, all I'm doing is just reimbursing her on what she spent already. And also, you pay taxes. You don't know where your tax is going, but you want to have a problem talking about with child support. I don't know. I want to make sure my money is spent on my child. You don't even know where your tax is going, and you ain't complaining about that. but you want to complain about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Child
it is.
Well,
Yeah,
and
but it is
let's
spent on the
go
child.
there though,
It is
Sean.
spent on the child.
So if you think about it, my thing is, I always tell women, why do you want to use the government if you don't know how to communicate with your partner and you can't communicate to say, hey, we're gonna have these kids on these weekends? Why does it take the government to say, look, we didn't get along together, now we're not together, but why can't we decide on the weekends? Why does it have to
Because
take
kids,
some
they're
other
kids with
entity?
kids.
Yeah,
Like that
Yeah,
easy.
but then
exactly.
to his point, the child support is going to the damn kid because
But
at the end
it's
of the day,
also
you paying child support. You can live in a fucking studio apartment anywhere you fucking want to live. You can fucking get
so
drunk after
Chad.
work. You can do all this shit.
Chad,
She gotta live in a 2-3 bedroom house. She got to. She
let,
gotta
let
live
me ask you
in
this
a school
question,
district.
Chad.
She got to. It's different.
And Chad, and I think you're going to
Yeah.
agree with me. Why does a woman not lose her license if she don't pay? eh, a
If she
man
Yeah,
loses his
women don't
license.
lose
In
their license.
California, she
They
does.
she
don't.
don't lose her. It's called. She will go to jail for neglect of a dependent. She
Right.
go to
Right,
jail.
right.
She go to jail. So it's the same thing. She will go to jail. Fuck losing her license. She will go to jail.
I ain't know that.
So it's neglect of a dependent. A woman can her kid. People get their kids taken away from them all the time. You think these crackhead mamas still got their kids? No, they don't. So you will lose your. So, but then also like all the money do go to
Some
the kid. That's
do.
what I'm saying. Like she has to buy a house, rent a house that's close to fucking the school that lives in that school district. She gotta decide how far away is that house from her job because when the kids get sick in the middle of the day, guess who the fuck they calling? Her. She gotta worry about taking PTO. She gotta worry about all this bullshit that you don't gotta worry about. Nigga, you out getting drunk after work every motherfucking day in your studio apartment with your paper plates. You ain't got nothing to worry about. You ain't got nothing to worry about. You got your
'Cause
shit
I'm not
easy.
gonna lie. I have an issue with
Well,
men
let me
who
give
like
you
to call themselves single fathers that don't take care of their kids. You're not really a parent.
no arguments here. No arguments here on that. Well, I mean, okay, so let's look at the numbers real
That was
quick, right?
awkward.
As of present, 26 states, right? 26 states of our. I think we have 52 states now, right? 26 of them where men file for full custody and come with proper paperwork, they overwhelmingly get custody of their children, right? Like
Right. Because
like
the system was set
like
up for men to win.
out of 26 states, okay? Because I mean the other states do have more of a lean, but out of the 26 states where the men file custody, right? They overwhelmingly get their kids. So there is a discrepancy with men saying they want their kids and actually deciding to take the right the right route in order to get custody or to get their proper visitation if they're working all over the place and they can't.
Yeah, they're
Like
lying.
men do get custody more in at least 26 states, right?
Right.
When they file.
Right.
When they file. So I understand exactly what the brother talking about when he say men ain't doing their due
Y'all told
diligence.
me
Men
something.
men believe the lie. Yeah, men aren't doing their due diligence. Men are believing a lie. All of that is real. As of present, as of 2024, as of present. Now, if we was talking about maybe 10 years ago where there was 12 states, and now there's 26, then it'll be a little bit different. But right now, if a man wants to file for custody for his kids, he has at least 26 of the states.
Yeah, but
He's more
child
likely to get his
support.
kid.
Child support is easier than custody of the kid. People just need to admit it's easier to pay that little fee and then just be done with the motherfuckers. And you can still say that you was a good dad. You paid your child support. At the end of the day, you
Yeah.
ain't gotta have the difference between your child support don't even cover the difference that she gotta have now she gotta live in a 2-3 bedroom. You in a studio. You know what I'm saying? Like that difference don't even cover that. Let alone feeding the motherfucker and all this other shit.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
I
I can't
mean,
say that though. I think it depends. It depends because I see
That's kind of a
some people
nice
that
way
got
of
to
him
work a
saying
few
fuck them
jobs and
kids.
barely can keep up with the situation while the woman is part. So it just depends. I wouldn't overall
If
just
you,
say
but if
that
you
it
can't,
is easier.
right? But
Huh?
if you can't pay the child support, then you definitely can't do full custody of them kids.
Yeah, hold on, Kev.
No, I get what you're saying on that though. Yeah,
I
I
don't
feel that
know.
on that.
I don't know in certain states, but I know in Texas, if you got one child, it's 20% of your net income. So me, I still live comfortably, and I pay child support. It don't really
Right. Because
affect my lifestyle. And the number one rule that I hear a lot of people say is, especially men, is they don't have the money, right? You don't have the finances to get a lawyer. Now, don't get me wrong, lawyers is expensive, but to me, I feel like that's a cop out because only thing I done was I did research and I watched YouTube videos. All I did was if you already on child support and you want to go back to court, you don't need a lawyer. All you have to do is set up a review. That review is every 3 years. If you are changing your income drastically, maybe $5 per hour, that's a big difference. You could set up a review and get everything you want in a review without even going to court. So you don't really need a lawyer and pay a $3,000 retainer fee just to go to court. You could just set up a review and go from there.
Well, a lot of people.
Hey, hold up real quick. I do want to address that though, and I like that. I actually agree though, but I think it's a little deeper than that. She said, you shouldn't be dating if you can't afford it. I say that too, but I also would say like you shouldn't be living this fun life and sleeping with people, opening your legs, beating backs in, all that stuff because we know what comes behind it. But I would say overall, if you can't afford that, because we see how this go 9 times out of 10 and stuff, but then we want everybody to feel sorry for us when we make our mistakes and stuff. Or this person, if you feel like, I'm gonna put it this way, right? We got enough information now. If you feel like this person might trick you, don't date. Don't do none of these things because people just be because like if we didn't learn by now, I think a lot of this stuff we knew, but we thought we could be different from our parents. We like, okay, now I'm gonna try it a different way because our parents, some of our parents did warn us. Some of us might not have parents or something like, but we had time and we have enough information now to not get this thing called tricked or whatever or something like that. So I would, like I said, I would agree with that. If you can't afford possible mistakes or or kids or even a woman or something like, I wouldn't even don't sleep with them. I would just overall just say don't sleep with them. You said don't date. I just say don't sleep with them because we see what happens with that.
Do you see that comment? That's part of the problem where men be so confused and they be defeated before they even go. Don't go to child support court without a lawyer. I went without a lawyer. Once again, with a YT woman, with a YT judge, and got everything that I wanted. You don't need a lawyer.
You don't. It doesn't even make sense because chances are the woman you have the baby by make less money than you.
You can exactly.
Or around the same money. So if you can't afford it, she can't afford it either. Where the fuck is she getting all this lawyer money from?
Exactly.
And she got the kid. She got to spend all that money with kid. She ain't got no money either.
You can actually go to court and represent yourself. A lot of people don't know the legal laws of you can actually represent yourself. And you are so right, Chad. Most of them women, they don't have the same money. They don't have the money because now they're asking for, it's just like a public defender. It's just like, oh my goodness.
That scared me a little bit. I'm like, you said the wrong name.
Oh, I know. I'm not even thinking about that person.
Hey, Kev, you'll be surprised that when it do come down to going to court, the men and women, most of the time men show up with a lawyer than the women. Because they don't, you don't have no response as far as finances. You're not really paying child support yet as far as when you first start out. You're not even paying child support yet. So you can't keep all your money. So if you're not paying child support, guess who's supporting their child financially until y'all go to court? That woman. So she don't have that extra money to be paying for a lawyer like you do. To me, the shit, when I say it was easy, it was so easy that I thought it was fake during the process.
Yeah.
The system was set up to win. The system set up for men to win. Men wrote the system. The majority of judges in America are men. Men write the laws. The majority of our Supreme Court justices are men. Ain't no fucking way men wrote a law that's gonna benefit women. They can't even control their own coochie. Like, it don't even make sense.
That is actually so true. And Chad, you're the only person that has brought that up. And
the way he said
it. He's so right, though. He's so right. Men wrote these laws, but yeah, women are using it. So I always ask this question: is it we have the system in place, just the wrong people running it? So who is catering to these women?
Can I ask you a question?
The world.
Is is it the system fault that you don't know the know the law, or is it if you're a man and you're trying to go to court and fight for your child? Is it the judge's fault that you don't know the law, that you're not prepared to be able to defend yourself and get custody of your child and fight for your child, or it's your fault that you don't know the law? That
It's
you're
your
going to
fault.
court. Exactly.
As a man, you're responsible for it. As a man, you're responsible for the things that you don't know too.
I agree.
I don't get why people don't understand that. Just because you don't know it, that don't mean shit. We adults.
I'm
You
glad
are
you said
responsible
that,
for that.
right? I think everybody, mistakes or not, I think we all at fault for, especially as an adult. So I feel that worldwide on that. But some people get away and say that.
May I say something really quick?
I think all we gotta, that's the whole point, even with the accountability. I'm gonna let you go, my brother. But the thing is, it's like we all, and I'm glad somebody had wrote that in the comments, we all gonna make mistakes in our life because we growing, and some stuff we was lacking in on information, right? But it's not to sit there and basically make an excuse or whatever. We gotta learn from our mistakes. That's just overall. We did our dirt. I think that's the reason why a lot of us can't forgive and all that stuff or whatever, because we did our dirt and we act like we just gotta be stuck. Okay, we gotta find a way to escape. We fight in everything else. We fight to win arguments. We fight to when somebody talk about our color and then we beat them up and all that stuff. Okay, we fight for that, but we don't fight for our own life. We gotta fight for our own lifestyles. We gonna make mistakes, so we gotta figure a way to it. Because like the thing is, I think what we do nowadays, and that's the reason why I'm more listening than anything right now, because like I realize that sometimes we just be finding ourselves in this competition thing and we just never grow out of it. It's, okay, I do this more and you do this less and all that. Okay, cool, right. So whoever might be right or wrong, but what we gonna do with the information now that one of us know that we at the lowest, one of us might be at the have these problems, what are we going to do to escape these problems? We claim that a lot of us claim that we solution based or doing these whatever, but we continue like, okay, cool. Okay, look at this, right? Say this, right? Like we got some lies that say, okay, men are trash and women. Okay, so once we found out and somebody finally said it, okay, cool, yeah, men are trash. So what can we do right here, right? After you figure this out, how you gonna become better? Huh? That's what I want to know. Once even this, right? Some lies that be waiting on women to hold themselves accountable. After we do that, what's that? What that's gonna do to make you better? That's why I be trying to wonder, like on both ends, like some of this stuff just don't be making sense. Because I even had to like recently had to get up. TikTok is so irritating, bro. I swear, I'll be in the middle of talking. I forgot the last thing what was the last thing I said?
You were going in, Kev. You were going in.
I forgot. Yeah, that's what the perfect time TikTok want to do what it want to do.
After we acknowledge whatever we're talking about, what's the next move after that?
Yeah, but basically, right? Because I think, and that's what I notice about a lot of these lies, man. And that's some stuff I even had to mature out of, right? Is that, okay, it's like a competition thing. So now that we found out men is no good, they cheat, or women, they can't. So, all right, now that we figured this out, what we going to do with this information? Back to even with the flexing thing, what we going to do with this information to become better ourselves? Because all I be hearing, like, even with these rooms, and that's what I had to grow out of. I see this thing that happened to me recently is making me realize, like, man, what do I do? What am I doing in these certain areas for? Because it's like it took me to get blocked by this one person that I realized, like, dang, was this person even worth sticking around? So it's like, dang, if I'm trying to be better or trying to help people be better, I can't talk to brick. I gotta stop talking to brick walls. That's one thing. I'm not gonna argue with brick walls, and it's not me calling people names, but you gotta realize it's like some people you talk to, they just don't want to understand. It is what it is. I'm quick. I'm at the point like, okay, cool. You believe it in that? Okay, cool. I'm not about to argue with what you got stuck in your mind already. It is what it is. You think this way, I think this way. Cool. You go on your side. That's gonna help uplift the way of thinking, and I'll go to my side. It is what it. Even though I'm more on expanding and listening, right? listening and teaching at the same time. Listen, teach. I think that's the best way to do it. You know what I'm saying? But some people just like, let me just push the message. If you go against that, and I like what Sean said earlier, I'm going to call you a name because I don't know what else to come back with you on. That's what you
Well,
find
most
a lot in
people
a lot
like
of
the
those areas that
maturity.
always saying, let's go ahead and keep pushing how bad these people is, and yet every time somebody say something opposite of what you don't like, then you show how bad you is by calling them out their name and stuff. Oh, you
Yeah.
got it. You must be at a bad. Your junk dry. You got the shrimp and all this other stuff. They come with all this stuff. You're not doing any better than these so-called people that you claim supposed to be so bad. You doing a super good job. Well, I'm emotional. I had to come out this way or something like that. Any excuse when it come to you though, but let an emotional person snap on you and do some type of way. Nah, you want to make a whole live about them. You want to be like, oh, look how bad it is. Look what they said. Look what they came out their mouth with. What about what you came with your mouth with? We seen what you was putting in them comments. We seen all like people, but just like I said, they go back to that hypocritical stuff I was talking about earlier, though. But it's just like, when we
Exactly.
gonna get tired and get done with stuff like that? I think, like I said, I had to. I'm actually talking to myself a little bit because I had to realize, like, dang, I've been trying to not even force. I've been trying to get people to be balanced because I be trying to be that way and get people try to understand just like I am because to help them. I realize a lot of people just don't want it. Like they really want to stay where they comfortable at. And I understand that. I feel that. I feel it
Mhm.
though. You gotta stay where you're comfortable because that's the level you at. You know what I'm saying? I gotta go in rooms that talk about how bad this other person is instead of going in rooms that talk about how bad I am. I understand that though. Is that gonna help you grow? That is what it is. I think they found that way, but that's called that coping stuff. That's back to my topic itself. That people that really don't want to heal, they just want to feel good that okay, cool, somebody is confirming my lifestyle. Somebody is sitting here helping me out. Okay, cool. I knew it. I knew that women was no good. Yes, cool, right. Oh, I knew this guy was no. I knew they was trash. They was cheaters because I dealt with cheaters. I knew the cool. All right, now what can I do with my life now?
Well, remember, Kev,
Nothing.
when I brought up this
Yeah,
I brought up
because
this conversation like months
I got
ago.
my bad,
That,
lovely. I gotta let Andre go. He ain't said that in a while.
go ahead, Andre.
yeah,
Andre, then I'm gonna
yeah,
let you go. Then I'm gonna let Nate go.
thank you. Because like I said, there's nothing more embarrassing than trying to converse with someone that's 34 plus, but they act like they're 14. Um, it's like it shows no degree of growth, especially if you're an older person. Like you're telling me that you spent 20 years not being able to control your emotions. You really can't control your emotions at 30. That's embarrassing. You can't control, all these issues and everything like that that's going on in your life by the time you're 30, 35. That's just ridiculous. Get your life in order and then go and talk in a platform or something like that where you want to be heard and represented, but you shouldn't be doing that on broken time with yourself. That's just very immature. And you're wasting the time of all the adults in the room too. It's like you having a kid at the grown folks table. It's just improper. You
Yeah.
just look out of place.
Go ahead, lovely, and then Nay after that. Then I'm gonna get I think it's Slimy want to say something again.
Slimy.
Is
I'm
it
sorry.
Slimy or Slimy? I don't want to say your
So,
name wrong. What is it?
so I think what like Andre is speaking on and what you're speaking on, Kev, is like, if you look for I brought up this question like months ago, like with everything that you've been presented with, whether it's from your parents, from your cousins, from your aunts, your uncles, your family, and then all the experiences that you have. Now what? Now what do you do with everything that has been presented to you? What choice are you going to make now based upon what you've been presented with?
Mm-hmm. I remember you was saying that all the time. Ever since I started this app 3 years ago, you be saying, "Now, what are you gonna do with it?" Now that you know the whole entire Bible, what are you gonna do with it? Now that you have all these degrees, what are you gonna do with it? Now that you done found out you're a conspiracy, ultimate goddess or god, or these things that people call themselves, now what are you gonna do with it? You're just gonna talk about it all these days? You know what I'm saying? You still don't know how to forgive you. You still miserable. You still talk about how you can't do this and all that. But dang, what is all these titles and all this stuff for? That's boy. I think one day when people wake up and realize, like, okay, these are useless things we are talking about. This not helping better my life. Then people might, start waking up. But like I said, it comes with it's a maturity thing, and they go back to that one video I made, man. It's a maturity war. Everybody's at different levels of maturity. You could tell. Because when somebody get their little feelings hurt, your mama this and you horrible, you trash, yeah. That's why you ain't got that.
Your
That's why you not
haircut,
married.
your
That's why they got a
clothes.
bunch of things like little kids do. That's what little kids do. Literally, when they get their little feelings hurt, that's why you don't have a toy car like me, and they come with all type of stuff, man. It's no different. We just little kids in grown bodies doing the same exact things. Oh my gosh, bro, so many things, and that's why I say little stuff like that, and that's how I knew I kind of matured myself, right? It's when people do make those comments, I be laughing like, dang, what the heck? I did this back when I was, what the heck, we still doing that now? And I love what Sean said earlier though. That make a lot of sense though. Is that a lot of people? I don't think they purposely try to. What's a lot of people do, but some people they do it because they do try to offend or throw insults because they don't know what to say. Like they ran out of words. They feel bad that they don't have a response, so now they got to come with something that they know they can do. Is like use a bitch or you know what I'm saying. That's all they can say because they can't think anything else. And that's what I always tell people. That's when I know I got somebody, and I started laughing to myself like, dang, you had to stoop that low. You had to talk about whatever that means you lost. You done lost the fight. You lost already because that's the most you could do. But the only people that get entertained by it or that he got you or somebody is the same people that's at that same level. You know what I'm saying? That same level, like that all they comebacks is always about how bad another person is. Yet you can't keep a relationship. Yet you can't keep friends, and you can't stand. You're easily triggered. Watch what you say. Trigger warning. These some trigger warning people and all that stuff. Why you gotta live your whole lifestyles there? You can't tell Earth this trigger warning. You can't tell them that because Earth gonna do what it's gonna want to do. You know what I'm saying? You only hurting yourself. You the one made these boundaries of you can't say this around me. That's you hurting yourself. That's back to us hurting our own selves with these silly boundaries we put down or these silly rules. If you don't even respect is subjective. You know what I'm saying? You can't tell the world to respect you. They're not going to do it. But people don't know what humbleness is either, though. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes, hey, stuff ain't just worth it. You realize some people literally don't have nothing to live for. They wait for you to talk crazy so they can just pop you. Just that simple, though, because they don't have anything else to live for. They done lost their mama. They done lost, they kid and all this other stuff. They wait for you to say something silly. You have a lot of these people got kids. A lot of people are still talking about pull up on people. But that's actually a message I'm about to do tomorrow. So y'all got a heads up on what I'm gonna post tomorrow though. Cause tomorrow I'm posting because I usually do morning videos every. But go ahead. I think Nay. I must have been stored up this week. Go ahead, Nay, and then Slim after that. No, I gotta give Nay a minute, man. I forget. There you go, Nay.
What?
You done took a long time. Do I gotta message you today and today? You already know what I'm gonna say. I ain't gonna message
Um, what am I answering? Cause y'all always all off topic.
Hey, if you want to start the topic, we can start that too. I thought it was something that you had heard and you wanted to chime in on, but we can't start this topic because
Well,
I'm
I
about to get
do.
off in about an hour after that anyways, an hour or so.
Well, I do agree. Like what y'all were talking about. Like people do not actually want to heal. Like, and also like yes, they would go in other rooms. Like and see you talking about a topic and be like, oh yeah, like I knew he won't. Like, but yes, like that is not going to help you. Like, and I don't know, cause like people just don't want to heal. Like they just want to go around like and go on TikTok and go into rooms that's talking about like something similar, but that's not going to help you. Like you need to go to therapy.
That's their
Like,
cigarette.
like you need to go to therapy and stop thinking everybody else is the problem. Or yeah, like, and that is like maturity, because that's just so immature. Like if you still doing that, like, and yes, like there also be adults who throw child temper tantrums. Like how old are you? And you're acting like I don't know, like you're acting like you 2 years old. Like that's what toddlers do. Like they fall on the floor and stuff. No, you need to act like you're like your age.
Mm-hmm. They
So
go back to that
yeah,
shoe size thing. Act your age, not your shoe size. People are really doing it to the.
but they don't though.
Yeah, they
Like
don't.
how you this grown and you acting like a child? Adult temper tantrums. Like what is going on? But
You made me mad.
yeah, searching for all types of knowledge, but not the knowledge to heal why. Like, well, to
I'll tell
answer
them
this,
straight.
I
I'll tell them
think,
straight.
I think, like people search like for knowledge or whatever to also, um, like, oh yeah, like to like boost their ego or something. I don't know. Like that's literally what they want. Like so they can feel better about themselves for not going to hell.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah, that's the world we live in. People rather feel good than live good. That's one thing. I always tell people that I'd rather live good than feel good. Because you ain't gonna feel good all the time. If you always adjust your whole life and make decisions based off how you feel all the time, you just will never grow. Because you're gonna be bored. I feel bored, then you're gonna make silly decisions because you feel bored, just because you don't know how to sit down for a little bit. I feel
Yeah,
unhappy. I feel this or whatever. But dang, I feel I'm hurt because I lift in this weight, but the weight is helping you out. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like people, I can't do it. But so I say, go back to stopping our own selves. That's what it is.
yeah. Well, healing don't always
Feel
feel
good.
good. Well, cause I'm in therapy right now,
Right.
but but am I gonna keep like blaming somebody for years? No.
Right.
Like I'm gonna get help where you still gonna be like blaming everybody else as the problem. Like, no, you can't do that. So yeah, like that's what they do. Like so like it's not gonna always be good to you. Like and some people like they also don't want to hear what the therapist gotta say. Like they do not want to hear the truth. So that's also why they don't go.
Mm-hmm. There you go, pride. That's exactly what that is. That's why they don't. That's why I say I always tell people you gotta talk to yourself first before somebody tell you what you already know. And they tell you what you know, then you get defensive. You already knew that you had an attitude problem. You knew that you knew that you had your mouth on. You knew all these things, but when somebody else confirmed it, yeah, you next. When somebody else confirmed it, and then he's like, now you acting, no, what you mean? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, go ahead.
I think for me, the biggest thing in my learning curve, because most people, they say you're supposed to heal before you enter a new relationship. And for me, I was blessed with the opportunity to get a partner that kind of was a mirror for me
Mm-hmm.
to show me my faults in a way that educated me on myself, because I used to be one of those people who like to holler like, oh, I won't say men ain't ish, because it's like I've never been one to blame the mass on the one. But like I had an attitude problem because I felt like I was always dealing with men who were childish. I always had to talk to black men specifically as if they were children, because that's the type of, and then I had to stop and say, okay, Is this a them problem, or is this the type of men I'm constantly attracting? And if that's the kind of man I'm attracting, what is it in me that I need to fix? I think the first thing I did was I started taking the disrespect out of my voice when I talk to men. I started talking to them as if you're my equal or peer or better. I stopped talking down to them and start talking to them. I started being quiet. I started listening to what they were saying. Like, just because you have an issue with something I did doesn't mean you don't like me. It doesn't mean you hate me. It doesn't mean that I'm a bad person. It just means in that moment I did something. I need to apologize for it and then modify that behavior. And that doesn't mean I'm not right in feeling how I feel. Your feelings can still be validated and you can still take accountability. And I think people are so caught up in the blame of the matter and who's right and who's wrong, instead of just saying, you know what? He didn't like how I spoke to him, so let me not speak to him like that. And then now we don't have that problem anymore. There's no modification of behavior afterwards. It's always, well, I did this because you did that. It's not always, it don't matter why you did it. The fact is you did it. So how are we going to fix it? And actually fixing it.
Preach. I like what she's talking.
And that was the biggest lesson I had to learn, because I'm not used to, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a pretty conceited person. I'm not used to being humbled. I'm not used to being put in my place. And it was something so juvenile. Me and my ex had just started dating. I hadn't seen him in a while. We work a lot. And I had a Zippo lighter and he was playing around with it and asking me where I got it from. And he was just so into that lighter. And it was making me angry because I ain't seen you in 3 weeks. And now you sitting here all in this lighter. Why are you not paying attention to me? And instead of saying, hey, babe, you know what? We haven't seen each other in a while. Would you mind putting that to the side and like having a conversation with me? I started getting petty. I started sidestepping everything he was saying. I copped the attitude anytime he said my name. Like, now we're both ruining the atmosphere. It's no longer a chance for us to connect anymore. And he definitely took me home. I don't like how you're talking to me. I'm a grown man. I'm paying my bills and your bills, and you treating me like this. We're not going to do that. And that was a humbling point for me, because that was the consequences of my actions, whether I felt like they were justified or not. And I had to humble myself and apologize. Because whether I felt like I deserved his attention or not in that moment, I had no right to behave the way I behaved. So it's all about doing the work. And I think the problem is people would rather be miserable than do the work to not be miserable, without realizing it's harder to not do something than it is to get it out the way.
Exactly, Slim.
That part, Slimmy. And if you think about it, like, look at those behaviors that you put in. If you can't even focus on your own behaviors, and then you're questioning other people's behaviors, you gotta check yourself. The hardest relationship that we have in our life is the one with ourselves.
Yep. And the biggest thing I learned in life in general is I also have to stop expecting myself out of other people.
Okay, like, oh, she talking about.
Exactly.
Nobody is me. Nobody's going to act like me. Nobody is going to behave like me. What triggers me is not going to trigger you. What J. Cole, what did he say? What you eat don't make me shit, and who you fuck don't make me come. So with that being said, I take you for you and not for who I make you in my head.
Yeah, because a lot of people they want somebody else to be themselves, but is that the idea that they have themselves being the idea? Yes.
Sometimes you gotta apologize when you feel like you shouldn't have to, though, because sometimes it's worth the peace.
She's preaching. I like all the stuff she said.
It's worth the peace. Picking and choosing your battles wisely doesn't mean you're conceding or that you're weak or that you're not winning. Why are you trying to win? What is there to win?
Can I? Okay. When it comes to, I guess, in certain situations, I agree. But I do believe that sometimes an apology can condone bad behavior. Because if you did nothing wrong and the person is offended by it and you end up apologizing, all you're doing is pretty much condoning bad behavior. Now that person know that they could say something and it'll make you think make you apologize or make you feel guilty, and then they'll keep using that against you. Not in your situation. I was just talking about what
I was
I'm
about to say, I get what y'all both saying, and I get why
Yeah,
you
yeah.
saying that too.
Yeah. So
Right.
I
Just
get
to
where you're
enlighten
coming
the
No, and
from.
room.
that was
Yeah.
a hard lesson I had to learn too, because in your healing journey, the first part of it, sometimes you start taking anything from anybody because you feel like you have to be the peacemaker in order to keep everybody else happy, so that makes you happy. It's okay to be selfish. It's okay to stand up for yourself. I feel like what is not okay is disrespect each other in the need of being right.
You
Mm.
know,
That
I've
part.
seen this
That part.
before.
Because there's a difference between being selfish and being selfless.
Mm-hmm.
I call it self-full, right? And what I mean by self-full, it kind of remind me of I ain't trying to get religious, but it remind me of a scripture where it say, "My cup runneth over." What's in the
Mm.
cup is for me. What runs out of the cup is for the people that's around me. But I have to
Exactly.
keep my
That's
cup
Yep.
full at all times, and people
Yes,
benefit
Sean.
when you're doing good. And on the flip side, I think what you said about like healing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I don't believe, that's for me personally. I don't believe that you have to heal before you move on. The reason I don't believe that is I have the same talking points when it comes to men have to be. I hear like an echo.
now you got to mute up.
It's a
Nate, I think it's
background.
Nate. Uh, like it because I don't believe that men have to have themselves all the way together before they find them a woman. I don't believe that a woman have to have herself all the way together before she find a man. I don't believe, like when people say, "Well, I'm waiting to have kids until I have everything situated." That would be never. You would be waiting forever because you're trying to plan a moment that may never happen when you think it's going to happen. I believe that certain people have the power to heal people. I believe that only thing I think the only requirement it takes to heal someone is to be a good listener and to be compassionate. And a lot of people don't have that. A lot of people can't put themselves in other people's shoes. Uh, when you talk about healing, you're healing all of your life. You always going to be healing. You may be you. Let's say you want to heal yourself before you move to the next person. You may heal from that relationship, but you still have other things you need to heal from outside of the hurt you had from that relationship. It may be childhood trauma. It could be something that happened to you last week. It's certain things, and especially with loved ones. Loved ones, when you love people, they're going to always be in a position to where they could affect you and hurt you more than an average person that you don't know. So you're going to always be recovering and healing from something. So just to say that people have to heal before they move on. If you saying heal, like make sure you don't love that person, I'm okay with that. But when you saying like heal as far as like you need to have yourself totally together, I don't even have myself totally
That'll be
together,
never. Yeah.
and
Well,
I
that's
consider
why I use
myself happy.
myself as an example.
Yep. And I
I want
honestly,
to say this. Let me say this real quick. Yeah, it is hard to. But what I'm about to say real quick is that I feel him on that though. Yeah, I would say that because I think we talked about that before. Yeah, nobody gonna be totally healed and all that stuff. I guess I was thinking about it in an angle as in, I think you should do some type of work though. That's what I'm gonna get to about that. Certain things you should heal in. You ain't gonna heal all the way, right? Certain things you should heal in before getting a relationship. I'm put it this way: heal to where you don't have to depend on another person for. Basically, don't use people as band-aids. That's all I'm getting to. Don't say, I need this person to be my happiness. Things like that. Feel you don't know if you don't know how to forgive. All them things. I think we should either heal or figure out. Um, uh, I'm trying to think of some more things. Will
Rather
you
than
know how to
acting
hold
to
yourself
immaturity, ask
accountable?
questions.
Will you know your triggers? Will you not keep blaming people on certain things like them type of things? I think those things, them things need to be worked on. Even if you say, "Oh, I got to take pills and all that stuff," have that stuff situated too.
Yeah, Kevin.
Because I
Also,
don't
be
Also,
think
honest
it should
about it
never.
too.
Huh?
Also, be honest about it too. Don't go
Yeah,
into something not telling somebody that you still broken and you may need help or space or whatever it is from that person, and they don't know, and you flipping out and they scared. Like, let them know where you are, where you're at, and what you expect from the jump.
wait,
yeah.
Slimmy.
I would. I wasn't finished though. I wasn't finished though. Hold on.
Sorry.
I was about to say, and I feel you on that though. But I think even with your situation, I say I wouldn't recommend everybody do that because sometimes some people go I guess I can't say. I don't know how to put that word. I'm just gonna stick with that. But y'all know what I mean. It be unhealed people trying to get with unhealed people for the most part, and that's why it become worse because they never heal from their last relationship, and I don't like that bleeding on people stuff. That's kind of what I'm meaning though, because I don't think it's fair to the next person to sit there and put up with you. You know what I'm saying? But if it is a person that has patience, right? Because some people do have the patience for it. It just depends on what did you needed to work on, and if y'all willing to even, you got to go in there like open minded, willing to change. It's like therapy, right? It's no point of saying, some people go to therapy and ain't changed, did nothing. It's like people go to church and did nothing to change, right? But you have to go in places like that, or even lives, right? With an open mind, like willing to change from your stubborn ways. Sometimes some things we stubborn in, some things we call I'm just being me. You got to be ready to be somebody different. I'm put it that way. Because if you go in this mind that, hey, this is what I'm doing, this what I, this how I am and all that stuff, you're not even. It's no point because you can go to areas that validate what you do already, but is that helping you change? If you keep getting validated and you keep going to the next person, and you can't keep a relationship, so it's something you have to do a change within yourself. But overall, back to about the healing thing, right? Is that you should, I would say, first off, know who you want, and know what you, and just like you said, be upfront. You got to be upfront, but not in a way as in, because some people, I will say this one thing, right? And I'm not trying to, I do believe more women is more upfront, especially the toxic ones, right? I believe they're more upfront than a lot of men, because it's the opposite way, right? I get men, some men have to lie, which not saying that's a good thing, but I would say the reason why I say they're upfront, because it is some of them that's the reason why they upfront. They say how they is. I got an attitude problem. That's the main one I keep going to all the time. That's what a lot of people do have attitude, bro. I can't do that. I talk smack and all this. They literally say how they is though, because I think majority, the reason why I say they're upfront, because they look for men to put up with them, because a lot of men don't be having them standards, and they want to just sleep with a woman so bad, so they're gonna be like, oh yeah, but then start feeling the wrath a little bit later. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, this girl do got a freaking mouth for what she told you at the beginning. You know what I'm saying? You wanted to smack them cheeks so they ain't on bad, and put up with it. And now you want to complain about it. So she told you off rip with how she was, and I do believe a lot of women do say that, John. That's why I'm glad when some of them say that. Once they say they believe in these horoscopes and all that, well, I ain't trying to shake the room up, but once they say all that stuff, I'm like, okay, I know I'm not going to deal with you, because I mean, you don't hold yourself accountable. You blame everybody else. You blame these stars the reason why you can't get your attitude. So I ain't got time to deal with it. I got my little red flags. I just had to throw that stuff out there too. But it's just like, you know, things like that. I do believe, you got to pay attention. Like when people say you can't, I need somebody, I'm gonna mess your life up. Believe that stuff. I didn't want to believe it at first. But that stuff be real. When people say that all these things, people like a lot of them do be saying it at the beginning. They say at the beginning we just choose to ignore it, and they get mad at everybody else, but ourselves, but sitting there, you know, dealing with. But yeah, that's all. But hold on, I gotta see what was the order question. Okay, for sure. Go ahead, Nate.
Like, so because I heard, like, because I just wanted to know this, like, so I have a question for y'all, because I heard y'all saying, like, well, you should, let the new, let the new person know, like, or whatever, like, from what you have not, like, really healed from. Like, but do y'all not, okay, like, but do y'all not, like, think, like that they won't, like, do you bad? Like, I don't
Oh,
know.
use your stuff against you type stuff.
Yeah, like, on something
Mm,
like that, because you don't really
true.
want to tell them, like, you might want to fully heal, like, and just, I don't know, like, move
I don't
on.
think you want to deal with a person like that, anyways. Though you
I
just
feel
wouldn't
like,
want to.
oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I cut you
Yeah, go
off.
ahead. Go ahead.
I feel like what I mean when I say that is, I'm not talking about just giving somebody a playbook to play you. What I'm talking about is, this is somebody you guys have been dating, you like each other, you're at a position where this is somebody you trust. That person, in order to be able to be your partner, has to be able to understand you. So when you're hiding things from that person that are pertinent to your relationship, in terms of your behaviors, in terms of your triggers, in terms of your love languages, or what you need, from your partner in order for you to be a successful partner to that person as well. Those are conversations you have to have. So I'm not talking about this is your first date, tell them everything. Cause like I have borderline personality disorder, ADHD, anxiety, and depression. That's not something I'm just gonna outright put out there. But if we're bonding and you've proven to be somebody that I can trust, and this is something that's worth working on and building on, I'm not gonna blindside you with my episodes. You're gonna know.
Miss Lemmy, may I say, with all of those issues, or with all of those situations that you just listed off, you come off as a lot more sound and a lot more pleasant to be around than people that don't have any issues. So I wouldn't
I was
consider you
thinking
as an
about
issue.
that too, though. Like how she, but the way the fact that you just now saying this, that show you not using it as a go-to or what, because there's too many people I see here on here doing that junk just because they want, that's that put up with me people. Well, now that I told you this, I'm going to use this as an excuse every time we get into it or something like that. And that's glad. So that showed the way that you even worded it and the timing that you did it, right? It showed that you, because I was about to ask, like, if for people that do that, right? I'm like, okay, what are you doing to, how you working around it, so you don't affect the people around you. But the fact that you did it in that way, and we just figuring this out now, it showed that you are, you working towards it. You know what I'm saying? And I think more people should be like that, but they rather use it as a no. I stepped in this room and I told you my problems. Then that's what I was getting to about that. Some people would be saying they stuff at the beginning to see who gonna put up with them too, right? Rather than try to help them with their journey. And that's another thing. But it's just, I like that you did that.
Well, I got a question for that, right? I got two questions. And the second one is going to be kind of how it could be perceived with as far as what Slimmy did. Yeah, Slimmy, I think. Yeah. The first one I would ask the question, and it's rhetorical, is do you believe that you get far? How do you get further in life? Do you believe you get further in life by lying or telling the truth? In my opinion, I have seen that lying takes you far in life. Like I know a lot of liars that's progressing in life, right? And the reason I say this is because I give example. If you went for a job interview and you know at your last job you was clocking in late and all that stuff, but you just found another job that pay you more money, and on that application they ask you, "How's your attendance?" What you gonna do? You gonna lie? All right, it's cool. All right, so
well, the cardinal sin is to not tell on yourself too.
I say balance. I don't think it's more on either one.
It's lying.
I say balance.
No matter how you slice it and dice it, it's lying.
Even omission of the truth is a lie.
There you go. And withholding information to me is a form of a lie. Okay, not telling the truth. Okay, so what Slimmy said, right, is how she acknowledged all of those things she say she may have. What if someone were to say that if you upfront with that, it give them a chance to where they could be like, you know what, I don't want to be a part of that, right? But on the other part, let's say how you waited, and how I'm gonna say how somebody could perceive that as manipulation. Not saying you did anything, but I'm just saying how that also could be perceived as manipulation. Let's say that you have someone. I'm pretty sure you don't you don't reveal something like that. Maybe I don't want to say 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Maybe y'all actually getting serious, and then you push it on them or tell them. I mean, at that point, when you tell someone that, wouldn't you believe that it could be perceived as manipulation because the person's feelings and emotions is already invested in you, that they don't give a damn about any of those things, and they really mind and their judgment is going to be clouded because they already been reeled in as far as with feelings and emotions.
Are you finished? I don't want to cut you off.
Yeah, I was asking you that question. Yeah.
So for me, how I gauge it is when I tell you, because I'm big on not denying people the choice to want to be here or not. I don't want anybody to feel like I lied or manipulated or forced them to be here when they didn't have to. I'm also comfortable enough and in love with myself enough to understand that not every relationship is going to be a dub. And if it's not meant to be, I can walk away from it peacefully. I might cry about it for a couple of nights. It might hurt my little old feelings. That's fine. But I'm going to get over it and I'm going to meet somebody else. So my thing is, I'm going to allow you the option to say, this is something I can handle or this is something I cannot handle. And if you can't handle it, I respect you. If you say, I can't handle this, I have to walk away from it. And I can do so in love. Because I'm okay with myself. I know myself. I love myself enough for the both of us.
Okay, I'm like, boy, okay.
Ooh, I
And
think that's the
confidence.
biggest.
That's what that's it.
Ooh,
Tell
that's
people
a
about that.
love is a big word. Love is a
Mhm.
big word. Some of us have been
Love as
shown
big
love.
as you want to make it. That's what it is. I
Yep,
think people
as
make it
big as.
complicated and it ain't because they don't know what it is.
I don't know. I
Yeah.
think my
Well,
Well,
definition of
they've
love is a
never
little
I
had it,
think
ambiguous.
so
people
they
mix
can't
happiness and love.
experience
They think
yep.
love is happiness.
because they
It's
never
so
had it.
it's
They
so
never had true love. They
subjective.
never
It's so
watched true love,
subjective
probably.
because you've
True.
experienced love in one way, but you've also desired love in another. If that makes sense.
Hmm.
Do you believe that love is subjective? I believe
Yes.
that now. I didn't used to believe that, but I believe that
Yeah,
love is
way people
very
express it.
subjective. Yes. Okay. All right. All right.
Yeah, expression. I think expressing and actual what love is. Love is just love. Just like happy is happy, hate is hate. But everybody express it different ways.
I think about it like my understanding of love, and this is not something I think everybody should subscribe to. It's just my own personal opinion that I keep to myself. When I define what love is to me, love is giving somebody the most vulnerable part of you and trusting that they won't damage that.
Mm.
That's a good way to put it. Because
Yeah.
love
Y'all
is
want to hear the
respect.
7 principles of love? I always,
Nah, don't go there,
We already heard it.
Kev.
We already heard it.
yeah,
We
I
already
love
heard
this
it.
one because I feel like it's just so true. I had somebody gave me this. I had to jot it down, which makes so much sense. I can't unsee it now. But if y'all want to jot it down too, so the 7 principles of love. Number 1 is selflessness. Number 2 would be concern, and I know that majority of us kind of knew that already. Love kind of surrounds some type of care, concern, right? Number 3 would be understanding. So it's just like you will try your best to try to, just like we call empathy and all that stuff, some form of trying to understand something other than yourself, right?
Hmm.
So all these things gonna kind of revolve around. That's why number 1 is selflessness, right? Because love is more of a selfless thing. So everything, all these things is more of going towards the other person. If you notice about love, happiness is what how you may feel. That's why I think people mix happiness and love together. But understanding number 4 would be compassion. Because even with if we want to say empathy, right? Empathy and compassion, same thing. Except for empathy is more of taking on the feelings, right? Or understanding in that way. So you kind of take on the feel. Compassion is understanding the feelings but not taking on the actual feeling, not taking it on, but understanding it enough to where you ain't got to cry with them, but you could tell them how to, I feel you, you know what I'm saying, or something like, you know what I'm saying. It's compassion, show compassion. Um, Forgiveness. I love it. Number 5, boy, I think that's the one that's tearing a lot of people up. Because if you really love someone, you will forgive them. You will forgive. And I think that's one of the top forms right there. Forgiveness. And that's an internal thing. It's not saying I'm sorry or wait on it. Why do people want to make all these noises outside my house? That's crazy. But I forgive them though. Right. Forgiveness though. Mercy, number 6. So there's a difference between, like I tell everybody, there's a difference between grace and mercy, right? So grace is more of giving somebody that they don't deserve, like everybody loves saying that word deserve, right? Giving somebody something, giving them something that they don't deserve. So um mercy is the opposite, right? Is somebody may deserve something. What though?
Yeah, I haven't gotten to mercy yet. God's still
Mercy,
working on me with that one.
yeah, mercy is basically somebody may deserve something, but you don't give it to them. Basically, like somebody step on your shoe, or somebody may cuss you out, right? AKA, I like Ava Mixon calling that humble, right? Somebody may cuss you off, somebody might whatever, but instead of giving them the energy that they want, you know what? I'm gonna work that ride out. You can have it. You know what
I,
I'm
I,
saying?
I got a pushback for you, Kev.
Go ahead. Oh, I
Okay.
did say the word humble. I know that's coming, so go
No,
ahead.
no, no. Hey, hold on. You must have slipped that past me because I didn't hear that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. Now, I would say that my definition of love I'm gonna say I don't really like it anymore, right? I wish it could be a new word that we could come up with because how love have been portrayed and the definition of it is, would you say that just because you feel something, does it make it a reality? Does it make it true? Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, love is an intense feeling, right? It's a feeling. It comes and go. So if your feelings
True.
come and go, and how I look at people use love in today's time, right? Like even when you with your significant other, if you're not doing something that they don't like or you make them upset, people tend to withhold the love they was giving you temporarily because they're upset. So to me, if it's something that comes and goes depending on your mood, which is a feeling, I don't think it's stable enough for me as far as the definition of love because they come and go, and you see it a lot of times in relationships where if the man is mad, he'll do something that he typically wouldn't do. Like if he normally give her back rubs and stuff at night, he don't do it anymore, right? Because he's temporarily mad at her, right? To me, that's not love. Love is you doing things that you don't want to do, even when you upset with someone. And a lot of times,
Indeed.
people don't really do it that way. So when I think of like how me and my wife is, we don't adapt a lot of things that society say what men and women should be. When we tried to do that, we damn near got a divorce. When we start implementing, I don't like being called babe. She don't like being called babe because that's a name that you gave somebody else. And most of the time, when people move in or move together in relationships, they tend to give you nicknames they call the last people that they dated. And I think that shit is weird as hell. Don't call me no babe or no baby. No, you call the last dude that. No, don't call me that. Give me my own name. So when you just look at love, if you could withhold something from, like, when it comes, I believe the only two people that get the love as far as like what the definition should be is kids. Because when your kids do something that you don't like, you still do the things you need to do as a parent to make sure they're
Right.
well taken care of. But when it comes to
Right.
your spouse, your husband or your wife, you love them, but if they're not doing something you don't like, you withhold your love from them. So I believe that
Mhm.
kids have true love. As far as adults, we need to change what love is because our definition of it is truly off.
I
That's
think
why.
the
That's
difference.
what I said. This though, I
Think about
believe,
it.
and this is what I believe right here. I believe unconditional love, which I just learned what that is though, because I used to be like, nobody can do it. Unconditional love is true love. I believe so because if your love is wavered off of based off what somebody do for you, that's not really love. That's why I say a lot of people we call it that. Even the things that you mentioned though, that sound like happiness. It's just people waver they love. If it's wavered off of how happy you are, that's not really love. I look at love like this, right? I love is more of selfless, and happiness is more of how it's selfish, right? How you feel, how I feel, how you made me feel, right? And
Right.
love is more of a, just like even like if we want to go to scripture, right? Say God is love, right? So he created all of us, right? Because he it's basically it wasn't just for us. I mean not for us. I mean it wasn't just for him, right? It was for because it was for us basically, right? Well, his will be done, but what I'm getting to is like it's more of a selfless thing. Even though he know we like all this or whatever, but it's obvious he loves us so much. Because if it was based off him being happy, right? If it was based off him being happy, all of us been strike down because we not the perfect people that he want us to be anyways though. But he knew us. He loved us so much. No matter what we do, unconditional love. There we go, right there. You know what I'm
I
saying? No
think
matter
that
what we do, because
personally,
he decided he want us to experience these things or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I always look at it, love is selfless and happiness is selfish. You know what I'm saying? So really, if we just saying that I loves you until you did this, that's not really love. That's conditional.
Oh no,
If
you
I
said
can,
it.
if you could love somebody without no strings attached because you care about somebody, or you concerned, or you know what I'm saying. That's how I look at love. You know what I'm saying?
You said it
So
the
if
right
you
way.
if you
You
look at
said it.
love, and,
Hold on,
and
hold on.
you actually brought up biblical. So if we want to go biblical, if you look at Ephesians, love is the greatest gift. Even if you look at Ephesians 13:14, it talks about charity. Charity. So charity suffereth long and is kind. Charity envieth not. Charity valiant not itself. It is puffed up. But then if you go back into beareth all things, believeth all things, hopeth all things, and endureth all things. Love has to endure everything.
And you know what, Kev, you said two things that actually what me and my wife use, and we changed the definition of what love should be, and not the standard of how everyone uses it. You said two things. You used the scripture when you said God is love, right? It has nothing to do with what someone is doing. He is love all by himself, right? So think about it. Love, in a sense, to me, how we interpret it, and that's just the part one. It's an aura. You ever been around someone that just goddamn have good energy? You know what I'm saying? You got somebody that got negative energy, and you can feel that. And if they got bad energy, it affects your energy. If they have good energy, it affects your good. It affects your energy. That's how I look at another realm of love. And the other part you said is selfless, right? What me and my wife changed it up in how we look at love. It used to be how everyone see it. It's how you make me feel which determine if I love you or not. We don't use it that way anymore. We realize you got 70% of women filing for divorces. So marriages, women don't have a problem getting married, but they have a problem staying in marriages, right? So
They're
I'm
not
like,
happy.
they're not happy. So I said, you know what? Let's change the definition of how we think love should be. I told her, let's make love about my joy comes from making you happy, seeing you happy. Her joy and her loving me comes from the things she do for me that makes me happy. So when she see me happy, she find loves in that. It's joy. When I see her happy by the things I do for her, she find joy in that. It's happiness. So to me, it's not about how I feel. It's not about how she make me feel. It's about how I make her feel. And
See,
her love for
selfless.
me, yes, and it all boils down to what you said. So we finally agree on something again.
What? This is, but we about to write this down, boy. I'm about to take a beer for show tomorrow. I'm talking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think in my experience, though, it's not that. I think when love is used wrong, I don't think it's mixed with happiness. I think people confuse infatuation with love. And then the love that they think or that they have the infatuation confused for, once they realize that person isn't that person in their head, then the infatuation wears off.
Well, a lot of people confuse intimacy with love.
Hmm.
That's a good one.
I feel
We
like
in
there's not
somewhere. What's
enough
the deal
people who
about money? I
genuinely
see you,
know
my
what
brother.
love is in order to say I love this person. Because I think that out of all the, I'll be 30 next month. I'm not, I'm a little on the younger side.
Oh, you little baby. Oh, you picked your cheek.
Not, not,
Sorry,
not
stop.
too much. Not too much. Not too
Is that
much.
what?
Stop it, Kev.
I
I
only
bet
say that
you
when
if
I
I
see
put
people
heels
just
on, I
hitting
could
I'm
call
30.
it
so
quits
old
in a
right now.
while.
I'm so old right
But
now.
that's
I'm about
besides
to
the
be
point.
34 this year, and then
My
don't I
thing
don't want to hear
is,
nothing
I
shining.
think
Like, you
I've
about to be like, I'm
only,
about
as
to be.
much as I
You gonna
thought
come with
I
the deep
was in
voice? I'm
love
about to
as a
be 40.
teenager or like a young adult, I think I've only actually ever been in love once. And it was in that last relationship I was talking about, because that was the first time we had to step outside of ourselves and think about somebody else besides each other. That was the first time I had to say, I cannot behave a specific way because it's going to affect my partner. And I'm not talking about petty things. I'm talking about things that are now disrespectful, like what I wear when I leave the house. It doesn't mean he's controlling me, that he doesn't want me to wear a see-through shirt and a super short skirt. He's thinking about the fact that there are crazy men in the world that could hurt me. Why would I put myself in a position to end up
Thank you.
like that? Or why would I
But
put
women
him
like
in
it.
a position to have to defend me and he could end up locked up or lose his life? Like, you have to start thinking about the bigger picture of the relationship besides how it makes me feel in the moment. That's when you know you love somebody. And I don't think enough people have that enough to say they're in love.
Well, a
True.
lot of people don't. Their idea of love came
I
from
usually tell
their
people,
parents.
I see why you sing. I see why she married. You see that? I'm saying? That's what you know right there. That's what. But go ahead.
A lot of people, their idea of love was presented to them in one way, whether your parents, what did your dad show love? What did your mom show love? What are your parents or your family around you showing love? But sometimes you actually looked at it and be like, this isn't what love is, because you desired something different, because it now you're desiring something different. So how do you seek love in comparison to how you embrace love?
You know, I think a lot of times, especially we talking about how like what you see when you young kids, right? I've always believed, like I know parents say they don't argue in front of kids, and this is just my opinion. This don't apply to anyone. I believe that I think that does a lot of harm in a sense. And let me tell you what I mean. When kids grow up and they only going by what they see, right? And I met women and I heard men, or mostly when I met women, they was like, well, I never see my parents argue. So when you having a difficult time, they think that it's not normal. They think that it's a sign to leave. And I think I always want my kids, not when me and my wife have disagreements, we not like, well, F you this. No, we want our kids to see a healthy disagreement, and I want them to see us be able to come back together in love and not. And so when they go out and they get older and they find them a husband or wife, whatever it may be, they know that it's okay to have disagreements with your partner, but you don't have to be disrespectful. You can still come back together and still have like a disagreement and build on top of that. But when you give kids a false sense of no arguments and you hiding it from your kids and they don't know, when they get older, they're going to think that arguments is something that's not normal. And they're going to think that, we shouldn't be in a relationship where I'm having disagreements. And one more thing, I believe the red flag for me is when people are dating, I feel like we have it all messed up. People, how people say the honeymoon stage, the first 6 months, you was one way, then the next minute, he just switched up on me. This is where I believe that's the problem. If two people come together and y'all don't even know each other, and y'all not even arguing with each other, y'all having a perfect time, y'all loving on each other, the honeymoon stage, somebody is lying. Somebody is not being their true self. If you get with someone in the beginning, I believe you should have some type of arguments and disagreements. That's just me, because that means that one of y'all or y'all are not being fake with each other, and you willing to speak up for what you believe, in a sense that you may just lose the relationship because you feel like, I'm not going to let this prolong too long, and be like, you know what, since I like her, I'm going to wait 6 months down the road and reveal how I truly feel. When you meet somebody and y'all not having any arguments, y'all clash, y'all getting along, to me, that's a red flag, because y'all don't know each other likes and dislikes. So if I don't know your likes and dislikes and I'm not pushing any of those buttons that you don't, I feel like that's a red flag. I should be the only person I ever had that problem with, where I was able to be truthful, and she told me right out the rip, hey, I don't like what you did. This our third day talking. My wife was like, hey, what you did last night, I didn't like that. At first I was like, man, who the hell she thinks she is? But hey, I never had no woman challenge me that early on, and far as us dating. Normally they'll wait 6 months down the road and tell me what they had a problem with 4 months ago. She told me ASAP. So I'm like, you know what? She's gonna be able to check me on my bad behaviors, because I do have some habits that I think is bad that I never had anybody challenge me on, and I end up marrying her. So I believe that when y'all first come together, it should be some type of disagreements, not totally fussing balls to the walls, but if y'all not having no disagreements and y'all don't even know each other, having two walks of life, and y'all just getting along, I would think somebody faking temporarily, and then later on down the road, they're gonna reveal their true self.
Sean, you just brought up the biggest point that needs to be proven of this whole conversation. And I do like multiple like interviews with other people, and I've asked couples, do you argue in front of your children? And some of them will say, no, I don't. And I was like, you should. You should actually argue, because now you're showing them how to resolve conflict. Now you're showing them how to go through a disagreement that is going to get them to a solution. And you just proved a very, very, very good point, because I can't stand when people say, I don't argue in front of my kids. How many times did our parents argue in front of us? A lot. A lot of people want to lie or want to put on a mask and put this facade onto this family structure, and this is why we have broken families, because a lot of people don't want to speak what really is going on behind closed doors.
Yeah.
Did the sound cut out? Oh, okay.
No, we good. All right. 30 minutes, or maybe I
But no,
might.
I don't have kids.
Okay.
Nor do I have the desire to be a mother.
Oh. Mm.
Hey Kev, I want to speak on what she said earlier, and I like what she said, right? And it was what we were talking about the other day as far as and she said something. I think you probably didn't pick up on what we was talking about the other day. When remember I kept saying like, why do people feel the need to humble someone else? And I feel like being humble is something that comes from within. Like the only person that can humble themselves is the person that feel like they need to humble themselves. Anyone outside of that, it'll make me question why you feel the need to try to humble someone. And what she said was very key to me. She said that she had to humble herself. Right. And it goes back to the conversation we had the other day. I feel like that if I, for me personally, and when I hear someone say, hey, you need to humble yourself, I really have a problem with the person who think I need to be humble. Because what is it about my aura? What is it about me that make you feel like I need to? Once again, I told you.
I am not responsible for your insecurities. Those are yours and yours alone.
Exactly. And I've always said that when people talk about being humble, and I always told Kev this, when you speak highly of yourself, people always want to humble you. But when you speak low about yourself, people tend to want to uplift you. So I've realized that humble, in my opinion, that word is all depend on how somebody feel about you. If I could get on Facebook right now on let's say Mother's Day, and I could be like, hey, I got the best mother. Everybody say this on Mother's Day. I got the best mother in the world. She's a such and such. Don't nobody be like, nah, your mom ain't the best. My mama the best. They let you have that moment, right? So if I get on Facebook and be like, hey man, I'm the best such and such. I'm the best employee. For you, anybody who get on there and say, nah, you ain't no good employee. Such and such better than you. I'm blocking you. I ain't gonna be friends with you no more because why you feel the need to try to bring me down when I'm feeling real positive about myself?
Well, do you even? A lot of people don't even know the definition of what humble means.
Yeah, they don't.
Humble.
They don't. But I want to say this though, because he child, I gotta go to the room.
Come on, what you got?
I'm sorry. I need to drop down.
And I'm gonna say congratulations or something. I don't get it. You gonna get mad because of their opinion?
No, this is good. This is good.
No. But what I'm saying is,
themselves, like
what is the purpose? That's what I'm trying to say. What is like if I see you up here right now, and you talking about how you the best creator on TikTok, you this, you that. I think the problem is, I think when someone say you need to humble yourself, I think that person that's posing that question need to ask themselves, why are they feeling the way they feeling right now about you?
Yep, it's a projection, Sean.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. Like if I were to say all of these things on Facebook, and then all of a sudden my friends come in there, oh nah, bro, you think you the best. You need to humble yourself. And my friends know me. I don't like those type of words. If I'm talking highly of myself, don't you come in here and try to bring me down when I'm feeling real good right now. You know what I'm saying? And you know why I say that? You know when people when you got that good, right? The first thing people say when you come in talking that dumb stuff after you feeling high, people like, man, don't come in here and blow my high. You know what I'm saying? That's the same way when I come to my energy. Don't come in here.
Bitch, don't kill my vibe. Bitch,
Yes,
don't kill my vibe.
So let me say this then, since you said that, because I'm gonna say the same thing I say all the time. Just like you said, why they feel like they need the voice, why they feel like they need to say something. Then
I gotta say it out loud, right?
Why you already know I'm about to get to. Why do you feel that everybody else need to know?
Okay, only way I could win with you is I have to go to the scripture because I know you hold that near and dear, right?
Let's go.
That's the only way I can win with you. Okay.
Tell me when the haughty eye has ever did anything.
Okay, I'll tell you. Okay, I'll tell you. He said that I am, and once again, he's saying this out loud. I am the Alpha and I am the Omega. I am the beginning. I am the end. All these things, right? He also say that I am love. That's him saying I. When you say I, that's you talking about yourself.
Did you just use God as an example?
No. Let me keep going. It says the power of life and death is in the tongue. It didn't say the mind. So when you say it to myself, that's me not using my tongue. That's me using my mind. So when it say the power of life and death is in a tongue, I'm going to open my mouth and I'm going to speak positivity in my life. I'm not going to allow people to come and bring negativity. So when you say, why do I say it out loud? The scripture always say, cry out aloud, spare not. You know what I'm saying? It say cry out aloud. So it say go out to the highways and byways and preach. They don't say nothing about no being quiet and all that stuff. So I'm
True.
speaking. There you go. All right, I'm out of here.
I forgot. I gotta watch my wording with you. I forgot. So let me say this: why do you have to say it in public? That's different.
Okay, let me tell you why. When I speak to myself go into public, myself go into private places, myself be in a restroom, wherever I'm at. If I say it to myself and you happen to be, remember this goes back to when I say my cup runneth over. I have to keep my cup full. Words of affirmation to myself every single day, because the moment I don't give myself those words, negative people will try to enter into my space and try to talk me down and make me feel bad about myself. And that's how people tend to unalive themselves, because the pressure of what society put on them and what other people think how they should be and expectations of the world, they can't handle that. So I would, wherever I'm at, if you happen to be around when I'm saying this, you're going to feel this aura. If you don't like the aura, then get away from me, but you will hear it.
Okay. You know I got more. You know I got more. I can't leave it alone. This is just like a video game, right?
Hold on.
If I feel like that's why I be saying, like, I'd rather people be humbled than get humbled, because this is not a good feeling. It's just not. So let's say this then, right? And we done seen that on video games, play basketball, whatever. We be saying that okay, for sure. But this me and Sean always go back and forth on this one all the time. But this is like a video game. The reason why I always get people to make, I rather, I tell people, be humble or get humble. That's just what happens in life, because sometimes you can put yourself as being the toughest or whatever and call yourself, I'm just motivating myself, right? So this done happened too many times on a video game, even bragging, all that stuff is the same exact thing, and I had to realize, even though when it comes to competition, we do that all the time and we get humble for it. So I'd be like, I'm the coldest on Mortal Kombat and all this stuff. Voicing it to everybody, I tell people, I'm going to beat you up and all this stuff. Soon as somebody smack me across my head, how I'm feeling, I'm sitting there looking at a wall, then got humbled, right? No matter how much I done motivated myself, because it feel way worse when you sat there and that's just like people be bragging about their relationships, right? They go online, oh, I got the best boyfriend and all that other stuff or whatever, and all that stuff or whatever, girlfriend, whatever they got, right? And then soon as their relationship not basically go trash, and they going back online crying about they like, man, this is no good or something like that. You got it's basically like you just got home with yourself or something like that, because it's like they looking at you like, because there's people, they still always do that stuff. They post things and then life humbled them, right? Dang, maybe you don't have the best boyfriend or girlfriend you have, and now you sitting here and got to live with this regret that you sat there and voiced to all these people, and they looking at you like you silly and all that stuff. Like, I could have sworn you had the best. I thought you was relationship goals and all this other stuff. Now you mad at everybody else that sat there that you done told everybody, because you didn't get. Because the thing is, like I tell people, you gonna either get a congratulations sometimes, or you gonna get a freaking or you gonna get, nah, I don't believe that. You know what I'm saying? You think you're the coldest, not everybody else. And they're not wrong, because they feel like because some people are delusional. Or that's an opinion. We can say it's opinion, though. But that's just like when people be calling themselves 10s. It might not be affecting me, but I got the right to say how I feel, because I'll be like, no, what the heck? What the whether you a 10, no, I don't think you're perfect. I know you're not perfect. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. People do say some arrogant stuff. I think that is just like it's every right for everybody to say how they feel. It's every right to say people could say their opinions. So everybody don't have to give you a pat on your back and say, you know what, you are sweet. You are the sweetest. No, people gonna have their opinions. I can literally say I'm the smartest person in this room and say that. I'm not about to do that, because I know how a majority of people is going to feel, no matter if it's an insecurity or not. But I know even myself that sounds silly. Out loud. I mean, it is a difference between motivating, right? It's a difference between motivating and actually purposely trying to provoke people. Because like I said, you talking about a confidence thing, right? But it is people know what they flexing for, right? I'm not about to sit there with a stack of money or whatever. I can see me. Okay, this is a scenario you kind of using. I'm counting my money, right? Trying to look for my ones, even though I got a bunch of hundreds. But you doing it yourself, and then somebody walk up on you. That's different. But if I know that I had a $1 bill sitting there on the front part, and I still want to reverse the hundreds and show that first before I sit there and pay for some annihilators, I'm flat out just trying to provoke people.
Yeah,
That's
prove
that's
it.
that's that's what happened. That's the
Annihilators
reason why
years.
God don't like. If we want to use scripture, right? It's why He don't like prideful people and all that other stuff, because that is, we do know it provokes, especially for the people that don't have it. It does that. It's only damaging to ourselves for the most part. I
Those are
mean,
the
that's what it
same
do.
people. Those are the same people, Kev, that will try to tell you how to run your
Like
relationship
when girls set their
when they're
cheeks out.
struggling with
You
their
know what I'm
own.
saying?
I
Provoke
feel
the
like
whole world. They be like,
then
oh, well, my booty cheeks was out or something like that. That's on demand. You know, it's weak people out here. That's the whole point of not being, we could say, it's provoking. I'm not going to say arrogant, right? That's the whole point, because we know
I'll
what
say
comes
this
behind them
simple,
things. We
bro.
can talk about how insecure these people is, but we know what insecure people do to people. We know what happens to them. You know what I'm saying? If you want to sit there and keep on, like bullying, right? Like people bullying stuff. People know that they strong. People know they slick with their words and stuff. I can sit there, it is this thing called teasing. All that stuff is literally the same thing as like arrogance. Like, it's people that just don't have what you have. I'm not about to flex my money because I know I have it. I'm not about to, it's so much stuff I got on that topic though. That's the reason why we gonna be forever going back and forth on that one. Because I see the damage that arrogance do. Even though you said it is not hurting people, it is weak people out. We gotta be mindful of weak people out here. You know what I'm saying? We got to be mindful of that, and also we got to be mindful that sometimes you hurting yourself because you think so highly of yourself. It's people that do that too.
Yeah,
They so
yeah.
highly of themselves that they don't even realize.
Okay, let me ask you this.
What?
Someone, I know Slim is going next. Okay, I think you still proved the point. Even if someone were to so-called humble me and prove that I'm not the best on Mortal Kombat, whatever it may be, it don't change the fact that I still believe I'm the best. So you didn't humble me. You think you humbled me by beating me, but you didn't change my perspective of how I think about myself. So that's why I say the only
Oh, you
person
strong. I get humbled.
the only person that can humble is the person who, like, I can only so-called humble myself. Can't no one say, hey, you need to humble yourself. And the other point that you made is, even if, what is it me believing in myself? What harm is that doing to you? Even if I'm hurting myself, what harm is it doing to you? Nothing at
It's
all.
a difference between believing in yourself and flexing, man. It's literally two different things.
either
Just like a
way though,
difference
we
between
have to be
confidence and there's a
honest.
difference between
Right. Just
arrogance.
look at
It's literally a
LeBron
difference.
James.
Either way though, we have to be honest, because if you truly think about it, it can only affect you if you allow it to. Now, emotions are emotions. I do not believe we can control emotions. What I believe we control is how we react to the emotions we're given and that we feel. So if Sean posts that he was the best on a game, if I'm confident in myself, that's not going to bother me. But also, if I'm secure in myself, whether I'm the best at the game or not, or I feel like the best, any person would be like, okay, well, how can I get where he is? Where am I lacking at to get better? To say something to him about him saying he's the best, or to say something in opposition of what he's saying, that's an emotional response because I don't feel like I'm where he is or that I should be better than that. People don't, it goes back to what we were talking about earlier about not holding ourselves accountable enough to want to do the work to be better or do better.
Yeah.
Somebody else's confidence should have no bearing on you, your life, your lifestyle, or what you're doing if you are secure in yourself. It's nothing nobody on this panel could say that's going to make me feel bad about me. Now, I can take constructive criticism. I'm open to hearing advice. I'm never going to think I'm so far above anybody to where I can't learn something from somebody else. But me feeling like I'm the best looking or me feeling like I'm the most successful or whatever the case may be, not saying that I do, I'm just giving an example. Nothing y'all say is going to take away from that if you can't put me in a position to do better than what I'm doing.
So is that pride? Is that ego?
I don't think it's pride or ego because to me, ego, if you do, I do think it's prideful for you to feel the need to flex. What I'm saying is, if you're doing that, I don't care at the end of the day because better so that I can be on the level you're on. Or I'm not gonna say anything because what does that gain me?
Yeah. Let me say this then, because I swear we know what it is though. We want to say that though. So let me use this then. If you saying this right, because we know there's a difference between provoking and none. There's a difference between confidence and arrogance, right? We know some people do things to get something out of people, right, or purposely, right? And some people do things for themselves, and then some people may intrude. Like I said, I know the difference between confidence. I done talked about this so many times. The difference between confidence and actually trying to flex is two different things, literally. So what about this then? If you saying it's the other people's fault for the way they, even though we can say that then. What about this then? So if you see a white, I guess I gotta go this way then. These people that saying white tea power and all this other stuff, we shouldn't feel a certain way. Is we lacking power, lacking stuff, or do we? Because like I said, it's certain things where even if people want to push themselves out or whatever, it's this thing called checking. We gonna check what if they really believe what they stand on, because it's the competitive mentality that a lot of people have. Just like people say, I'm the best in Uno. You know, people gonna want to check it. They're gonna want to test it. I have the most money. People say all type of things. We don't want to say because we don't even want to say it's a lack of comp or whatever you want to call it. If we can call it that, it's people that's just going to test it. I make a lot of money. People gonna rob you, or they're gonna show you, off that I have a bigger stack than you. I mean, that's just how this world has always been. And it's always gonna be like that. I mean, we can say provoke, just like people would say that you made me mad and all this other stuff. It is this thing called either motivation or provoking, or all that stuff. That's just like, kids, like when they're telling like, oh, you feel a certain way because you're getting teased. No, we tell people to stop teasing people for a reason. That's the same exact thing. We can just say, oh, that's your fault because you're taking that, but we know this is how humans work. It's still, we got to have a little bit, I guess, compassion towards the other people that may be weaker than us. Even though I be saying on certain things, you right about the part. It is self, but we do know it's only so much humans can take. We all humans. We all have failed for them things. We done heard people say some silly stuff on this app, and we still reacted to it. We want to say, we want to say because we know something. We just want to check it anyways. Let me see if this person is really smart, because they keep putting their degrees up here. They keep saying that, and you automatically get that feeling like, I'm about to go in and check to see if you're really smart. I do that. I'm guilty of that, because when I hear people that think they just so high of themselves, I will find ways to sit there and try to make you see. Or we can say humble. I will try to find a way to, because I just don't like when people do that, especially to other people that might not be as good as them, or might not be as smart as them. I don't think that's cool. That's just not cool at all.
Hold on, let me ask you. Would you say that you're humble, Kevin? Would you say you're a humble person?
At times, I try to, for the most part.
Okay. Let's go with that. Give me 1 minute to cook with you, and I'm done. Okay, you would say at times you are humble. Okay, let's go with that. I don't have no reason to second guess that, but let's cook for a second. So you would say that you're humble. Okay, so do you believe that, could you read people's minds? Do you know people's intent when they say things, or you just know what they say?
No, I mean, sometimes I might vet certain situations or something like that, so I can tell based off of. Not all the time. Sometimes I could be wrong, but for the most part, if somebody's sitting there moving like a certain way, and they say that I can take accountability, and then the next minute they end up blaming somebody else, I can tell that they were just using a word that they didn't know. So stuff like that.
So you could tell by somebody's actions, but you can't tell as far as what they're thinking, right? Can't nobody tell what someone is thinking.
Nobody gonna ever know that.
Okay. So with that being said, when you say when someone is flexing instead of them being humble, could you say that you could be wrong when you said that based upon your answer?
We can say that.
Okay.
But then what I would do is ask a bunch of questions behind it, and if they can't answer a straight question, most of the time they done lied to themselves and convinced themselves that there was something else, and then you let them talk long enough, they gonna say, like, if I ask a bunch of questions, be like, all right, so why did you do that? Why did you do that? Or something like that, and then they be like, because if they end with because I said so, then 9 times out of 10 they didn't. They lied. They just lied to themselves and try to get you to believe what they lied. Go to bed. I see shots. Look in here.
I mean, pretty much, Kevin, you're just giving them the benefit of the doubt. and then you allow
I think everybody, that's what part of vetting and judgment and all that stuff is just living experiences and stuff. Because otherwise, that means we ain't gonna, if a dude walk up with us a hoodie, we just gonna give him a chance. You know what I'm saying? We could be wrong. We don't know if they're gonna rob us, but it's just experience. It's experience, and you know what I'm saying? And it's better safe than sorry. You know what I'm saying? Or better, it's such this thing called right judgments, wrong judgment, and sometimes that could be wrong. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think nobody just purely knows, but it's just really judgment. Judgment is freaking is life.
Right. As a decent human being, you just try to give the benefit of the doubt to others, and hopefully they live up to your expectations to your expectation. Yeah.
Yeah. I think for the most part, just like we can tell when somebody for the most part, we can tell when somebody's purposely trying to make somebody mad or purposely trying to get somebody jealous. Like, it's just different stuff. We can still be wrong, right? We don't know what's in their mind, but most of the time, if you experience so much stuff in your life or seen it or you pay attention to life, like some of this stuff is repetitive. It really just don't change. You can still have a good percentage of being wrong, but a lot of this stuff is just come with just repetitive things. That's all that is. So, you know, because otherwise, if we was just to sit there and just be like, well, I might not be right. You wouldn't say anything. We just wouldn't talk at all in life because, like anybody, we don't know what people think for real. All right, everyone. It was nice. Oh, for sure. Appreciate you.
She's an absolute pleasure to talk to. She's a breath of fresh air. That was nice.
Beautiful.
All of you ladies actually on the panel. Breath of fresh air.
Yeah. But the reason why, like I said, the reason why I speak against it so much because I see the damage it do, man. And I always, like I said, I always compare it to like teasing, and then it be the people that do that, right? Don't even see how it be hurting themselves. Because like even with that, like it's like trying to get a validation from what crowd? Like people look for validation for so many different things and stuff. Like, 'cause I do always ask that question, like, why do we? You know, it's always a reason why we do certain things in a certain way. Because this is one thing I was always. I mean, as some years ago or whatever, I realized that things are done for a reason and stuff. Just like somebody be like, I like shiny rims, or I like sweet shoes and stuff. For the most part, people getting these Nike or Jordans and all that stuff just to keep up, to show off, really. Because if you say, "Oh, it's just comfortable," I like the feeling. It's literally some shoes at Kmart you can buy for comfortability. So we know it's not just for comfortable. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I like how I look. Well, there's some fake ones that look just like it too. You know what I'm saying? But it's like I said, so many people be lying, bro. They lie and then they try to make it seem like, well, you really don't know me. But it's just like, bro, like some of the stuff that we say, it just don't match up with certain things. Like people just don't want to own up and just say, you know what, I like to flex. I just like to flex. I like to, you know what I'm saying? They just don't want to say that, or they'd rather come with 100 excuses. But it's just like a lot of these things. Like I said, I had to question myself these things. Like, okay, if I really do I really want to wear some? I don't know if y'all heard of Cartiers, or because of the texture, they're real wood. I like the way the wood feel on my ears and all that stuff, and the real diamonds on there. You know what I'm saying? If you like the way diamonds look, get you some Cuban zirconia because it bling. No, you just heard there's a lot of freaking money for that diamond, and you just want it to show off in front of other people to boost your own. So as I say, if our confidence is based off of how it whatever for other people, right? If it's based off of that, right? That means it can come and go. Because some of these things is like, and then sometimes we stressing ourselves out to keep up with these people, and it'd be a lot of miserable people that be in these like diamonds and freaking, all this other stuff, like trying to look like they happy. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like it's a simple. It be the simplest. It's like with me. Like I buy cheap clothes. I don't be caring about impressing a lot of people, man. I don't. I rather have a rich inside than a rich outside. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just we prioritize so many different things. We try to impress the wrong type of people. I mean, all these things I had to realize these things with myself. Just like when I realized, like when I had decided to be abstinent, right? Abstinent, and I realized like I was scared of getting teased and all that other stuff, and I was like, you know what? Who I'm trying to impress? Most of these people They need these things. We don't live life based off of so many people of saying what they had to do to overcome their traumas and all that stuff. I'm not gonna use some of this stuff. That means I have to use another person. That means I need a woman. I need another woman. I need to get in. I'm trying to my best not to be explicit. I gotta get some buns for me to not stress. I'm like, no, that sounds like more of an internal issue then. But we rather just go by things because it's sound bites. It's things that people just repeatedly say. Oh, it helps relieve stress. But like I said, what are you stressing about so bad in your life that you got to keep going through these things? Back to the topic in a way, right? That you have to smoke cigarettes. That you have to get some buns, all the time. That you have to have coffee in the morning. Like, what is you stressing so much that you have to rely on these things? Why can't you meditate? Why can't you pray? Why you gotta always eat all the time just to stress? You know what I'm saying? What is this stress that's just lingering around your body so much that you don't have no other? You gotta pay to get rid of it, or that you have to use another person or depend on another person to get rid of this. You know what I'm saying? Even though you don't get rid of it, it still be there. You just coping. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, oh my, it's just so much, man.
Let me ask you
And
this.
I think what you're saying, Kev, and I can feel your passion in this. And my grandfather told me this one time years ago. He said, "You have to do something more than you not want to do it." So why are we going into the construct of coffee? Because I know I was an alcoholic for a long time. For a long time, I had to deal with that because I was coping. And I was
Coping, yeah.
dealing with, yeah, I was coping. But now it's like, wait, I have to want to not do that more than
Yeah.
I want to do it. So it took me a long time, even through TikTok, even through, all these constructs that I go through. Like I had to learn, like, what do I need? What do I need to do to get by? Why can't my prayer be coping? Why can't my God be coping? So we're giving more to the world than we are to
True.
To
have
the
God validate our
constructs.
life. You know what I'm saying?
I
I don't
got
need another human being to validate my life. You know what I'm saying? For the most part.
I don't tell people they wrong. I just like to give a different perspective. So here's my perspective, right? When you say like, why people gotta buy these expensive shoes and clothes when a cheap thing could cost the same, well, it costs cheaper and it does the same, right? From my views on certain things is I do know that the higher things are, sometimes it come with different, like let's go with clothes. You could buy some shirts out of Walmart and you could buy some shirts or like a Gucci shirt, right? One will be better fabric. You can't deny that. It's not going to be the same fabric. It's not going to be the same texture, right? So let's say that I am poor and I'm used to wearing cheap clothes, right? Never really liked the feeling of it, but hey, I never could afford uh, uh, clothes that have good texture and all that stuff, right? And when I started making more money, I started buying clothes that that is comfortable for me, right? And in the process of me buying clothes that's more comfortable for me, that's going to come with name brand, because certain things that cost a lot of money will have a brand, will have a name to it. Things that don't feel comfortable enough, sometimes they don't have a name. So if I do a reference to that is, let's say someone who's been poor and they live in a bad neighborhood and they start making good money. Would you encourage that person to, hey, since you make good money, stay where you at? You don't have to prove nothing to no one. Or you be like, you know what? You should get out of that community. Why are you staying in that community? You make more money. I believe the more money you make, everything in your life changes as far as what you can want, what you can afford, and like the places that you could go. So I believe that, yes, why would you, like for me personally, I buy all my pants out of Walmart, right? And I make good money, but I love pants out of Walmart. You know why? Because people can't see the brand of the pants, and I like them because they're comfortable. And I don't need to spend money. Like my clothes, pants, my legs, I could wear any kind of pants and I still feel comfortable. But when it
Hey,
comes to
Sean,
yes,
let me give you an example. So I was a ball player my whole life. Why did Jordans buy Jordans? But You know, they were the most uncomfortable shoes to play ball in. I didn't even like playing ball in the Jordans that I bought. So that's the thing. I could go buy some Walmart shoes. I could go to Ross. I could go to Burlington, whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Like, everybody is so fixated on all these labels that they're forgetting about themselves. They really are taking themselves out of it.
But everything, if we just look at life, I'm gonna say how I look at it is, I don't see a difference because everything in life is a label. It doesn't matter what you look at, it's a label. Food has a label on it. Your clothes have a label on it. When you driving, it has a label on it. It has a sign.
Well, look at
Every
mental health. Mental health has a label.
yeah,
You're
every
either
that's what I'm saying.
ADHD, you're
Yes,
BPD, or
yes,
your education is a
yes. So
label. You're
yes,
K through 12.
so I look at
Everything is a
yes,
politicians,
yes. It's a label.
racism,
Yes.
classism, all
So
that. It's
to
all a
me,
label.
I agree. So for me, when I just think of like, I always thought like, okay, I'm bothered by this, right? So when I find myself bothered about something, I go into deeper questioning like, okay, if I'm bothered about that, then I should be bothered about the other things that's similar to that. And if I'm not bothered by things that's similar to that, then I need to find a root reason of why I'm not bothered by those things, but I'm bothered
Exactly.
about this, even though it's similar. So when I come to the conclusion, I come to the conclusion with those things is all labels. Like even if I talk to someone that say they are atheist, right? And are agnostic, right? And they be like, well, I'm not no religious person. I don't have no beliefs. I'm like, damn, let me research agnostic. Let me research the atheist, right? And I realized they pretty much in the same boat as us and they don't even know it. And how I come to the conclusion is religion, they say, is a belief. Atheist is a belief. Your belief is you don't believe that there's no God. So you have a religion just like us. You are no different.
Right.
So I realized that labels, people will label you, and based upon that label, you will be put in a certain box. So
True.
I just believe that it's okay. Like I have the same thoughts you have. Let me say that, Kev, as far as like, oh, you bragging, oh, you this and that. But those are things when you say, why do I say things out loud? I say positive things out loud. I keep my negative thoughts to myself. There's a difference for me. I don't feel the need to say anything negative because I know I could be wrong on something. I could be, because at that moment I could just be projecting. But if it's something that I seen you do for sure, like somebody I seen them do for sure, I'm gonna speak on that evil or bad thing you're doing because I'm not projecting. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen you do it, so I'm not projecting. But a lot of times I would say a lot of positive things out loud. I would keep my negative thoughts that I believe is a projection to myself. But if it's a negative thought, I ain't gonna say negative thought. If it's a truthful thought and it could be perceived as negative, I'm going to say that out loud because I seen you in the act and I actually seen you do that, and I'm basing it upon your actions that I physically seen with my own eyes.
Honestly, what you're speaking on, Sean, that is, oh my goodness. I think we're all in the same limelight where, look, we can speak positive as much as we want to do it, but sometimes we have to
But
hold
what
back
we
the
feel is
negative.
positive. I mean, that's what it
Yeah,
is. It's all about where
yeah,
your heart is at, man.
And Kev,
exactly,
what you prove with your prompts,
exactly,
and what you prove with your prompts
exactly.
is, and what you prove with your prompts, Kev, is a prime example. Your prompts kind of like, it's like my mind. Your prompt is kind of like my mind. I'm using an analogy. Your prompts speak nothing but positivity on TikTok. It create a thought process. It create a spark of thought to where it's not judgmental. It just pretty much getting people perspective. And if someone come on your panel and disagree, you don't insult them. You don't throw names. You be like, okay, that's your perspective, and then you give yours. That's how my mind operate. Speak on the positive, and you post the positive, and your prompts be positive. But when it comes to the negative, I believe that's easy to do because when you look at TikTok, all the negative creators that have these negative prompts, they get all the attention. They get all of the attention. So I realized TikTok is no different than real life. We say it's different,
Mm,
but it's real life people on
Mm,
real life TikTok. So I believe what happened on TikTok is actually the real life because it's real
facts.
people that is on TikTok. But a lot of
ex-
people have that mindset like, well, TikTok ain't real. I'm like, let me tell you how I broke that down, Kev. Somebody say TikTok ain't real. I'm like, damn, it ain't real. I don't have these conversations in real life. And I'm like, hold on, man. I don't like to think like everybody. I hate thinking like everybody else. They get on my nerves because I feel like I'm a robot and I'm not my own self. So I say, hold on. How TikTok not like the world and it's not real when I applied some of these things I learned off TikTok in my own marriage and I seen it work. So I'm like, okay, but it's real people that is using TikTok. So it got to be happening in real life because it's happening on TikTok and the people that's on TikTok is actually real. So I'm like, okay, these people just be saying any goddamn thing at this moment. They just saying anything at this moment.
Sean, you know what's crazy, Sean and Kev? Honestly, we did not even go through all your prompts today.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do it again on Saturday. I'm gonna do it Saturday.
We
Tomorrow
didn't
I'm
even
thinking
go
something
through all
different.
your prompts. Everybody was talking about their knowledge, where they came from, their experiences, their understanding, and man, we talked about so many different like diasporas of all this stuff, you know, and we didn't even go through all your prompts, and I feel bad
That's
for you,
cool. I
but
still expanded
I
and
know how
learned.
you work,
So
Kev. I know how you
I
work,
love it.
Kev.
And if you sit back and let's take you in perspective, right, Kev? Like the people used to say that you are, you know, they call you a red pill, right? Okay, this is why I believe that intent. I know a lot of times people can say things, right? But my grandmother taught me this as far as when I'm communicating with people. She said, people hear what you say, they don't hear what you think. And when people tend to put labels on people, they put labels based upon not just an action, pretty much what someone said. Oh, I believe that you can say some harmful things without even trying to, and it was on accident. And people would base those harmful things that you said and create a narrative that you are this entire person. But if they come into your live and spend time on your live in your panel and see what come out of your mouth, I don't believe that someone could call you a red pill. I'm gonna tell you why. Because they don't have enough information to say. If they judge you based upon what you do in other people panels, I wouldn't think that's fair, because when I go in other people panels, sometimes I just be relaxed, you know, so I just say some wild stuff because I feel like it, you know what I'm saying? I'm not really truly being myself. I'm kind of like just shooting the shit in a sense. But if they come to your panel where your thoughts is being created and your thoughts is being on the prompt and you're not on somebody else live, I don't believe they could come out with that same notion as if, oh, Kev a red pill. You know why I believe they can't say that? Because none of your prompts is about relationships, for the most part, about men bashing women. They don't have enough evidence to say that you're a red pill based upon your own live. So it's very important that people, I understand it's important to hear what people say, but I also believe that it's important to know someone's intent, because there's been a lot of times my wife done said something to me and I'm like, hold on, man, what the hell you say to me? And I'm offended, right? Because I'm like, hold on, man, why she talking to me like that? Then I'm like, hey, man, you know you was kind of like loud when you said that. She said, nah, I thought you could hear me because you bad at hearing. And I got a bad hearing because I work in plants, chemical plants. I'm thinking she's getting loud with me and she's being disrespectful to me as a husband. But in her mind, she's got to get loud because she know my ass can't hear. So I understood her intent and I was no longer offended or disrespected because she told me her intent.
Yeah, I think you just kind of mentioned what I talked about earlier, though. That's why I said I you know, when you get to a point in life, even though if it sounds like your situation too, though, like, and it's good that it's like that. I realize I can only be around people, and it's sad because I have a lot of family that's like that too, that go off a few things and they just go to the extreme with it and they quit the label, right? They quit the label people. Then you got the people that want to understand you too. You know what I'm saying? I think them more of the people that you can really try to you know, build with, because if it's a person that take a couple words, that's why I don't like that words of affirmation stuff or whatever, to a certain extent, right? Because I think some people just don't, they just take a couple things or whatever, and they just go off a couple words that's what affirm them, you know what I'm saying? Just, oh yeah, you said it, but then you're not looking at the actions. You look at, okay, that they, you know, that's why some people I noticed that and they only kick it with me because they like what I say. I was just mentioning that earlier. They only like what I say, but they really they don't know where I stand on. You know what I'm saying? And then as soon as I start mentioning and start bringing evenness and say something that's happened on one end and try to say that, you know, but it happened this way on the other end. I'm trying my best not to. then hold up, wait, I don't like that you're talking about that. Now you're not talking productive. So it's some people that just literally just be on edge and they don't care. But like I noticed though, right? Like I'll go back to that again. It's some people. It's literally just some people that just don't want to take the time of the day to really, because that take work. That takes work. You realize it's just lazy. People are lazy with the labeling stuff. They lazy with everything. They just want to go with a few things and jump straight to it. Just like they want to do a couple sit-ups and think they're gonna get a six-pack. Everything is just quick. They want everything quick.
You know what it remind me of? When you say people take a certain amount of work. Like let's say you speak for 5 minutes, right? And let's just say for those 5 minutes, you probably said 2 things that someone would deem problematic. They would take those 2 things and be like, pretty much that's all you was talking about, right?
Yep.
And they don't take
and spend 20 minutes on that.
You're damn right. See what I'm saying? Yeah. So people will
and that's the thing. That's the thing. They'll sit on TikTok for hours in a day, but they won't go and do their own research, do their own work, do their own. And this is what it reminds me of, Kev and Sean, is endurance. Endurance. And we were talking about love earlier. Like, love actually is long suffering, and we actually have to endure through all this. Like, wait a minute, what do I gotta deal with now? So I have to deal with that. That's a humbleness that comes in with it.
And you know what it remind me of? This is what I was gonna say. It remind me of the scripture, right? That everyone know. And it's crazy that when I say that when people could take one thing you said and forget everything else, it reminds me of a scripture of John 3:16. Everyone knows what John 3:16 says, but they can't tell you what John 3:15 or John 3:14 says. They only know John 3:16.
What is it? What did it say?
It was talking about as it lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, and it was going back to the Old Testament.
Exactly. A lot of people don't want to read before the word. Yes. The word was within me, and they don't want to read all the word. They just want to read.
So then it go back to the conversation when I say that people don't hear.
I'm trying to get to the point. I can't hear too much. Y'all saying that. I just want to get to the whole point you was getting to about. I want to. You said before and after. What you meant by that?
Because I'm saying that, like, let's say you said something that they don't like, they'll take they'll take what you said that they don't like and paint you with the whole thing that you don't like, and they don't take in consideration of all the other things you said. And that's when I say about John 3:16. Everyone know what God would like, what John 3:16 says, but they don't take in consideration what everything said prior to John 3:16.
Oh, I get what you're getting to about that, right? They just take
Yeah.
You got the people that want to take all the worst parts. Well, he took us to slavery and all this other stuff, but they go for that. I don't believe in it, but then they want to say you can't judge me and all this other stuff. Like, then act like that came in.
Hey, hold on. This is how I get.
And that's the same thing, Kev, though, too. Even if you look at the Old Testament and the New Testament, sometimes you got to tear out the white page that was beneath that was actually countered on that. And look, it's all a history book. And so you have to break that down for yourself, not for nobody else, because now this is where religious trauma comes in. We were talking about parents and how we're raised.
Just imagine this, Kev. And to me, I used to be one of them people who get offended when somebody questioned, like, oh, that book ain't real. I used to get very upset, and then I had to start checking myself. Why do I feel the way I feel when someone says something, right? So then I realized all I had to do is, one thing I learned to do is use, and you seen me do it several times when I be on panels, and it works every time in life. I use people's own logic on them. So I would say, if they say, well, that was written by men, I'm like, okay, so do you celebrate your birthday? That was by man. Man told you that you were born on this day. Okay. Do you believe that today is July the 25th? They be like, yeah. I'm like, okay, man told you that it was July the 25th. You don't. Do you know that it's 365 days in a year? Yeah, we learned that in school. Okay, man told you that it's 365 days in a year. So you are no different than me. You are no
Right.
different than they'll shut up.
Exactly. Exactly. And a
You
lot
didn't
of
believe
people
in too
don't
many people with cliffhangers. They
because
looking like they
the
and they
love.
never answer after 2 hours in the live. They still never answered your question. That joke was. I remember that one week you was on the road and got about 3 people. I just be cracking up. I just be like, I love it. Is that my toxic side? No, I don't know if that's toxic, but that joke just so funny. I'm like, dog, they literally not gonna answer.
And you know what's
Humble
crazy
them.
about that
In my
is
book,
if
that's
you
called
could
humbling them.
Were you in that live earlier, Kev? When I think I seen you come on a panel, and I think I had a
Yeah.
phone call today, and I dropped. I asked the women on the panel, right? Because I told you I'm one of them people who I'm very big on men doing what they need to do, right? But I'm
Mm-hmm.
also, when I see women doing some foul stuff, I will call you out on it. And you go, some
Yep.
people call me a misogynistic because I speak when women doing something wrong. Hey, that's your belief. The time. Women know exactly what a man role should be. They could tell you like hand by hand like what a man role is to be. So I say I'm gonna ask you women on a panel. Y'all know what a man role should be. They was like, yes. Tell me what is your role as a woman when you're with a man? What is your job? And they couldn't answer. One girl dropped down, disappeared. The other girl couldn't answer at all. And the
look,
dude God sent, or whatever his name is, that was on your panel earlier, he was like, they not even gonna answer the question.
let
That's
me
my
tell you
boy. Yeah.
this, Sean. A lot of times, a lot of people will shut me down because I will say, "How can you ask for a man of God if you are not a woman of God first?"
Mm-hmm. That's
They
and
don't
they
like
feel
to
and
hear
it's
that.
bad that because it's bad to even that the fact that we feel bad for asking women that question because I think that's just something that they put into us and some people just never grow out of it. It's like why they do the world like this, man? Because they
I
do like
know.
why can't we say women, do you know your role? We can stick our whole chest out and tell men be a man. But we say be a woman, then that's misogyny. I don't. Oh my gosh! Like that don't never add up. I've been seeing you ask that question a few times, Sean, but that it just don't make sense. The word that they don't see the hypocriticalness. Oh my gosh, there ain't even a word. I don't even know, but they don't see it.
Because they hate
Just please, Kev.
accountability.
What would you say, Nay?
I said Kev because they hate accountability.
Oh, facts. My.
I don't try to be.
That
I
A
try
word
not to be too.
is a cuss word. It's a cuss word.
And
We've already.
I try my best not to be. I don't pick on women. Like how some of these dudes be picking on women, right? That's one
True.
thing I don't do. I try my best not to have argumentative conversation with women on this app. I try my best not to, and I would still get labeled as a red pill, and I'm okay with that, right? I feel like anytime I call a woman out that I believe something is harmful or wrong, I would be labeled those things, right? But one thing I would say is if 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 you to speak on like the things like it's okay, and I said this earlier, I think I want to know why is it okay that if you all about empowerment of women and you're all about empowerment, because I know some men who know some men that are happily married and they feel like those men are being simps and a woman taking advantage of him, and they would get mad at the man because the man is not ruling the house how they think the man should rule the house, and vice versa. I see some women get upset with women that are married that are so-called submissive to their man. I see women get upset with those women like, oh, you a slave, you his slave, you this and that. And I'm like, hold on.
Hmm.
Now I realize that people don't want you to be happy. People want you to be happy the way they think that happy should look. And to me,
Mm.
it's all about projection. And that's why I always say that anytime a lot of times I don't speak on anything, or I try my best not to speak on relationship issues, because me and my wife don't subscribe to the 50-50. We don't subscribe to any of those things. What we subscribe to is, well, I'm my own man, she's her own woman. I know what I like and what I seem as far as like what I want in a woman, and I know what she want in a man. And no, I know what she want in me. and I know what I want in her. I don't put the expectations of what the world think a woman should be, and she don't put the expectations on me that she think a man should be. We tried that shit. We almost end up in divorce. I don't believe that no one, that's my humble opinion, and notice how I humble myself when I said that, Kev. All right? In my
You know I had the best.
Hey, notice I humbled myself, right?
I wish you were in Honest's live earlier. Honest's live earlier. Oh man, you probably would have had a field day with this, because Honest was bringing some good questions, some good love, some good ideas. And how do we be ourselves and present with ourselves, but also know how to
Say that again. I didn't hear you breaking up.
Hey,
so.
look, TikTok just kicked me out.
Oh my
I
goodness.
thought of my son. I'm like, dang, even TikTok was shocked. He kicked me.
TikTok don't like it. They don't like it.
Hey,
They
see what I'm
don't
saying?
like
Hey, TikTok don't like me being humble, man. See what I'm saying?
I like how you reversed that. That was so funny, though. I like how you. That was a good one. You just reversed that joke. That was a good one, though. That was a good
Yeah,
one,
because
though. I tried to make it be funny, and then he said, "Yep, TikTok don't like me being." That was a good one.
no. I've been following. Look, I've been on Kev's live for like what, 3 years now?
3 years, yeah.
Yeah, and we just follow each other. We hey, I go into some lives, he goes into some lives. And then now I've got Sean, now I've got Nay, now I've got all these people. But at the end of the day, how am I gonna humble myself?
Yeah.
So
I think not right. I think recently, that's what I'm thinking about that now, man. I'm gonna start. I gotta be selective about these lives. This is just for me now, right? Because it's just like I did my little thing. Like I said, I was only going on some of them wild lives, so just to test my emotions or whatever, to see if I can whatever. So it's only so many times you can do that, right? That's what I had to realize. So now it's like I'm more on I gotta go on like the quality journey. So I gotta listen to lives and see what they talk about. Like I'll be seeing some lives that be, kind of talking about some of the things I talk about. But I realize it's just like it just I shouldn't give myself a headache, right? Even though, even though I feel like I do a good job. But I shouldn't give myself a headache when I know I'm gonna lose. You know what I'm saying? Where I know everybody had their mind made up, all that stuff. And I'm like, I can't be everybody's food. The thing is, I'm just gonna be like food to them. You know what I'm saying? So I had to realize that about where I'm going and stuff, because everybody literally have their own mindset. They got what they believe in, and just like I gotta let people have it. You know what I'm saying? Because that's just like trying to think, like me going into the,
is that what you call yourself? Testing the spirit?
I mean, it's no point. No, it's actually, I guess I'm testing my own self because I know where I stand at, right? I know where I stand at. And if I go, like I said, if I go in the rooms that's talk about, yeah, it's some people like people get shocked, right? And they go back to me having to be accountable, right? I can't, if I know I'm going to go in the room that I know they're going to talk down on me, they can't control their emotions, they going to say how bad I am, they going to call me all type of names, I can only get mad at myself. I know what type of rooms I'm going in. So why am I doing this? Why do this? And then get mad at myself, right? What the heck y'all talking about? I gotta address every comment. Why you saying that? I mean, I'm setting myself up. You know what I'm saying? That's just like me being abstinent, right? And then sit here and going
Well, you have to
stripper
understand though
bars and all
too,
this other
Kev,
stuff or
is
whatever
that
tempting me, right?
not
That's
only do
crazy.
we go in.
You got one bar, Lovely. No wonder you just cut in like that. That's crazy.
Yeah, she been
But
in
you
and
got,
out.
yeah, she got that one bar though. But
That's why
yeah, I mean, but I think y'all get my point though. I had to realize like I gotta stop. I think that's me trying to grow and mature a little bit more, right? I had to realize because now I'm just it's pointless, man. I'm seeing these talks. I see, us doing this. I'm this competition thing. Well, I'm doing the worst and I'm doing the worst. Okay, now I'm really getting to the point like, okay, now that we say you're the worst, I'm the worst, right? What are we gonna do from this point about us being the worst? What are we gonna do to move forward with our worst selves, right? So if we say man is not, if I say a lot about we not disciplined, because now that we know that men are not disciplined, now what are we gonna do about that? Now I have a live about women ain't okay. Now, okay, for the ones that want to understand it, what are we gonna do with the accountability? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, what's the point of having this competition thing that we're better than you or we're worse than you? Okay, what we gonna do with
Hey,
it? So that's
bro.
I think that's the type of movement I'm on now. You know what I'm saying?
Speaking on like that accountability thing, right? I had to call out one of my mutuals, right? Because I invited him to the live, but he came early, but he was in the comments. I told him he held a live, and he was like, about people disagreeing with people and throwing insults, right? So I seen
Right.
him, me and him say we're gonna create a space just for people that be positivity. Don't talk about relationships. Don't be bashing women. Don't be doing none of that. We're just gonna talk about what men need to do and everything. So I seen him on a panel yesterday, and I inboxed him after the panel, and I said, "Hey man, you kind of contradicting yourself because you disagree with somebody, and in the midst of you disagreeing with them, you threw insults at this person, and this person didn't throw it to you." So I said, "You told me that you created a space on your own live that you don't like when people throw insults because they disagree with you, and then I'm seeing you on a panel throwing insults at this woman all because you disagree with her." So I was like, "Man, like, what you doing?" And he was like, "Yeah, man, I was tripping, I was drinking." So he admitted that he was wrong, but I wanted him to know, like, if you was gonna have a space where you say you creating this type of vibe, you can't also be on other people's panel, and when they disagree with you, you feel the need to throw insults at this person, and they didn't say anything. Now, was the person saying some stupid stuff in return? Yes. But as far as like personally attacking him, they wasn't personally attacking him. They was attacking the topic, but he was attacking them as far as how they look. And I called him out on him. I told him he was wrong for that in the inbox.
Right.
And I feel like certain people fall victim to, especially that's why you got to control what type of lives you go into, because
True.
the energy of the room, it could get you to be like, you know what, I'm going to talk about you. You know what I'm saying? Like if the energy is right and everybody kind of like vibing, you will start saying some stuff that you shouldn't be saying because you kind of
True. That's a good one. Yeah, you're right. You're right
so I
about that.
try my best to not.
That's a good one.
I try my best not to go on certain panels and it's too jumping. If it's more than 20 people, I get nervous on panels now. I used to kind of like it, but I'd rather be in rooms where it's like less than 20 people and I could just be myself and just vibe out and have normal conversations. But when it's like 50 and above, I get nervous, and if you say something I don't like, I might call you the N-word, and I normally don't use those type of words on TikTok. But if you say something I don't like, I ain't gonna say I didn't mean it. I just didn't mean to say it publicly. You know what I'm saying? So
that's a good one. That hit kind of hard right there. That was a good one though. Yeah, because you did say that you ended up putting yourself in a situation to say something that you really. That was a good one. Man, that was good. That was good. Yeah, right. That's facts right there.
I try not to, and when I say I deleted certain people, it's not that I believe those people are bad people. It's just I think that they were caught up in the moment of just keep talking about the same thing, and for me, it became kind of I just needed a detox from it temporarily. You know what I'm saying? Like I just didn't need to constantly hear it all the time, and
Yeah.
and I told you the other day, I was like, man, I end up, some of them I end up unblocking those people, and then I end up seeing them on panels, and they end up requesting me back, and then I accepted them, but I just don't go into the live as much. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't personal. It was just you got to know your own limits and what you need to detox from before you kind of like take it personally.
Hey man, y'all about to I might do another 30 minutes. The conversation got good. Hey, why y'all preaching today? Oh, but yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, that's deep. Like I said, I think it took me, because it's like that's what it is. Like when I see myself in repetitive things, it's like, man, because that's why I had to learn in my early 30s when my early 30s when I turned 31. That's when I was really like trying to really focus. I was like, man, like no, I don't want to be 40 doing the same exact thing. I gotta do something different. I gotta make some type of change about myself. Because when somebody asks me that question, what did I do different from when I was in my 20s? What I'm gonna tell them, you know what I'm saying? I'm still talking about we're the 3 year old that you trying to drink some, you know, all this other stuff. Like, dang, what I'm gonna change from that? And then I see my friends doing the same thing. I see some of my family members that's older than me do. I'm like, you know what? I gotta do something different, man. I already knew that I had a mind of my own since when I was young, but I guess it's just like, and then I just realized even when certain things came up, I just like, you know what? Nah, I gotta do something a little different. What's the deal, Gemini? I see you, my brother. But yeah, I just had to realize, you know, certain things like that. So even now, like, I think it took. I'm about to say her. I'm not about to say her name though, but it took this woman to block me for me to realize, like, you know what? And I literally, that's what I was trying to tell you when you was up here earlier. I went through my list and just started unfollowing a bunch of people. I even blocked, like, you ain't gonna see Tansy in here no more. I blocked her. I realized I'm like, you know, Tansy, Jerome, all them. Like,
That's what
I
you were
realized,
talking
like,
about.
man, these
That's what
people,
you. That's
huh?
what you were talking about earlier. Then I had got a phone call and dropped.
Yeah,
What happened?
nothing. I realized she not like even the stuff we talking about now. Like, it's no point. You know what I'm saying? It's not gonna help anybody out. She chased more people out my room than anything. You know, she just pushing her agenda. It was more of like, you know, it was with me, like I said, it was just a test my, and also I was testing my peoples too to see where their emotions at, because I teach emotional intelligence all the time, or emotional control, right? And I just want to see if they can go through this test. But it's just like at the end of the day, I'm like, no, I'm more pleasing her than anything. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not even trying to really do that. And I feel like if I can't have a conversation with you, and that's why I start unfollowing a lot of people, right? Main thing I gotta make sure I say, because I'm getting deep in the topic. Say, what's the deal? Main thing, how you feeling?
Let's go.
It's like if I can't have a conversation with you, or I feel like even with Jerome, right? I just feel like every time he talk, then he want to, I'll let my plane when I'm like, I can't do that, man. I'm not about to. You keep doing it everywhere. You're not trying to. I haven't heard you said you learn from anybody yet. None of these people. If I keep talking to people that keep saying that they haven't learned anything from somebody, I'm not about to deal with that, because I literally want to exchange information. You know what I'm saying? Exchange what you
That
know.
part.
I want to know your point of view in life.
That
I'm
part.
gonna tell you my point of view, and we gonna all, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to grow as a whole, right? I'm not worried about somebody teaching all day and telling me, you know, I can learn from them, right? But it's just like I can't grow with somebody that just only just got to keep pushing they same thing, never change what they talk about or nothing. So it's like I have to realize people like that. Oh, it's more. I even unfollow. I'm not trying to say too many names though, but
No, just,
I unfollow some people that huh? You said what?
no. What I'm gonna just say is a lot of people were not on in your lives 3 years ago,
Oh yeah,
and
you already
understand.
seen it. You seen it. Yeah, you seen it.
Yep,
Yeah, you one
yep.
of the
I
main
seen it.
ones. You and all the people that see me from 3 years, they
Hey,
see me
and
change.
I
They
didn't
seen
even
the
just
people
go
around
into
me
your
change. They seen some stuff. I ain't gonna even lie though. If y'all
exactly.
go on my YouTube and see how I started on this app and now, y'all see some of my
Exactly.
old videos,
A
boy.
lot of people didn't understand that not only was I going into your lives, I was going into multiple lives, and I was having to learn some things, and I was having to um, uh, concentrate things. You know, I had to go off what you were saying. I had to go off what other people were saying, whether it was biblical, religion, and actually, it made me break down the isms, even religion, even religion. I can go into Muslim lives. I can go into biblical lives. I can go into Christian lives. I can go into all these different lives, but not once did I outstep my place. I didn't overstep my boundaries because a lot of people don't understand. Like, because I'm white, I'm just gonna say this right now. Because I'm white, people look at me different. So but I can go into multiple lives and still be a present, being present, and have conversations that are normal, that are loving, that are kind, that are beautiful. And you bring a lot of that to you, Kevin. And I think, I don't even
You
think
know
you
I'm about to
even get
message you.
yourself.
You see
Uh-huh.
what happened? You see what happened when y'all leave my live? Even main thing, no, I had to get on her head too about that. Like, see, when y'all leave my live, I'm talking junk though. Y'all done run into some people that them let y'all.
And
Oh
I think
man.
that's how it
Y'all
works
should have
though,
stayed
Sean.
home. You know what I'm saying? The door was always open. I'm that one person that got to let the kids go out there and run out and go find out about these toxic lives, and they got to come back. Hey, I'm here. See, she laughing now that she
Oh
already
my
know.
goodness. And Broderick, I'm so glad that you're here. I'm so glad, because I've been following Kev just as long as I've been following him, Broderick. So a lot of people don't even understand the conversations that we even have. Like, come on. Like, come
And it
on.
is. That's cool. Let them be like that. Because some people just gonna stay stuck. I mean, like I said, I've always been trying to grow. I've been trying to grow for years. Like since 31. I'm gonna just say that right. When I really started focusing on trying to grow and stuff. So, like I said, all these things, like things
Mhm.
happen in their life, I be feeling like God let things hit in my life so many different ways that I might not like it, but I always realize this things happen for a reason. So I just like, you know what, it's time to do something different. You know what I'm
And
saying?
I was
I even, huh? Go ahead.
I was in Honest's live earlier, and it was a beautiful, Honest. I know Honest can speak on this. It was a beautiful conversation. This is how we move together. This is how our community gets built. That's exactly the way it works. We stick together, we be together, and because some of us just know how to maneuver.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I think yeah, today live was good. Because even though everybody had certain disagreements, it wasn't no arguing. Like it was just strictly, I can respect your point of view, even though I don't agree with it, and that's okay. Like that's why I try to let people know it's just always okay to always get somebody the understanding from the other side, because they might understand something that you don't.
True. That's supposed to be. What's the deal, bro? I see.
What up, Brody?
How you feeling, man?
Man, I'm feeling pretty good, man. I had just working, like I normally do, getting out here trying to make a change within, I guess, other people community. But uh, but yeah, that change thing that you was talking about, bro, is actually, yeah, you got to do that, bro. You gotta. I talk about thought upon perception a lot. I've been following you for a very long time. I've seen a change within you. Um, I've been knowing Lovely for a very long time. Everybody up here, I think I follow. If not, I'll go back in and follow people. But yeah, man, you got to change, bro. Like a lot of people got to change, and that's when you get on TikTok, bro. Like you said earlier, people talk about the same thing with no resolve, with no
Right.
immediate action. It's always the same thing: bitter, mad, upset, frustrated. And like I said, bro, I've been counseling for at least 8 years. But I had to change to get into that. At first it just started out to be just like a job. You know what I'm saying? Like I needed to work, pay bills. But then when I started reading case files and getting into the actual knowing of people and actually giving that information, bro, it changed my life completely. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I didn't realize what I had been doing for years. And I had 3 stepchildren. I did all of that stuff, man. And that was in my 20s. That was in my 20s, bro. You got people now in their 40s or they early 30s talking about, man, I'd never do nothing like that. I was doing this way back when before TikTok was even a thing. You know what I'm saying? All the content that I built, sitting down, having the mental health stuff, and talking to my brother's friends, police officers, FBI employees, state, federal officers and stuff, bro. Like, yeah, you got to change, bro. You got to come up out that shell. You got to do that molting process. You know what I'm saying? You got to do that molting, bro. Like, for real, you got to shed that old skin and realize, like, you know what I'm saying? You getting bigger and better. And then all this community stuff, bro, a lot of issues we can't tackle because we don't know the environment that the person is in. And they probably had a person just like you. Because I've seen you change, bro, for the better. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know you years, like 10 years ago. But when I first started following you, I was like, yeah, you know, this is content that I can follow, pick up on or whatever. And I've seen like over the last 4 years, I've seen how you've changed. I know I've changed, but at the same time, it's just like it's a lot of shit I'm not going for when it comes to people talking out the side of their neck. I'm not going for that. And that's a defense mechanism of mine because I'm gonna stop it right on point. And I've been in a couple of lives where people, you know, do what they do, and you got to set them straight. So yeah, you got to keep that aggression of behavior that you're accustomed to in your environment. And you can't allow people that want to take over to actually manipulate the environment that you built, because what we start to realize is that TikTok, when we get on here, this is somewhat of our space to actually give the information that we know. And all of these people stuck in a rut, they'll come in and say, no, I don't believe that because, and then they never give the reason why they don't believe it. They just start talking about their issues. So yeah, change is something that, yeah, we all got to do. And I think majority of the people that you have in your panel, you know, they've changed. Like a lot of people had to go through that molting process to get that old dead weight up off of them. And then now we see where they're at. Hell, everything changed. Everything changes. And the people that don't, they just stuck being what they is. That's why you see, like you said earlier, family members still doing the same thing. Cousins still trying to get that last little, you know, whatever off, and all of these damn whatever the kids popping up, and all of the drama that you see of surrounding people that we went to high school with. Like I went to high school, and I'm still friends with a lot of people, but I'm seeing it, you know, they got to go check in to county on the weekend because of things that they won't change about themselves. And I counsel them, and then they, you know, they get out, they do good for a minute, and then they wind up doing the same thing because they're accustomed, and I hate to say it, but they're accustomed to failure. I can't change that about you. You got to change you first. So that's all I got. But you know what I'm saying? You, like I said, I always respect and love your live, bro. You know, I show my love, my appreciation for you, a lot of people that's on here. And yeah, let's just keep going. Let's keep grinding. Cause it ain't too many good channels that we can actually get in and have conversations like this. So yeah, I yield my time, bro.
Sure. Appreciate you, man. For sure. You gotta change, man. That's one of the main things for real. But we so busy on changing everybody else and don't want to change ourselves. I think I want to go back to like kind of what, and I'm gonna let you go, man. Thing, but it go back to like this. This a prime example of that verse that Shine used, right? He said like pour over, right? So I look at pouring over also as like, you know, just like right now, right? I'm not gonna speak on some stuff that I'm not working on within myself. So most of the time, like I said, I was about to tie that into when people always want others to change. So of course I want others to change too, but I say you have to change yourself first. So these things that I want people to change, it's something I have to change within myself. So this is the pouring over. You know what I'm saying? Now that I know what to do to from being miserable on certain things, right? Or to not stress, I'm going to tell what I had to do. You know what I'm saying? Or something that's close to it, or get us to share on. Let's grow out of these problems that we having. You know what I'm saying? Because it's obvious that I'm not going through the same problems that people is like kind of I want to say blinded to, but basically like that they don't realize that they are their own problem. That's why I call it the accountability wrong, right? Because I realize that's where everything kind of starts off at. It's ourselves. We have to realize like a lot of our issues is us. You know what I'm saying? And it's the predicament we put ourselves in. You know, we just so used to saying everybody else, but it's like we can only control ourselves. That's the only thing for the most part. But everybody like, oh, I can't get no controllers. They're gonna keep using that same old thing. But how long you gonna keep saying I don't got control of my life, and we're gonna just sit on a chair and you know you got the stuff that you got control of? How about do that, right? Control the parts that you can and make best out of that. Since people like that, because if I see people with no legs still finding a way, they're not saying that I don't have no control or something like that. They over there making things happen. They gonna slide or slither themselves to making them a meal. They gonna figure a way. They not making no excuses, right? They getting people to help them, because for the people that need to help them, they doing all of them things. But everybody else that's functional, that has 2 legs and all these things, they make every last excuse why they can't become better. It makes no sense. You know what I'm saying? Oh, well, they might be getting assistance. Everybody got a reason for why everybody is growing. You know what I'm saying? Black people getting held back. So let's use that then. Oh, LeBron James, he's probably sucking somebody. You know, it's always some stupid reason, right? We can't tell somebody that they grind and they trying hard for their situation. We always find a way to hold each other back. We always find, it's always something because you're lazy. For the most part, most people are just lazy. They don't want to do the work. Just say that. Stop making it, but that's too much. That goes against the ego. That bruises that. You know what I'm saying? But when people really find out that we stopping our own selves, that's what it is. Because like I said, when I see people that we would look or perceive as can't do it, and they're doing it, shut up. I don't even want to hear from none of no functional people. I don't want to hear it. Even the homeless people is finding a way to still live. I done seen a couple homeless people that have been living longer than some of the since I was a little kid. So they finding a way to find a meal. You know what I'm saying? They begging, they doing all that, but they still finding a way to eat. They're finding a way to find some shelter and all this other thing, which is the main things we really need in life. But we over here crying about because I can't find the Krispy Kreme that I want, or I can't get the cookies or the Gucci and all this other stuff. Like I said, we only complain about our own lifestyles that we choose to live. So it's us once again holding ourselves back. You see what I'm saying? But it's everybody else for it. You know, people gonna realize it's us. We holding our own selves back. Go ahead, man. My bad. I ain't supposed to went that long. I just thought about it. It was
No, you did.
I just thought about that. Like, dang, somebody is supposed to.
I was like, yes, Kev, yes.
Man.
Yes, I do believe that, yes, you got good change, you got bad change, right? And I'm literally understanding that, change, it's like all change takes time. And I think that a lot of people in this world, some people, they just don't have a what you call that? Like, they don't have a level of growth. Like, meaning you got some people who sit up here and they cannot just get comfortable in life. It doesn't matter how much they have, they just can't get comfortable. It's like they always have a desire to want to be better, and it's like versus somebody who's sitting up here and they're comfortable and they're like, I don't want to change. I ain't trying to change no more. I'm tired of changing. Like, so you get to that point in life where you like, hey, I'm tired of shit. I just want to sit up here and, shit, if the world move on without me, I'm going to let it move on without me. So that's why you got people who don't change with the time. That's why you got so many people who comfortable with the past. Meaning, have you ever talked to somebody, Kev, and it's like they talking to a past you that you're not, like, literally, it's like you're not even that person no more. So it's like, and they be talking about, they be sitting up here talking about, boy, I know you. Like, how do you know me? You got to reintroduce yourself to the new me.
No, I literally have family that still think that. They don't realize that's facts. They still looking at, I mean, when you was over there peeing on yourself. I mean, they probably make up some stuff. You the P-boy or something. Like, boy, what the heck? No, I changed. I'm boogling on y'all. No, that's the thing I'm talking to the other side. But I'm just saying that. But people do keep you, like, they stuck on that one part that they knew of you, but don't realize you changed because they didn't change. Only a change. What I noticed that if a person changed themselves, they can realize that you changed. This change that people claim that they didn't really do. That's why they can't. That's why there's people that still to this day talk about it's no good, man. It's no good because you're no good. You don't see that. You won't be able to recognize it, right? Until you change your no good self, then you better have that good vision where you can see good people. That's just how that works. I had to realize that myself. I used to be like, man, I'm about to. Dog, I had it so bad. I was like, dog, if this woman, I'm about to go to YT women. That's how serious it was getting. Like, dog, I'm tired of these black, But I realized it was just me and my choices. You know what I'm saying? I'm the one that's picking the booty poppers and all that stuff and trying to get a relationship out of them. That's my fault. I'm the one that want to sit there and use. And I don't think I was that bad, but like getting blinded by smecks and all that stuff, and not realizing she had a messed up attitude. She also told me that she can't keep her mouth closed and all this other stuff, but I bypassed because I thought I can internally. I thought I probably could change it, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's just like I had to realize these things. I had to, you know what I'm saying? So like I said, that's why I tell people you got to change yourself first, and then you got to see everybody that's talking about this no good. That's just them. They can't get out that vision. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I have to realize. But
that's the thing, Kev. Though, is that once you start to grow and once you start to change, you also have to know that other people are not going to know how you're changing and how you're growing, because they're not growing in the same way. Not everybody is growing in the same way that you're growing. So once you're growing, you actually have to be able to be willing and to be able to accept the fact that not everybody accepts you for the new person that you are. if that if that's how I say it. They're not gonna.
I like how you said that too. It's like you talking about accept it. It's like, dog, it's like validation, right? We looking to get accepted by who? What type of people we trying to get accepted by? That's something I had to ask myself a question about. We trying to get accepted by miserable people. If you're a miserable person trying to get accepted by miserable people, you're not gonna get that. But when you healed, or if you grown in life and then try to get accepted by miserable people, you could care less about that. When you realize, that's why I said a lot of us be trying to stoop down to people that's still stuck. You know what I'm saying? And we letting them bring us back. That's what I'm saying. Like some of these arguments we be having and all this other stuff or whatever. It's like, what's the point? Like I be saying, okay, Roger, I gotta get, because it was burning me, I guess, because you was just saying that you have to stand your ground and all that stuff. But I was looking at, like, I wanted to say this, like some of this stuff, stand your ground. Like, what is your solution at the end? Like, is it like some of these things we be trying to stand our ground on? It be with people that we not, because we think we got this power that we can check somebody that they gonna change us. No, some stuff just gonna get worse. Some stuff is like people already was waiting for you to do that. They wanted you to snap. They want you to lose and go to jail so you don't be around your family and all that other stuff. Actually, gonna do a post about that tomorrow about that. But it's just like they want you to do this stuff. So it's like, who really winning? It's like we want to please our ego so we can be right and all this stuff and think we gonna. But for the most part, I realize that stuff don't work. And then, like, if it's ego on ego, that stuff usually end in the grave, because if one person think they better than the other and they never end, and they gonna keep, I'm gonna set you straight. No, I'm gonna set you straight. And it's gonna keep going back and back and back and back until somebody is in the grave. Exactly. Then my family's gonna get you. Then my family. I mean, it's just a forever war, and then it goes back to somebody is gonna have to bow out. It ain't about. It's not about being weak or a sucker. That's something that they taught us. That's the reason why, because they want us to continue fighting and unaliving each other. Because we use this mentality against our own kind. That's how bad it is. We use it in our family. We use it in all these things and stuff. Wonder why we can't get along, because we got to be like, oh no, I got to set this. I had to set this straight. We got to set this straight thing. But like I said, we don't even say. Sometimes I had to set myself straight, or some of us got to set ourselves straight from reacting to these people. That's just what it is, because some people just not working. That's what I literally had to really realize, like last week or something like that. Like, you know what? It's no point in talking to brick walls. That's what I'm calling it nowadays. It's not to offend people or nothing like that. But like I said, we got to realize some people literally have their mind made up. And that's what I was talking about earlier. So why talk to a mind made up person especially on certain topic, if they on that and you on that and y'all both seem like y'all not gonna go nowhere? What's the point? But me throwing some names and stuff on it's not gonna help change their mind. I don't know why we think they're like, if I call this B or something like that, they're gonna be like, okay, you know what, I'm gonna get my stuff together. I agree with you now. It just don't work like that. If nobody can't call you a B and then you all of a sudden get yourself together, what made we think we got the special power to get that? But we live in this life that we think that we are the cure. That if I get mad enough, people's going to bow down to my madness because I think I'm the maddest person in the world. We think that. Oh, I know so much knowledge and all this other stuff that I realize even with this, like with the cop, we could talk about the cops thing, right? Some people like, you got to know your rights, right? even with that, it can save you sometimes, and sometimes it can put you somewhere else. I be looking at it like you can know your rights all you want to, but if you run into a cop that don't know their rights or something like that, just like we just said, like Sean was mentioning earlier about some people, they might not, if they don't have the answers, all they gonna do is gonna try to purposely insult you because they don't have no other vocab. They can't get back at you at anything else. They can't. So just like cops, right? And it's the wrong time to say this though, because I don't like that recent video that happened. But I'm just saying to save our lives, right? To save majority of our lives. Even though that last incident, that joke was crazy. That's crazy. But what I'm getting to in general for us, right, is that they don't matter how smart we think we are, or we think we can outsmart a cop. That's the worst thing some of us can do, right? Because sometimes it's not gonna work in our favor. Because all they gonna do is just wait for you. You can say all these sweet things, right? As soon as they get in their feelings, remember they the ones with the pew in their hand. So it's like it's no matter how smart you is, they could blow that smartness out of your brain. You know what I'm saying? Just over they silly decisions. I'm gonna say that because it's some words I just can't say on here. So them being silly cost your life because you were smart. You see what I'm saying? I don't know if y'all see what I'm saying on that. So it's like it's not always cool to be smarter than.
Yeah, you can't be smarter than ignorance, because the thing about it is ignorance in this time. I want people to understand what I'm about to say because it's absolute truth. There's a blanket of evil and deception over this world right.
TikTok is annoying, bro. What happened? What you say, Broderick? I just got kicked up.
Yeah, what happens is this, bro. And this is what happens when you start to speak the truth. But there is a blanket of deception and evil over the world right now. And we keep seeing it every time because we can't battle ignorance, because ignorance doesn't have a limit. Ignorance doesn't have it's like a void. It just goes on and on and on and on and on. I asked one of my elders not too long ago, I said, what time in history was a good time for you? And I asked another question. I was like, they put all these movies out, right? And we see all the old school movies with all of these characters and everything else. And I said, was that a good time for you in the 60s? Was that a good time for you in the 50s? I asked my grandmother a long time ago. I said, well, was this a good time in the 20s? And then I asked one of my other aunties, I was like, for you, when was America great? The thing about it is this. Everything is deception and everybody can be deceived behind something, like you said earlier. And the one thing that I dislike seeing is when people start doing these codes with these police officers, and then our people start doing the same thing. Do you not know that they don't even want you, or they never even wanted us to be able to read? So when you get ignorance and education, that don't make a positive result half of the time. It don't.
Right.
And then just like in the video, when the lady said, I rebuke you, you know what he heard? And I'm not making excuses, but I'm going to tell you what he heard, because the manipulation and the deception was over him. What he thought was, after they went through that exchange of, oh, it's a hot pot of water, this woman was cooking. We don't know if she had mental health issues or anything. We don't know. We don't know this person personally. But I'm going to tell you what he heard. And behind his ignorance, what he heard was, well, what she said was, I rebuke you. What he heard was, I'll burn you. And that's why he said what he said. I wish you would. And then as soon as she went to reach or to turn, she's in her mind, she's saying, I'm sorry, I guess I won't. And then as soon as she gets ready to make a move, he fires. That's the evil. That's the ignorance.
Yeah, I think he had a agenda. I was listening. That's the worst. I think this is literally the worst out of all the years. I think this was like kind of the worst because I can't see no reason. Like she literally, like even with that one, that's why I feel like this one the worst, because she literally got on her knees, right? She got on her knees and she said because it seemed like she was doing a joke, right? It seemed like it was a joke. Then when she seen he was serious and they both pulled out that whatever, she literally got on her knees and said, sorry. I'm sorry. She said, I'm sorry real fast.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And it's like, I think he was so in his feelings about that. Yeah. That's why I said this one seriously don't make no sense. Like out of all the different ones that happened to us,
None of
You
them
know,
make
I
sense.
can
None of
see
them
why a
make
little
sense,
bit,
bro.
some of that stuff made a little bit slide, but I'm not saying none of them was right? But I'm just saying this one was the worst because this literally, you see the surrender and this dude moved forward instead of backwards. 'Cause like, I always see cops
Nah,
usually hide
it's
behind things and, if
Okay,
they feel like it's a threat. And then what is the worst that water can do for you? You know what I'm
nah,
bro.
it
saying?
wasn't even that for me. It was just really when I seen the shit, it was like, first of all, she is somebody who's calling
The damn
because
police.
she is fear.
Exactly,
She is
honest.
in fear. If I am in fear that somebody is around me, is they doing something that they ain't supposed to be doing, and I call on you, I'm expecting protection. I'm not
Yeah,
expecting you to
facts.
sit up here and ask me where's your ID, and then when I'm up here looking for my ID, you rushing me to get my ID that I can't find.
And then
They
and
came with
then
their own thing.
then they
Yeah,
wanted
we
to
got 2
find
minutes, y'all. I gotta make sure I pay.
all
I already
good
went 30 minutes
Hold
over.
on, man. I'm gonna say this, then I'm out. I'm gonna say this, then I'm out.
please, please.
I'm gonna say this, and then I'm out. If you go back and you look at the video for the entirety, what they did was they chopped and clipped it, right? So the woman is sitting down, and the actual sergeant that was there was, he asked for it. He said, "Look, only thing we need is just your ID, uh, proof of insurance, whatever the case may be, because apparently it was over a car, some type of property damage or whatever." So she's sitting there. She says, "You know what? I can't find my ID." So for me, that should, as a person that's worked with law enforcement, that should have been the first thing to be like, okay, well, just let me get your name. We'll run it through the system. We're gone. So they should have just left. The second
Yeah, they
thing,
came in with an attitude already off rip anyways, and they went
it
inside her house for no. I mean, they came. I mean, it was something behind that though, but
was
that's a whole
something.
nother thing, man. I don't want to get
We'll
too deep
talk
on
about
that
it. We'll talk
because
about it
I gotta
later.
go to
We'll talk
bed.
Yeah,
about it later.
and we don't want to go into more of that, understanding that
I'm
her
here.
4-year-old cousin was unalived by the police last year. I think it was.
Yeah.
No, nobody wants to talk about that.
Yeah, it's a witch hunt. That's the thing about it. It's a witch hunt. And the thing about it
Collective
is this.
outrage.
Yeah, the thing about it is this, man, that they're targeting people, and they're getting people. And the thing about it is this. We as the people, we need to start actually understanding these laws in these different counties, these different states, because we're having people that want systemic racism to exist. That's why we have all of this shit going on now. We got to understand that half of the people that are running, half of the people that are in positions of power are not from this country, so they don't have the same struggles that we have. A lot of people that are here get overlooked because we use, well, certain people use their own colorizations and they use their own things as far as why they won't vote, and then they think that they can get something. In this country alone, we're asking for assistance, but we ask for the assistance of people to get in there that are completely ignorant. And until we start to understand what we actually want and what we actually need, then we'll understand the people that we're asking it from. And I think, honestly, to build a community, we have to actually come together first and say what we don't want. And then that will eliminate a lot of people from even being able to run because they know they're not going to get that vote.
Yeah.
And that's just facts. Because if I know that your daddy was a part of this in the fucking 50s and now you're running, that means that you have that same vision that he had. And the only reason why you have it is because you want to keep that family name going and you want to keep that same oppression going. And we see that from state to state to state to county to county to county.
Yeah.
We have to,
But
these are the
hey, before you,
conversations.
cause I gotta go to bed, my brother. I gotta go to bed. I
I'm,
need
so,
y'all
I'm
to
sorry,
do
King. I'm
y'all
gonna
last
go
little
live.
things real quick, cause I gotta go.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I'm
go
trying
live
not to
about
shut
it.
off on
I'm gonna
y'all.
go live. So if anybody want
For
to
sure.
jump on my live, I followed everybody. If y'all, and I already follow a lot of people. So if y'all want to, anybody in here want to jump on my live or whatever, just to get the information or whatever, y'all can come over to me. I'll go live after Kev finish talking.
For sure. Yep. For sure. Follow 'em.
Thank you, Kev. I love you to death, bro. I really
All right.
do.
Love you too, man.
Hold on, go ahead on and get these. Go and get these last flowers, bro. Go and get these last little flowers. You
All
know,
right, man. Dang.
you
My
know what I'm
boy Jimmy
saying?
now, what's the deal? Lovely. What y'all got for me?
You feel me? From Bama. from Alabama.
Good
All right.
looks.
Love you, bro.
All right, look at you.
I got you, Kev. And honestly, we didn't even get past knowledge. Nobody got past knowledge.
Facts. Right. We gonna do it Saturday though. I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna think of a different topic for tomorrow.
Yes. So I get you, and I always love you, and I always
Love you too.
always just love the fact that you bring a lot of people, and you actually open up a lot of people's minds, and you opened up my mind 3 years ago, and I was like, wait a minute, how does this work? So this is how we function, this is how we roll, and I'm still always gonna ride with you, Kev.
For sure, man. I appreciate you. Appreciate all my people that seen me from the beginning to the here. I'll say the end. Seen me that went through, seen all my little. I had the people had to walk on eggshells with the people that's like, watch your mouth, Ken, you're triggering us. Not no more. I don't care about that no more. I ain't worried about you. Go take your unhealed self off and go somewhere. I can't hold my tongue because of you. You seem to change, man. I can't do it no more. All right, Jimmy, now what you got for me, my brother?
Man, I missed it. You know what I'm saying? I got here late. I see, I be forgetting, man. You started working, so, the time's a little different. You be getting off a little early. But, I was just, I thought I was gonna have some time, but yeah, I dig it. Get that rest, man. Get that money tomorrow. I know, I feel you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I dig it, so I ain't gonna hold you up. I'll just coming through,
Yeah.
trying to get on some
Y'all
of these
catch
topics.
me early tomorrow, man. Y'all be coming all late and stuff. I know y'all got lives and stuff, but yeah, I usually try to get off about 10, but it's 11 now. So, but yeah, I appreciate you, man.
But you say you're gonna
And
do this one on Saturday.
I'm gonna do this again on Saturday so we can go through these. And then
Okay.
tomorrow I'm gonna think of a topic for tomorrow. I'm gonna see if I can think of something. You working all day tomorrow? I'm working I'm doing my 8 hours now. I was doing 9 hours all this week, but they're gonna do 8 hours. Then I gotta work Saturday too. Man, but hey, yeah, I got that money, man.
Yeah, I dig it. 'Cause I'm gonna be making it tomorrow my damn self.
Right. See, you feel?
Yeah, I feel you.
Life, life as a grown up.
For real. I remember now, like, I laugh about it. Me and one of my cousins, we be laughing about it because his grandfather used to tell us all the time, like, as we progress in age, like, you start off as a kid, you ain't got to worry about nothing but playing in school. Then, you progress and you get a little part-time job, plus you got school or you got sports or something. And then, like, as we progress, like, everything is cool until you hit that next level where you got to level up personally. And then we be complaining and shit. And then when we finally got to adulthood and had kids and shit, his favorite fucking line, I mean, he would say this shit like every 2 or 3 days. That's what you get for growing up. And
Right.
thinking back on it, all of them times I was like, man, I can't wait till I'm grown, man, and I ain't got to ask nobody to
Switched all the
go.
way up,
I ain't
right?
got to
Pay
ask
your own
nobody to
bills.
go.
That's why they was telling us to turn the lights off. Now we see why they say turn the lights off.
For
and the heat
real.
down.
All of it makes sense now, but
Right,
back
it
then,
made too
man,
much sense. Like, I want to be a kid again. This is messed up. What's the deal, face? You already know I'm with it. Don't put the little demons. Why?
but yeah, I catch you
Man.
though, Kel. I catch you.
Hey, face, I
I'll try to
blocked
get in here
your.
earlier too.
You said what? Oh yeah, for sure, man. You already know. They
All
just
right,
blasting
me.
music all around my dang on area. Yeah, face, I blocked your best friend Tansy. I had to block some people that just wasn't productive in my life, man. I was like, you know what? 'Cause I was keeping them around to test my control of the emotions I have. Because a lot of people need to work on that. I ain't gonna even lie. But I just wanted to see if I could practice what I preach. And I also was probably sicker on people to see who was, weak, to see if they can know that they need to be strong in that situation, though. But yeah, she is. So I just like that's why I had to realize. I mean, I block people like Jerome, all them, right? Because it's just like I just feel like they just not no use on my platform for real. And I'm done talking about things that's not helping us move forward and stuff. You know, just to get threw off by people that just want to throw you off. And I understand it's gonna be times in our life that's gonna throw us off. I'm always open to hear different perspectives and stuff because I just like learning. You know, some people just want to hear things from themselves. You know, I feel that too. Everybody gotta talk about what they can handle in life, so I can understand that though. But I have to realize, like, man, you know what? There's no point. There's no point in some people and stuff, and they just messing the whole room up. And just because I might be strong, that don't mean everybody else strong. So I have to like, you know what? I can't keep on, you know, bringing people that's purposely trying to be chaotic and stuff. So let me stay every day, every day. Most definitely, we can be better. We can't use that as why we can't be better. I think we got to at least try. You know, want to use it as an excuse to not be better. I know we complaining about the same thing we didn't talk about for years. That's the problem. Like, dang, is you really trying to change? That's what the one thing I had to learn. Like, even with me, right, I just, you know, if I fell short, if I had to cuss somebody out, I try my best to not cuss somebody out the next time. I can't use it as an excuse as in, I cussed you out because you did that. No, I cussed you out because I chose to do that. And I sat around and let you provoke me when I could have just easily walked away or did something different. So, like I said, I'm big on the accountability thing because I want to be better. Because I can't control the world, so all I can control is myself. So, I can't keep on blaming everybody else for my actions and my choices in life. So, that's what I do. That's what I did. That's what, you know, uh, I'm subscribing. I'm subscribing from Matching Energy. It's a battle. Yeah, it's a battle. It's a battle. But it's easy when you choose peace over everything. It's one of the easiest things. You know what? Let me get up out of it. Oh, I'm out of here. When you realize that some of these things, when you stooping down to a miserable person level, then you be like, you know what? I can't do it. But it comes with maturity. Some of that stuff, when you mature more, you realize this stuff is just really not worth it. You know what I'm saying? And it's just habits. It's literally habits. That's the one thing that helped me change my life was an audio book. Atomic Habits. That's why I say people be saying therapy and all that stuff ain't out here and it costs money. No, you got it free now. That's one of the reasons why I don't have a lot of sympathy towards people like that. But people in general, I just don't have sympathy towards people. Because it's like we have all this free knowledge, just like this topic, and I got to run this back on Saturday. We have all this free knowledge, but we choose to invest in degrees and all these other things, but we don't invest in healing. We don't want to look up how do I become better? How do I heal? How do I get out of daddy issues and mother issues and all that? We don't look up stuff like that, but we look up stuff to brag about and tell other people that, hey, you know what, I know this more than you. Do you know what the equilibrium and this and all this stuff and the vibration we you know all these things, but you don't know how to close your mouth when you're supposed to. You don't know how to not match energy. You don't know all these things. It's like it's so much stuff. We smart when it comes to that. That's why the name of the room was like that. We the smartest hurt people on earth. You know what I'm saying? Get a degree in that. Get a degree in how to overcome. Get a degree in how to avoid confrontation. How about that? You know what I'm saying? But it's like, but no, what we do is we say, nah, I can't control that. You know, but when we lose control, oh, that's just me. That's how I react. That's how, you know, we so reversal. We are reversal type people. We make excuses for our negative behaviors, but then it's like excuses on both ends. Then we make an excuse why we can't be better. we say it was like I was mentioning before earlier. We say it's just me. It's just me, but then when it comes to it being our fault, we don't want to say it's just me. When we say we choose wrong, we don't say it's just me then. We don't do that. That's the funniest thing, and I just thought about this today. We can use it's just me on negative behaviors or stuff to actually help assist our lifestyles that we chose. But we don't want to use it when we choose wrong, when we snap on somebody and match. We don't never want to say it's just me then. Selective accountability, but it's just funny though. But yeah, I gotta get out of here. Y'all gonna make me go for another session. I'm supposed to be asleep. But I'll be back on tomorrow, man. I'll be back on tomorrow. I'll think of another topic tomorrow. Actually, I might make that the topic. It's just me. That's funny. But I'm gonna figure something out. I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Appreciate everybody that good conversation earlier. People ain't leaving here and all that stuff. But appreciate you, Nate. You already know I appreciate you being here, supporting this stuff, whatever, and everybody else, man. But yeah, we gotta grow, man. If these for sure, man, for sure, Faith. If we and that's what I had to realize, man. It's not no competition, man. What's the man? Y'all about to make me think more. But what's the competition? You know what I'm saying? Why? Because we be in conversations like this, and I had to realize that too. Men are better at this. Women are better at that. Women are more at the bottom. Men are at the bottom. Oh, I'm the worst and all that stuff. So okay, like I said, the competition. So now that we found out that I'm at the bottom, I'm the worst. Or women. Now that we found this out, right? Once we get the confirmation now, how are we going to use this to better our own personal life? That's what I always wanted to know. What is the solution, right? Now that we use this competition thing, what's the solution for all of us to become better? We always get stuck at the, we're not built to control. This is nature and all this other stuff, but we never say how we going to override this natural thing. You know what I'm saying? We can't, we use things. Oh my gosh, bro. Use stuff. We just horrible, man. And even if we want to say it's just nature, it's natural to fart, it's natural to freaking, to get mad and snap. It's so many natural things. It's natural if somebody get horny and they want to cheat, but we still want to control that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, oh my goodness, people just don't realize what they be saying and what they do. We just say and repeat things and never ask why. I'm gonna get a light head, but I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow. We gonna start it back up again, man. It's so many things we gotta work on. That's the only reason why I'm gonna be staying on this app, even if I gotta talk to 5 people, man. You know what I'm saying? Because yeah, I mean, I'd rather be in a room full of 5 people talking uplifting and building type things than be in a freaking room with thousands of people talking about, did you hear about this person sucking this person off? Did you heard about the cheaters and all this stuff? And do you know that Susie and Corey been talking about that? People stay in rooms, thousands of people just to hear some BS stuff like that, full of just a room, thousands of a room full of people that's just miserable. How is it? But it's just saying how much about this world is, because it ain't just the room. It just tell us where our attention is at. People don't care about growing. People don't want to do this self thing. I want to self improve, but and yet you in every last room talking about, let me cuss this B out. Let me go out there. You know what I'm saying? How you want to improve in that? I want to become better. That's like I made a topic. I just made a post earlier yesterday about pray for me. No, pray for yourself. You know what I'm saying? I think that's one of my most irritated things is people say pray for me and you're not even praying for your dang on self. That's why I say people take it as a joke. That's the reason why you're miserable and stuck where you at. Because you take jokers. That's why God playing with your life. No, I ain't gonna say he playing with your life, because you playing with your own life because you want to play with God. You know what I'm saying? Like, you come with all this, boy. People make life a joke, and when their life get treated like a joke, they get mad at it. That's just what it is. That's just what it is. But we always want to unite off the misery. We want to unite off all the stuff. Oh, let's all get mad about this, right? Don't get mad at your own self. Why you don't get mad at when you do stuff wrong and get everybody to jump you for being mad? You know what I'm saying? Get everybody to jump that. We so quick to talk about how everybody else do stuff wrong and how this stuff. We quick to do that and hold all this person accountable. But when we do stuff like that, we don't got no group to say, hey, you know what? When you call that person out that name, we don't do that.
We make an excuse. No, you did your thing. You called that person. No, you did your this. Or you know what I'm saying? What the freak? Hypocrites. We are freaking hypocrites and don't realize it. Just like we use talking points, right? We use how can you listen to this person give advice? They can't keep a marriage. But then you get to another person that's talking all your good talking points and they can't keep a marriage. Nah, I mean, they learned and grew from it. What other person couldn't learn and grew from it? Let's just flat out say we're biased. We got people that just want to stand on, okay, they support my lifestyle. The other ones say they support the community that I'm trying to build. So it's just like, why would let's just be real with that? You know what I'm saying? Because we can use the same thing against each other. You know what I'm saying? Here go one right here. Now, I ain't gonna say the name. Oh, they're dating they dating someone outside of our race, right? Why listen to a person that's dating outside the race, but then you can use that as a talk point. But let them say all the sweet, juicy stuff that you like to hear. It don't matter that he know what he talking about. She know what they talking about and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And they on Black Power now. You know, like people don't see the bias, man. Like we're gonna whatever talking point that help fit our life. That's what we're gonna support, and that's what I realize. That's what we gotta realize, man. All of us got dirt on each other. We can do that same thing. You know, we can be like, well, you was a teenage parent. I'm getting lightheaded. I was supposed to went to bed anyways. My bad, y'all. My bad. Man. I swear I'm going to bed now this time. I'm only going to be mad at myself, man. I was supposed to be in sleep. But yeah, I'm going to catch y'all tomorrow. Y'all try to catch me early, man. That's why I knew this was going to happen. I always come up with some stuff when I got to go to bed, and everybody pop up in here when I got to go to bed. I'm going to try to get on by 6 o'clock tomorrow. I'm going to try to catch y'all. It's 11 o'clock now. So whatever time it is, y'all catch me then. I'm going to have another topic for us tomorrow. So I appreciate all y'all again. Yeah, I know now I'm laughing. But yeah, I appreciate y'all. I'll see y'all tomorrow, man.